Mic check. Doing a quick one. Lots to discuss. Let me know how my levels are sounding. Seeing how things is doing out here. I see y'all in here early. What's going on? Roll call. Percy's, what's up? What's going on in the round? Mr. BLTs. Whatever marathon course I'm donating to. I feel you. We got a lot to discuss. Sandragos, what's going on? Back for Dad, what's up? See you out there in PAX East. Captain Logan, what's going on? Salute. Expansion pass in the building. E-Ranks J-Mac, the OG, what's up? Let me know how my levels is good, but are they good? There we go. That's what I'm talking. Stu Jersey, what up? Fee, what's going on? The ladies, salute. E-Ranks, what's up? Christopher Hart, what's going on? And I'm saying, it's the Glizzy, man. Verb, Base, what up? Good morning, Pike on Fusion. What's up? We're gonna get the rest of the lords up in here, and the mics are checked. Thank you. And we got a lot to discuss. Maybe some guests might roll in. We'll see. We have some things to talk about. But y'all sit tight. Moving a little slow, but I'm about to get that Advanced GG popping. Go to advancedgg.com, by the way. 10% off with code ILP. I'm about to get focused up. I'm about to get that powder because your boy's slacking a little bit. They had a great sleep, so we hurting a little bit, but we're gonna be ready with that Advanced GG. We're gonna focus up. We're gonna get right. Malcolm X-Lax. What's going on? Salute. So we're gonna get the rest of the lords up in here, and we're gonna have a good show, man. A lot of fun topics, man. Clairvoyant Cox, salute. No doubt. Good to see y'all. E-Ranks, I'm sounding good. All right, cool. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm pushing P today. I need it right now, man. I wouldn't get through the podcast without. That's real talk. If it wasn't for Advanced, I would not be able to get through this podcast today, man. That's the type of time I'm on right now. Anyway, see y'all in a bit. Even on some bars.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Man, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O.
Yeah.
You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
We're about to be hot now. Good.
It rained real heavy. I know the birds don't like it rain real heavy. Right? Rain real heavy. I ordered a bunch of seeds. So I went out there. I got the grass done. I put it in there. So it's behind a little white picket fence. Mm-hmm. Then I went and I put Magic Grow, soil. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the bird saw me. Right? I pulled into the driveway. The bird saw me and he was standing on business. Like, oh, so you think that stopped us? Yo, and he's a little bluebird, he looked like a little bluebird because he was crippin'. He was
throwing up the set.
He said, yeah, cuz, you think that stopped me, cuz? Right? So he did the crip walk on the grass, and then he jumped in there and he was like, yeah, seeds, cuz. I mean, all these seeds, cuz. I said, I got you. Waited till we had like 3 days. It was 3 days of good rain.
Right.
I looked up into the trees. I was pouring seeds.
Yeah.
Sup, blood?
Are we
on 5 roofs?
You are ridiculous. You having a war with these of the Lord?
So I have a war with the cuz
the bluebirds.
The bluebirds, the cuz birds. Right? So they come through and they be like, yeah, cuz. Right? So I'm like, yeah, but I got you, son. So I got these Black Panther birds, the crows.
Okay,
so the crows those
do?
my dudes, right? So that's I call them Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley in the squad, right?
Okay, what they did, how they get it up?
So Stanley in the squad give it up. So Stanley, crows are so dope. Mm-hmm. They bring you little shiny things, right? They like you, and they bring you little shiny things. So, but what Benji would do, rest in peace, Benji.
Rest in peace, Benji.
Benji, when Stanley would come through, Benji would hate on him. Like, nah, son, the king don't see nobody, son. Get up out of here, son. Get up out of here. So I was like, yo, chill, Benj. They the peoples, right? They security. So when Benji passed, I had a murder of crows outside my house. They knew. Yeah, I had like 50 crows outside my house. So nah, I'm down with them. Right. So so now Stanley be coming back because they come back every year. So Stanley came back this year. And I was like, yo, Stanley, man, I put some food out for him. I was like, yo, Stanley, man, yo, He them cuz birds up out of here, B. I said, they out here messing up with the fertilization of the situation. he's like, no doubt. No doubt. Yo, I ain't see no more cuz birds. No
Really?
More. Yeah, no more. And Stanley and them be out there.
They outside patrolling.
Patrolling. So I leave her his little get back money. I'm like, here's your little get back money.
Here's a little get back. But then you had to check in.
Yeah, I gotta check in with them.
Check in with the crows. And the crows handle the other situation.
The Black Panther crows don't be playing no games, son.
Oh, you had the FOI crows.
Yeah, that's it. The food ends on crows. Right?
You know what the fruit is outside. You don't want no problems. They line up. They be in formation. I cannot with your Lord stories. And hear ye. And we are live. And welcome to the ILP Podcast Lawn. We teach you all the latest stories of what's going on in fertilization and with birds in the environment. LLC and LordsOfGaming.net, episode number 401. Past 400, y'all. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, oh boy, we've got Bungie plagiarizing marathon art.
I told you.
Jade Raymond leaving Haven Studios in Fairgames. Mm-hmm. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile ending support.
Rising.
And switch to SOC links to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. So let's introduce those lords of the realm here at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Attic, back to back. How we doing? You got any birds going on with the Iron Lawn podcast?
No, I have no clue what they're talking about.
They don't be throwing it up. They don't be throwing it up on the lawns over there in the mean streets of West Virginia.
With any birds ever in
Really?
my entire life.
Really? Okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't an East Coast thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a up north thing. Okay. Cool.
He not in tune with nature. You know, Addict's not in tune with nature. If he was, he'd be in tune with the reindeer and the honey badgers that he got where he's at. You know what I'm saying? We don't got that. I got a groundhog that's the size of a dog, though. That's kind of crazy.
No, but I thought Attic would be just because of, the way West Virginia's more rural.
That's rural.
See, there we go.
He does live in the country, though. He should. I mean,
Yeah, I was like, I figured there'd be some more nature.
His country is different. His animals know not to hang around them because they like to bust them out the sky. So they're different over there. So an addict will not tolerate any of that misbehavior on his lawn.
Explain to us, Attic, how's it is for the Iron Lawn podcast in the mean streets of West Virginia? How's it going over there? He's muted.
unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, sir. We still can't hear him. We've lost him.
Oh, this man done broke his mic.
He done broke his mic.
It's over.
Or maybe he's muted on purpose because there's real discussions going on in there. Maybe he's talking. Yeah, he's figuring it out. Nope.
He said there's a honey badger in the car.
Yeah, there we go. He back. Back to
I
Iron
feel
Lawn
like
podcast.
there's something wrong with this. I think I need to replace this.
Okay.
I don't know
The
why.
arm?
Yeah, I think
little short.
there's a short or something.
Yeah. Well, while you're talking about the replacement of your arm, make sure you tell us about why you replace the animals that come to your house and pee in your lawn.
Oh no! See, here's the thing. Like, your guys' animals annoy you. Our animals will kill you. So, well,
What?
He
You
said kill.
Kill?
yeah, my animals will kill you.
What animals y'all got?
Man, what you got over there?
Black
got
bears?
bears, mountain
y'all
lions,
got bears?
all types of stuff.
Yeah, what color is your bears, though?
Black.
Told you.
Oh, wow, the gangster.
You got some black bears, son.
Automatic
bears.
gangster off
Yo,
top.
got
Off
those
top.
Revelant-
Them
you got
black-
those Revelant
My
bears?
grandparents.
Them black
My
bears catch him when
grandparents-
he come out his house be like Grand Rising.
What happened with your grandparents?
No,
Attic?
my grandparents they used to own like 10, 15 acres up in Hillsville, West Virginia, and you'd be seeing
You got money.
Pocket watching.
That come from cash.
You'd be seeing bears like cross the front yard.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, no, I told you where he come from, son. He from get him down country.
Them bears be like real aggressive. Like I'll be seeing the ones in the video, like they be going rummaging through people's trash and like they
Yeah,
be,
I mean,
yeah.
I've been there.
Wow.
Been there.
Most of the time, bears won't give you issues.
No, they don't. It's the mountain lions, though.
It's people that's the issue up here. So like, people cooking drugs in the mountains and stuff like that. Like
You got
go
the
down
meth
the wrong.
labs.
You go down the wrong roads, people run you off the road. So like, yeah,
he coming for our meth. Get him.
Well, no, they'll be like in the mountains, like out in the county, no cops around.
Oh, that
like,
type of energy, yeah.
Like I had a friend literally got ran off the road once. She they were in like trucks and ATVs, and they're like, "What you doing around here?" like 12 gauge, like
the shotty out.
And like after they questioned her for about 30, 40 seconds, like they said, okay, you know, we're gonna let you go, but you need to turn around. I don't want to ever see you up here again.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the areas where the cops don't go.
So he said now.
Don't go.
Now we're gonna let you go. You see, but don't you ever come around here again.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. But we're talking about like you got to drive 20, 30 minutes on back roads to get to. Like, no, you could easily go missing in those areas, and no one would ever.
That's where they sell a high rate of toothpicks.
Somebody, Genesis said they got Far Cry 5-ish.
Yep,
that's what he's saying. That's that far. Yep. So like the back roads, those be the non-paved with the no street lights.
Yeah, the hills have eyes.
A lot. You know, well, first off, hills have eyes.
Listen to this.
That's not West Virginia.
Okay.
What is that?
Wrong Turn is West Virginia.
Oh, Wrong Turn is a wild movie.
Yeah. You made
that's
the wrong turn.
Wow. You made the wrong turn. You heard?
You made the wrong turn. You heard me?
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I mean, I've never personally dealt with those situations because I've never went in those areas. But like, there are like areas where like in the movies, like they're not joking. The cops won't even go up there. Like,
that's crazy. This is martial law.
See, that's the difference between Attic and myself. Attic don't go up there, but he can. I don't go up there because I can't.
Yeah, they're probably mad racist. So.
Oh hell yeah! They be like, hey, look what we done found. Bring them over here.
We found somebody where they ain't supposed to be.
Oh man.
This guy's from New York. You from New York, ain't you? You from New York. Yo, hey, let's cook him something good for his last meal.
They're gonna be mad racist till it benefits. Oh, you buying? Okay. You white today, kid. You white today.
Yo, that's the dip down gang. Ain't that dip down?
He keep throwing that on his jacket.
Shout out to Baby Lips.
Shout out to Dip Down. They get 4K.
Nah, his new name is Baby Lips.
I can't.
It's hashtag Baby Lips.
I can't.
And I want people to understand, like, I'm not talking about like the side towns in West Virginia. I'm talking about literally like you're hours away from society. Like you got no. See, and that's the reason they'll run you off the road and stuff because you have zero reason to be up there. Zero.
I don't like this running off the road stuff. Like I don't like that part. That part makes me uncomfortable.
So
like,
I can't take in the country.
Nah, you cannot. Not you.
I can't.
But
I
we're
can't
not.
ride out and look at the beautiful mountains and look at the.
No.
You're not getting what I'm putting down.
I can't go
here.
hiking.
You got to pick up what he putting down.
You got to pick up what he putting down.
I know what he putting down.
I'm
just saying. I know.
What I'm saying is you got to drive 30 minutes on dirt roads and like if you are in these areas, you have zero reason to be in these areas.
But I might want to take my ATV out there and
well, see, a lot of these people own like a lot of these people. They're on like they're on their family's property. Like we're talking people that own hundreds of acres up here. You have zero.
That's right.
Oh well, yeah.
That's the reason they do it because you are trespassing in
their land. That's right.
Should be doing.
Oh no.
Like,
see, I need a fence put up so I can know where your land started.
They pull up to you and they said, it looked like you lost.
That is definitely not practice, man. You know how you find out where your property ends and begins? It's on the deed. That's it.
On the deed?
That's right. Said, listen here,
fence, man.
You look like you lost, and I can tell that you ain't got no signal in your phone.
Forte, that's how I know you've never been into like these areas because it's impossible to put fences and hundreds of acres of land.
I know it's impossible. It's fun. Oh, I'm just joking when I say that. By the way, I'm just being funny about this. Listen, Forte ain't that naive. I'm not going up to West Virginia and just to scout around.
You go randomly stop
and then come up missing in somebody else's hunt and stuff, and the police is like family looking for me 9 days later. We ain't gonna ever find this dude.
He said we ain't never finding him.
Last time we got
That's
him
why,
on
like-
GPS, he was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be.
Well, I saw someone comment
Fat Steve.
on one
He
of
just-
these older.
$3 super chat. Okay, he didn't put anything, but salute the Fat Steve. Salute. Yeah,
That's why
Mhm.
I need to put up the thing, but
Mhm.
that's why I think it's funny when people are like addict. I see these movies, and I think it's like weird that these people haven't been caught that do this stuff because they got all these broken down trucks and stuff in front of like that is like every other house on top of a mountain in West Virginia. Like you'll drive by it and they'll have like trucks they've had there since like
Yes,
1990.
damn, that's wild crazy.
Those are the people that ain't make it out. Get out!
That's
And
wild.
what's funny is we actually had a discussion once that was like if there was like a what's that movie called King where North Korea invades it's
World War II.
He said that movie.
Lords are looking extra glitzy today.
Oh, Fat Steve is back again. He said the Lords are looking extra glitzy today. Okay.
Oh yeah. This is my Lakers in 5.
Oh.
Uncle said Lakers in
Red
5.
Dawn. That's what it's called. It's
Oh
called
yeah, Red Dawn is dope.
Red Dawn. Red Dawn.
And,
Yeah.
and if y'all don't know, I'll show y'all later when it's my turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, Addict.
Yeah, so what I thought was funny is like on the Red Dawn thing, because they were talking about like why don't they show, because here's the thing, like if something like Red Dawn happened, there's a reason that's never happened, especially on the East Coast. People don't realize because we live in these lands.
The camera froze.
Oh, that is like a nightmare to actual people in the world that's never been to America to come here and deal
'Cause y'all all
with
got
the
guns.
mountains. Oh yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
all
They got the guns.
son.
Yeah,
And you got to thank those colored necks, the ones with the colored necks. You got to thank
Okay.
them for keeping us safe. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, they thought about it. They was like, "Yeah, we should get over there. We can get over there. We can get them." We said, "Wait a second now. Wait a second now. You see this area right over here? I got a video. They showed a video of the honey badger versus the bear. Then I see now the honey badger hold down the bear, right? Now let me show you. It's a bunch of them that can hold down the bears. Look, the bears don't even attack them. They just walk across their lawn.
West Virginia, home of the butter
I just see
tables
one.
and extra
That don't mean that's
chromosomes.
the only one.
Yo, shout out to BT Match. Maverick.
That was different. That was different.
He said
Yeah,
the
so
extra.
I thought it was funny because it's like those kind of scenarios, like if something like that happened, they would have a way.
Nothing beats the king.
Shout out to Fat Steve. Nothing beats the king. Nobody.
They would
beats
have a
the
way
king.
better chance at like taking the West Coast and the East Coast. Like these mountains, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, they get the West Coast. The West Coast is kind of, but I don't know though.
I
think-
don't know. Seattle is a
yeah.
place.
No, you know
Yeah.
what? Nah, Cali.
0% chance.
Cali-
0%
well,
Cali is wild
Cali-
too.
Cali-
They
wow.
would take the
Houston
West Coast
crazy
8
too.
times before they take the East Coast once.
Yeah, see, but then you bring back the East versus West stuff. We don't
Well,
want to
that's
do that.
because you're just talking about all the table.
It's not about it's kind of about the people there.
Logistics.
It's more about the terrain.
Yeah.
Colorado got something to say though. I know Colorado got
Well,
something to say.
I know the projects in the Bronx.
I went there
is
one
bananas
time,
right
bro.
now.
I went, where was it? Steamboat Springs, and then we did a drive from there
well,
to
we're-
Denver, and them hills with the 2 lanes and the cliff at
Yeah.
the side.
You know
I
what's
was
funny?
like,
COG
yo, I don't want no Colorado
You know
smoke.
what's funny? COG is like the 2-lane. That's all of our country.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't want no. I hate that.
The majority of
Addict
West
said-
Virginia
Is
and
that-
the majority of the states around me. Like you guys haven't really been down here like that, so I
No,
don't.
we haven't
I
been
don't
down there at
blame
all.
you for knowing.
Right.
But literally, I'll walk up my road
Mm-hmm.
and knock on every house to the right. At least, let's say there's 100 houses.
Mm-hmm.
At least 60 of them got a gun. At
Mm.
least.
Oh, but that's over here too, though. But I was not checked in, though.
But here's the thing.
Our guns is not checked in, son.
But here's the it's not just that. This area, like, it's way harder to actually advance on in like a military.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Like,
Well,
Facts.
I mean, you saw the Patriot.
Yeah, no.
Like,
Listen,
that's literally how the majority of the warfare would go. Like,
Hold down, the talk was in.
So you
So we-
saying
we
I
have
can't
some-
go to
we have- I have a
WV to
little bit of,
explore for side quests and
experience.
secret
Oh,
bosses?
No.
He said
Only
only
the
the
main
main quest
quest
line.
line?
Yeah.
Forte, log in.
see,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the thing is just the amount of guerrilla warfare that would be done on the East Coast is
No, I
crazy.
actually honestly agree with you. I think
Now,
per
as far
capita,
as mass numbers,
you guys
the West
got
Coast would have more. As far as I don't know.
No, but you know what?
they
No,
will
I
have
think
more.
you know what? I think we're a problem as a whole in the U.S. Thinking about it as a whole, we have per capita the most guns, period. Right? And I'm talking about from a legal or illegal standpoint, right? And I think guns is an issue. That's something totally different. But in addicts area,
Hold on, Don's talking.
Anything
Yeah.
you saying about WV, Texas is that times 20.
Oh, Texas got something to say.
Yes, Texas is checking in, and I agree with that. So I said Texas is wild, crazy you, because Houston is buck banana.
Down in a mall.
Listen, but see, but Chirac got something to say too. We got projects due though, and our projects do go underground. So I'm just thinking about it, like what he said with that Red Dawn joint. I never really thought about it in that aspect at it, because he's a movie buff
thing,
like
though.
myself. What
There's-
movie you saw this weekend?
Here's the thing: there's hundreds of miles, and I mean hundreds of miles of woods. Hundreds.
Well, it's
of
not
miles.
even-
Attic is standing up on his business.
He's
though. That's
standing up
all.
on his terrain.
Standing up on
He
his-
like, you're not
Well,
conquering us.
No.
Unconquerable.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing you'll have an issue, anyways, because the East and West Coast are the most fortified positions in America. If you
Yeah.
just think about from a military standpoint, and the reason that is, you will never see America get hit from East or West due to that. Because they're defending water in the coast. If you think
Yep.
about the East Coast,
Right.
you have Virginia, you have DC there, you have all of the naval bases up the coast. On the West
He on
Coast,
that
you have
side.
the same thing
We got West
on
Virginia.
that side of the coast. Now, the things that are the least fortified.
Yeah, Florida gonna get that
And
work.
when you-
Someone
and when
to
you
all it
think-
takes is one earthquake in New York
and when
City.
you
gone.
and when you think about it, with
That's
Texas,
life.
and if you think about it, with Texas down there and Texas having all the bases and stuff it has,
Yeah.
the reason it's not as fortified as the East and West is because you have to advance through territories that they would have to like literally get something from other territories to advance on us. Like if they come from the north, Canada ain't gonna just let that happen. And if Canada lets that happen, we got a problem with
We in
Canada
trouble.
at that point. And then if you think about the South, then you're thinking about Mexico. If they're coming through Mexico, we got a problem with Mexico at that point.
They're not getting past them
all-
cartels.
So those aren't
Speculation.
fortified as much as the others.
Yo.
Like East, North, and South isn't fortified as much just because they know if they do come for us, they got to come through other countries. And
Yo, they're gonna,
not gonna
yo, Forte, they're gonna use this podcast, this one,
Yeah.
to strategically plan. Okay, he
They
said, well,
listen, they
Forte
already-
said that we can't go through Canada because
Well, you can go
Iron
through
Lord
there, but
and the moose.
listen, we got
You
problems
need
with
to-
Canada
Iron
at
Lord
that point.
podcast to plan out your invasion on America.
Yeah, he's
then,
got problems.
You have way more problems.
You're lacking
You're not doing
intel.
it.
You're lacking
You're not
intel.
doing it.
maybe they hobbyists and they realize they stumbled on a wealth of information. See, Iron Lords entertain, but we also inform. Now, who we informing, we don't know from day to day.
Anyway.
From birds to invasions. You get that all at the Iron Lord podcast.
Besides fortifying West Virginia, what have we been playing? sir?
Well, I wasn't talking about West Virginia. I was talking about the East Coast. in
Yeah.
general.
He was like, nah, they ain't coming for us though.
Yeah. I watched Final Destination.
Ooh.
My man.
So,
Where does it
That's
stand in the
actually-
pantheons of all the? Where does it stand number wise?
Tell him.
I would
tell
say
him.
the second best Final Destination.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's high praise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right below one.
Mm.
I'm not
Okay,
really-
'cause wait,
I don't know. I felt like all the Final Destinations was good. But this one took a completely different approach that caught me off guard. So
Okay, I gotta go see this now.
That's what's up. That's what's up. No doubt. Did you see that at the new joint? Where you saw that?
yeah, I saw it at the new movie.
At the new joint. That's what's up. That's what you been playing, sir?
Been playing Kingdom Hearts on stream. I kind of rage quit Simon on Expedition 33
Oh,
a little bit.
Simon causing problems in these streets.
It's not. It's not that he was causing problems. I just don't. I didn't have the mental capacity to fight him right now.
I
That's
feel that.
causing problems, sir.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
so-
He said my mental wasn't up to par. son.
You got to be
I'm
right
not
for
here.
that.
So instead of fighting Simon, I've decided to play Kingdom Hearts on Proud. So,
I respect that.
Yeah, and that's annoying, but by itself. But at least I don't have to worry about someone hitting me at 80 times.
Hollywood rules.
NYC is one part of NY. People don't realize
Talk
how big
to 'em.
NY is. Upstate is a
Upstate.
mess.
Facts.
I'm in Orange outside Bear Mountain.
Oh, he's a Bear Mountain.
Woods all around me.
There it is.
Yeah, New York. People always think New York is just New York City. It is. That's actually a great point.
No, New York is huge.
New York is huge, bro. Upstate is crazy.
Because I was going up to Canada.
We don't even claim Buffalo low key, right? Like we be acting like
I'm not claiming them.
Like Buffalo is New York.
They the only one with a real football team.
I know.
New York football team.
I know. The rest is in New Jersey.
Yeah, we lying. We capping, son.
Yeah, we definitely capping. We definitely capping on that one. But so that's been it. It's been Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming Kingdom Hearts on Proud Mode because I never beat the game.
You said it's on what mode?
It's the hardest mode on Kingdom Hearts is called Proud, and it's like you get hit like once or twice, you're dead.
We proud that you accept this challenge.
That's what's up.
Y'all are wacky dudes.
Shout out to
Final
Hollywood.
Destination was awesome.
Yes, hearing good things, hearing really good things.
Y'all are wacky dudes. You dudes that take a game, right, and say, let's go, let's just ratchet it up. Like, where is the fun in this mindless craziness, son?
They need a challenge. Why you hating on the challenge?
Go play Cuphead again.
Oh, okay. So Kingdom Hearts 1, it's called Proud Mode. Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, it's called Critical Mode.
Critical.
Yeah, you critically crazy.
What's funny is like I haven't really came across too many like difficult fights besides this this like armor that separates. But I remember like fighting Sephiroth. He's going pain in the ass on Proud Mode. Like
that Proud Mode is hilarious.
Cause like when you fight Sephiroth, you have to do so much. Because it's like got health bars. He's got like 10 health bars. I don't know how many.
Look, that one guy, you can't do that. He's a proud guy out of West Virginia. Don't do that. Don't do that. I know what you're doing, that one guy. Don't do that.
You have to essentially take like 4 or 5 of his HP bars down before he can actually get damaged. So imagine like you fighting someone and you're hitting him for like a minute straight and he's not being affected. Like his health isn't going
down.
down.
What are you moving?
No, it's not moving at all.
Oh,
like,
Sending love to you guys. Looking forward to a great show.
Yo, shout out to Joval with the ice from Iceland in the village. First time I've seen Icelandic. What you call it? Currency.
Yeah.
You just worried with the color turn yellow. Relax. Relax, sir.
That's a 1,500.
Let's throw it up for the homie Joval. Great dude, computer science teacher. I actually talked to his students in Iceland.
Nah, he's cool. He's dope.
Yeah, that's the man right there.
Well, what I like though about his money is I like any type of money that it could be like $10, but it make it look greater than. You understand? I like that, son.
I still can't get over how Iceland is the greenest place on the planet, and Greenland is one of the coldest places.
Bro,
on the
I don't want no problems with Iceland. He be showing me the volcanoes that him and his family be going. Bro, they got the real.
Volcanoes.
They got that. They losing towns out there. Active.
Why are you
active?
Why are you
there?
Bro, Iceland is different, bro.
Yo, okay. I don't need that type of thrill.
Why do you go to Hawaii with a big old volcano sitting in the middle of it?
It's one thing to be in an area that like is very hostile in like certain environments, like Russia when it comes to being there, how cold it can be, Australia with how hot it can be. It's another thing to be somewhere where the actual land is saying, "No, we don't want you.
We don't want you here, and your life has to be transported."
The whole place of Australia don't want people.
Or the animals. The animals is crazy. The animals.
Venomous.
That's why I'm not about that. Oh, hold on, Teddy. What we got? Who we got?
Get hyped. 2 weeks till showcase.
Yes.
Most hyped announcement you want to happen.
Most hype we want to happen?
Handheld.
Said King one handheld. What's the most hype y'all want to happen? I think Attic one favorite, right? Which one? Which one? What y'all want for the showcase hype?
What are you buying?
Hey,
Squad Daddy, where's the collar? No Poppy today? Pensive face.
First of all, Soft told you when he coming back. If y'all listen, he told y'all when after this the showcase stuff, and then stop all that foolishness you doing. I know what you're doing. Anyway, continue. Continue.
I think I'll have to like really think about that. We are doing a prediction show, so I'll probably save my thoughts for.
Yes, we are doing a prediction show, Fast Steve. But we will take care of you on that. Appreciate you. But yeah, man. So other than that, has been it. And of course, unless Attic is not finished.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox,
Swami,
king of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the leader of the Xbox platform ascendant movement. Ooh, Lord King, how we doing, sir?
We're doing fantastic. Lakers in 5. Lakers in 5.
All right, Uncle.
Yo, so this is the Gary Payton joint.
Ooh,
so
classic.
Y'all don't know Gary Payton, and went over there, son. They thought they was gonna get a ring. Ha ha ha! Nope.
And guess who they lost to?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that was your day.
Yeah.
The bad boys changed that up. Okay.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Hey ILP flexed biceps light skin tone, just some support.
Oh, salute.
Birds from
Blessings.
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam? Well, we got Iceland in the building.
Yeah.
We got Amsterdam in the building. Yo.
Now,
UK up in there. I see my man, what you call up in there
What
too.
was that? That's Gray Fox?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I want to go to Amsterdam, bro.
I know when you want to go to Amsterdam.
That damn right. Red light district.
Man, we ain't going for the scenery and the animals.
Yes, I am going for the scenery.
Yeah, you going for
animals.
the whatever you
And
into,
the
sir.
animals.
Whatever
Hey,
you
King's
into,
like,
sir.
King's like, you act like I can't multitask.
No, I will be multitasking the scenery and the animals. Oh man, I like they shops. When you window shop over there, it's a different game plan, son.
You like the service over there.
What? They give you service with a smile. Man. Shout out to Amsterdam, boy. See, that's when you desensitize that you got to watch comedy. That's. I love you, bro. I love you. Anyway, the boys saw last night.
Yes.
Final Destination Bloodlines.
Okay.
Because all right. First of all, in case y'all didn't know,
Yo, Australia rapping today.
Australia in Da House.
Bro, Australia, Iceland, Amsterdam. This is lit.
Yeah, Australia in the house.
Definitely. It was
Coast to
crazy.
coast,
Like
baby.
Australia, like the majority of their population is like 4 cities on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's
Facts.
crazy.
And Australia, all of y'all are immune to all that wild stuff out there. When you got a ticky-tack spider that can bite you and kill,
And
the
kill your whole
family,
joint. Yeah. It's real. It's real.
I'm not about nothing out there, son. They say, yo, when you coming to Australia? Never.
That giant island's been trying to get them off that island forever, and it ain't working.
He said the
most
island been
resilient,
trying to get them off with the wildlife.
Yo, they introduce a new species every other day. So
Bro.
when I saw cock diesel kangaroos,
Yo, it's
when
real
I saw
out
the
here.
kangaroos looking like Bruce Lee, he was mad strong, son, grabbing up your dog by the throat. Nah,
So we talking about someone trying to invade the East Coast. People would drop down to the deserts of Australia. You can just see the locals there. Yeah, don't. Oh,
Cool out.
you
Yeah,
should've
I'm
done
good.
that.
he said, good day, mate.
Special Nick, Sigmund Keiko. Who is it? Riskets out there.
Yeah, he said,
It's a
"Good
lot,
day,
man.
mate. I
I'm
heard
good.
you was over
I
here
could just
trying
see
to
it.
invade.
I can just see it now. Like you find out that like they've been doing stuff this whole time we don't even know. You see on the news, someone invaded Australia and they brought out dragons.
You have to do something extraordinary to take
Now,
them
see,
out.
they don't got normal animals. They got venomous dragons. All right, so you got to say venomous. Everything is venomous.
It's like they breathing fire on the battlefield.
Yeah, you wild.
With venom. Fire with venom.
What have you been playing, sir?
Okay, so no, back to
Oh,
the movie.
Final Destination.
All right,
Excuse me.
so,
Sorry. Apologies.
So Attic and I are dropping these R&R with the Lords every week. Y'all get a
R&R
chance to check them out. So you can see us do the Thunderbolts, and then right after that, you're going to see us jump into Final Destination Bloodlines. I'm going to tell you, I concur with Attic that if this is not the greatest Final Destination, it is second only behind the inception of the first.
What do we buy?
UK, Bahamas in the build.
All right.
Bahamas?
UK Bahamas in the best.
Yeah.
All right. UK stand up. Boop, boop,
They're
boop.
going to get y'all first.
And I
You got that laid back way to you.
and I have to say that like it might be that the first one, just purely nostalgia reasons, is the better one. Because I feel like they did their job in this one.
Yo, I'm with Attic 100%. We're gonna talk about it. I can't wait. This is, you know what? To be honest with you, I really want to do this R&R with you because there's some points in there. I know you had the same face that I had, and it's dope. I want to see it again. My son missed out on that film because he wanted to be that typical teenager. I'm like, yo, we're gonna go check out Final Destination.
Yeah, your son is wild.
I'm like, all right. We leave. Like, you think I'm gonna sit there and be like, oh, come on, please, come on, hang out. Nope, bye.
You know what's funny?
Right?
just the last Final Destination is probably almost just as old as your son.
Basically, right?
That
So
part.
he doesn't know about that. So we go check out the movie. Me and wifey sitting in the front. I found this little hack, this movie hack, that nobody could be around us though. So, and I'm not telling y'all. So no matter how much you beg, I'm not gonna tell y'all my movie hack. Anyway, So we sitting there and nobody getting around us, but we in a movie theater. This movie theater's packed, by the way. We are the loudest, screaming, funniest joint. There's a part and there's a plot twist in that movie. And I yell out, I told you.
Oh, you back on it? Did you throw out the 98% on it?
Yeah, I told you.
Tony Todd. Final Destination. Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Strack.
Oh, Tony Todd up in the building?
Oh, see, yeah, they blew it up for you. Just because he blew it up in there, yes. This is his last film.
Oh, it's the last one, okay.
You know what I really like? They have that dude from 100, the dude that John Murray, or Murphy or whatever his name is. He plays in this, and I really saw how good of an actor he is in this movie. Like, he did a really good job. Like, I want to see him in more movies, how good he did in this movie.
It was a really well-acted, very good film. So, saying that, so this week, the kid been doing his NDA 1-2.
Yeah.
Back on it again, man.
All right, new.
Dudes hit me up in the DMs. So I'm on Steam right now, back on it, trying to finish up my game. But if anybody saw Frontline Gaming stream, so this week we teamed up with LogNet and PDTV. Yo, so get over there to Snaldo PDTV, check them out. So give them a sub. We're going to be doing collabos every week. So you're going to be seeing collabos between myself and Lord Attic.
Tony Todd creepily medicine.
Facts. Yo, facts. On God.
What games y'all did?
All right, so we did, me and Lord PD did Towerborn. Right, so and we was there with Cerebral Paul.
Oh, salute.
We needed a fourth. We needed a fourth in there, but they were running me through little dungeons and stuff like that. We had a great time. It's a fun stream. Go check that out. That was on Wednesday. We're going to be trying to lock in like around every Wednesday to do collabos with Frontline Gaming streams.
Pick the day I can't stream. Don't be Tuesday. It don't be Thursday. Wednesday I do. Friday I go out. Y'all always pick the day I can't do it.
It's nothing. It's nothing against you. It's just the fact that those are the days that we can stream, right? So, and I'm gonna get to Lord Attic. Lord Attic and I, we went back to play Lords of the Fallen.
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, so if anybody want to see me and Attic get back to it, so Attic, again, it was a situation where somebody decided to take it upon themselves and kill the king because the king didn't listen to Attic. Right? Attic was like, Attic said, respect the one-on-one, king. And I said, F your one-on-one. I jumped in his mix and I got handed the dude handled me, son. Attic stood in the corner and was like, get us.
He don't listen.
It's the funniest thing. Attic was laughing. The dude was beating me up.
There's someone at my door. You know what's funny? Because
with the guns?
I said, respect the one-on-one, because it was supposed to be me and that dude was one-on-one. And King jumped in. I'm like, okay, still one-on-one. It's just now it's you and him one-on-one. I'm sitting there. I see King's health go down more and more. I'm like, King, you better drink that juice.
I didn't bust across on my chest, son, so the dude beat me up. But me and Attic, those streams is something that you don't want to make. But Night Fridays was epic. This week.
Going down.
Friday. All right, so Attic was Thursday. Wednesday was PD. Attic was Thursday. Frontline Gaming streams is crazy. Link is in the chat. Go sub. Yo, Friday, we have Fight Night Friday. So SNK versus Capcom came out. Fighting Collection 2. So we playing Power Stone. We getting it in.
Lit.
Sinister's in there. Dip Down is in there. Everybody's in there. We got like 10, 15 people in there. We wildin'. Y'all can join the Discord. You ain't got to be members. Just join the Discord. Members dictate pace, right? So shout out to Oni. Oni gave Dip Down for his birthday because Dip Down is a serial hater on old games, right? He don't like.
He don't be on none of old stuff.
Pixel art, the hell with your pixel art. 16-bit graphics, the hell with your 16-bit graphics. He said, I don't like your gray hair stuff. Even though Dip Down is like 45 years old with a 16-year-old face, right? So he has a 16-year-old face. Dip Down is like 45.
Boy, that my bed like that. I don't like that.
So, nah, he gonna get this work. Anyway, so Fight Night Friday going up. Sinister and Dip Down is going at it.
Oh, that kind of sound lit.
So
them two kind of sound like what happened.
Yeah, so Sinister told him, you don't want this smoke. I I'm telling you to back down now.
Dip
down
what game was
said-
this?
No, this was not in the game. This is them talking.
Oh, this
crap.
is talking off top.
Me
Yeah.
and Oni and some playing. Remember, there's so many different things going on.
Mm-hmm.
Dip Down told Sinister, because he called Sinister a criminal, right?
Oh,
so
no.
he said, yeah, shut up before I lock you up again. Because we say that Dip Down be snitching on people to get the money from ICE, right? So
I
he be
can't.
ratting out his own peoples, right, from Venezuela. Right? So say we call him confidential informant.
Oh my God.
No. Guess what was born on Friday?
What's the new name was born? What happened?
The legend of Baby Lips.
Yeah, I keep seeing this in the chat.
Baby Lips.
Why I see this in the chat? What's going on?
Hashtag Baby Lips. If you want to know what Fight Night Fridays is about, if you want to know what Frontline Gaming Streams is about, hashtag Baby Lips is probably the funniest thing going. So Sinister called them Baby Lips. Yo, I don't know why it's funny, but it's the funniest thing I've ever heard about life.
And it was worse if somebody creates something on you and they're beating you while this is going on.
He didn't even get a chance to fight yet.
Oh, that's when it get
But
crazy.
everybody that fought Dip Down, because he was fighting for his life. He was on Kelly now. I'm fighting for my life. Yo, everybody that fought him was calling him Baby Lips. Yo, they was making up songs. They
Hey,
were like,
yo.
Baby Lips, I told that boy, you, that soldier boy.
That's
they
wild
was
crazy.
They were singing, every day I'm Baby Lips, every day I'm Baby Lips, every day. Yo, they
Oh,
was
not the
going
Ross
hard.
on it. Oh,
Yo,
no.
It was the most hilarious stream I think I've had yet. And we have some epic ones, but I'm going to tell you, and then, so get this. I ain't supposed to tell this Dip Down, but I'm sorry, you got to get this work. Right? So, because we started off racist, because me and him
I know y'all do.
racially, right? So, you know, we cancel each other out. We both minorities. Anyway, so, his girl, he get off stream. He texts me. He said, why Amber came in here and told me, what's up, Baby Lips?
Damn.
That's when it's over. That's when we transcended.
When the wife worked,
When wifey watched the stream and said it's over.
That's dope. So all right, so I'm gonna give flowers to Dip Down now. Go to our Patreon, sub to our Patreon, and also go to Dip Down and Anime Patreon, where we go through anime. Every week we go through solo leveling, right? And right now I got 3 episodes left of solo leveling season 2. We are getting ready to go to Ichi Island or Kichi Island or whatever island that is, because something has invaded the north, or well, not the north, well, the land, the home base, and they only send one, and that thing was crazy as hell. So they came back from the dungeon, and finally, I call him Young Future. I give him different R&B heroes as he elevates, because he started off as young Michael Jackson and then started elevating all the way through. So he didn't reach peak Michael Jackson yet and Prince yet, but he's at Young Future mode right now. So right now, he's a mask on. Now he's that one. He's a mask on. Percocet.
Percocet.
That's what he had right now. He right there, right there. Yeah. That's right when he got the Young Thug. Right, so right there, about to get to this island, but right now they got all the S levels. Oh my God! So
Blood of Zeus is fire.
It's dope. It's dope. Also,
this pain, that's the homie.
It's also Devil May Cry is fire on Netflix. Okay, I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna break that down too. But and no, I have not got a chance to see The Last of Us for some stupid reason. I know y'all said it's mad trash. But other than that, that's all I've been playing this week. I've been trying to get to my game. Well, I know that's what people. I don't know.
Oh, I know. I don't know. I'm never gonna get anybody else's opinion about what they feel, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, see, and then I gotta hear people that actually see it or don't have a bias against it, because I actually like where they were going and what they were doing with it. So I just gotta hear your opinion. So maybe you can talk about it next. But other than that, that's what we're doing, and we've been trying to get COG. So as y'all just saw, Wednesday COG not available.
No, that's a lie.
Thursday COG not available.
That's a lie. See, we're not
Friday,
doing this. See
COG
now,
not
see,
available.
this is where
I
we
gave
got.
them 3 days.
Nope, you got to shut you
What
down.
day?
Now
You
we're
need
gonna
2
fraud
days?
alert
You
you,
need
because
2
this is
days?
how you know someone don't watch your content. This is how you know
Got him.
someone doesn't watch Your content. Because guess what? Guess what I do on Wednesdays? This is other thing that I do. That Mr. Madden plays. You know, yeah. Do that. And then on Tuesday, I was streaming with someone that you said you were streaming with on Wednesday. Which I said I'm available on. And Monday I said I'm available on. But you decided to do things on days I keep telling you on Friday. No, let's do Tuesday. Let's do Tuesday. How about that?
Destiny Tuesday.
Oh, see, they do. All right, so whatever. Tuesday it is.
Good, because
I won't go off. That's weird.
Because we don't believe your fraud alert.
No. The thing is, let's pick a Tuesday and we can do that.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
There we go.
We're going up on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
So this Tuesday, we're going to do Destiny on Frontline Gaming Streams. Come
Sounds
check us out. You're going to see COD for the first time. Show up
for the second time. For the second time, sir.
No, they want you.
I've been once.
They want you to play.
Yeah, no, I played. You forgot. I played with y'all. I played Marvel Rivals with old. Yes, sir. You've created this whole narrative in your head and forget that I actually do things with you.
You did.
That part. Yeah,
that was back when I had like 10 subs.
Yeah, right. But COD never does anything with you.
Nah, sorry, COD. See, that's what happens when you put on a Gary Payton. That's what happens. They get you, son.
Anyway,
Lakers in 5.
Lord Forte, man, what's going on, man? Gaming DPS podcast. Lakers in 5. He wild.
They did lose in 5 this year.
They did lose in 5.
Good, son. Lakers in 5. 5 out of here.
What's been going on, sir? How you been, man?
James. Sorry.
What's been going on?
James.
How we doing, man?
Oh man, it's great, man. This week has been pretty crazy. With just a whole bunch of stuff. But
Hog was busy talking to Gene about Cocaine Wednesday.
Yes, shout out to that. People who know I was what I was doing.
Nope. Time out. Nope. No.
Here we go.
What the hell is Cocaine Wednesday?
Yeah. That's lit. So shout out to Gene. We did a 4-hour divided Duke, and he started mentioning certain activities that got him hyped during his younger years, and while playing video games, and the effect
about
it had.
Gene Park here.
Yeah, Gene Park. Gene got stories to tell. Yeah. So I forgot. I think this discussion came by like how we couldn't take. You know how we do Advanced GG and all that, right? So we like, powder. By the way, get that sour. Sour's out right now. Get that sour right now. Cars with that sour. So the chat posted the links in the description. 10% off code ILP. So he was like, he can't do any drinks. He's like, any drinks be like, I was on cocaine. So we were like, you sound like you talking from experience. He's like, hell yeah. Like, he's so transparent with his past. That's why I love G. Like, there's no filter. He's like, yeah, it's crazy. I was all over the place. Wow. G Park is nobody realer than G Park. I'm telling you right now. That, and I think back in the day, he told a DUI story. I was like, he is the wildest.
And you would not expect that.
No, yeah. Oh, G got stories to tell. Yeah.
People you think they're most innocent.
Yeah, Rook was like, G was like, caffeine is gross, but that cocaine does. G, I'm not trying to be this, but you put this out there. You was running with it. You was loose with it. We was having fun. It's a judgment-free zone, and we're in a different place now. You doing things. You doing your thing, right, homies. Oh, yeah, his Guam stories is crazy. Shout out, everybody know what I was doing on Wednesday. Facts. It's crazy in Guam what he be doing. So. Well, he had his Park Hill Wu-Tang Killer. It was lit. He had his fit on. But anyway, this is your segment for today. I apologize.
Wow. Oh, no, you're good, man. But, outside of that, man, I went to go see Thunderbolts.
Ooh, how we thinking? What we thinking?
Man, I'm riding with King.
Bless him. It was good. It was good.
I was looking at I was watching. I was like, wow, this is literally as soon as like you were talking about how the maturation of Yelena was in the movie. I was like, dang. Yes. I was like, this is what a leader is.
Yeah.
This is like great Marvel, like giving you actual context to the story beats and actually making it about the characters and you growing with those characters over the course of that movie. And I was like,
I love that.
Compared to where it was, like where that character was in previous movies, going back to Black Widow and everything, coming to here, it's like you could see it wasn't even a forced maturation. It was like a normal, and I was like, this is really good. So the funny thing about it, my favorite part of the movie, not telling about the movie was over. We all know how Marvel likes to do, the whole such and such will be back, and they'll say with every character, then what character. My daughter loves Bob. Loves Bob. It says they'll be back with Bob.
Yes.
And she was like, put my bro on the team. Real loud in the movie theater. And then the whole theater was like, yeah, put my bro on the team.
Hey, yo.
The whole
You started a
theater,
movement?
No, my daughter literally just screamed that out of just her excitement for seeing the movie, and then it was like 7 or 8 other people was like, "Yeah, put my bro on the team."
That's what's up.
So I was like, got like goosebumps and stuff when it
That's
kind of
fire.
happened. I was like, cool. So that was like just the start of my week. Somber note, go back to I'm on season 5 of 24 now.
Oh, wow. You been blazing.
Season 5 of 24.
Wow.
Rest in
peace, David Palmer.
Rest in peace, Michelle Dessler.
Michelle Dessler. Wow.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy at this point. You know, Tony Ahmed is laid up right now. I don't know what's going on with him. But I spend a lot of that time just, you know, I'm doing my Pokemon thing, so I'm organizing cards as I'm watching and this stuff, and I'm watching. I was like, man, I forgot about some of this stuff, bro. It's like this is deep. China coming after my boy.
Chinese playing.
So yeah, went to go see that, but let me tell you, I have watched because my birthday's on Tuesday next week.
All right.
Yeah. Before
So we got the big 21.
The big 21.
I wish it was still. I'm so old at this point. Double that age
Nah,
at
you
this
so
point
young.
now.
Don't use those words.
Oh no,
You're so
I'm young.
son.
46
that's
years
right.
young next
Hell
week, bro.
yeah, that's it.
46 years young. But the cool thing was Mission Impossible releases on the 23rd.
Oh yes,
that's right.
And I am like, every time I see a trailer of that movie, I just get freaking every goosebump you can possibly.
I'm with you, son.
I watched. They showed the trailer at Thunderbolts, and I'm like, they're talking about him going through the CIA with the whole thing.
Sick.
They're talking about how the bombing at the Kremlin. They said, well, just to be honest with you, the bomb was really meant for him, not for the Kremlin. I was like,
24
like,
Peak TV, we are running out of time.
We're running out of time.
we're running out of time.
I love when he get in that bag.
Yo, Forte, tell me how mad you was because it was supposed to come out on Christmas.
Yes, it was.
Tell me how mad you was when you found out it wasn't coming out for Christmas, bro.
Man, I was.
They left us on a cliffhanger.
They let man because at the end of the reckoning, it was like, okay, we know this is a 2-parter. I was like, we gonna get it by the end of the year though.
Yep.
And then they pushed that boy, and I was like, man. But I ain't gonna lie though. After just seeing the trailer build up, now they're doing like all of the stunt videos and stuff, showing them with the camera rig on them jumping out of helicopters. And I'm looking at this thing, I was like, dude, this is like the most incredible hero in like 30 years of Mission Impossible. It's crazy.
Yep. It's insane.
So I can't, like, every time I see any trailer on it, I just get goosebumps.
What are you buying?
Mission Impossible IMAX ticks already purchased.
Same.
All right. Hollywood rules in the building.
Yep. We're there day 1 on Thursday next week. Thursday, because it released on a Friday. We're going on that Thursday. But yeah, so I'm super excited for that. Outside of that, man, Doom, loving it,
Bro.
How we feeling?
Loving it. Jumped in. I didn't do the early. I just jumped in on the 15th when it came out. You know, did it.
How you doing that though? How you doing that?
Well, guess what? You know, even though I do have this beautiful, you know, this beautiful thing here, you know, it's called a Xbox Series X. Xbox allows you to play the games how you want to play them.
Oh, yeah.
So you can play it on a PlayStation if you want to. You can also play it on your, 4,000, 5,000, whatever number you want to say, PC.
Okay.
Play it on Xbox Game Pass, for just the omission of my monthly ticket price. It is great. And it was great to turn on my PC and be like, I ain't even got to look at the settings on this. I turned that thing on, that metal music started going. Doomslayer comes, said, get the Doomslayer. And I'm like, dog, when you're going around shield bashing people.
Oh, it's fun. It is fun.
Like shotgun, like shotgun shield bash, you can like traverse just huge amounts of space in that game by just shield bashing across it.
Yeah.
And then
Close the distance.
Yeah, closing distance. The glory kills are still there. You just have to like you said, you have to trigger from the air. And stuff.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
Oh, it's good, bro. It brings that adrenaline and then the music just goes with it. So I ended up doing about 5 or 6 hours on the first, like literally the first day. I told myself, like, oh, I'm just gonna play for like a couple hours. Man, no, it was like 4 or 5 hours that day. I was like, yeah, we gonna knock this one out. But outside of that, man, that was kind of it. And then shout out to GameStop for putting out an announcement.
What the GameStop do?
About Switch 2s.
What we doing?
Switch 2s are going to be available at every store for people that didn't pre-order them. During the midnight launch. So, this is your PSA. If you didn't get a chance to pre-order
what they got to do? What they got to do?
All you got to do is go to a store, any store. If they had, every store will have extras available.
Okay.
We don't know what the number of.
We don't know the allotment, but we got extras.
But we know starting at 3:00 your time, Central, Eastern, Mountain, Western, Pacific time. Your store will be doing a pre-ring. At that time at 3:00. Okay. Make sure you're there early, because if they have them, you will be able to just pay for it and pick it up that night at midnight.
Wait. So this is pull up on the midnight?
Yeah, you're pulling up to the midnight.
But we got to secure our spot now or this week?
At 3 p.m. the day of the midnight. That will be the earliest.
Oh, so the day of the midnight launch, you could come 3 p.m., come early though, right? Then you can secure a joint if you was not able to pre-order before for the midnight. Okay.
Heard it on Iron Lord's podcast.
Iron Lord's gave it exclusive GameStop.
Yep. And that will be like I said, until supply runs out. So if you walk in and they say, 3:05, and they say, yeah, we already got everybody taken care of, then, you probably should have been there at 1:00.
All right, fair enough. So get there early, y'all. You heard that.
Don't show up at 3. Yeah. Show up before 3 to get your joint.
And then all you got to do is ask them and say, hey, do you still got some available? They'll tell you yes or no, and then you just stay there until 3:00 to make sure you secure yourself one. All right. So, that's the PSA, but that goes down on June 4th, and then June 5th is, going into June 5th at midnight. On June 4th, you can get your system that night. Nice. So anybody that needs extras, make sure you take advantage of this while you can. But that's mostly it, man. Just chilling and having fun and making sure that we have a great time. I moved my schedule around, so I won't be here next week.
Okay.
Is it next week I won't be here?
Let us know.
Next week is Memorial.
Oh, next week could be it, yeah. But the week after.
The week after I won't, but I'll be back I'll be here. I'm here. I made sure I'm doing the stream with you guys.
Oh, appreciate it.
So my joint, I might not be here next week.
Right.
Because next week is Memorial
Day weekend, right, for you. Yeah. So you got that.
Yeah, so we got to make sure that we got to stop all the glizzies that will be eaten.
Wait, Forte, you said what stream you be doing next week's stream you will be?
No, I'm going to be here with y'all next week.
Okay.
And then the week after I won't, which is the week before the show.
Right.
And then I'm back for the show. I had to make.
I was back for the show.
Yeah, when I did the scheduling, I was like, I got to be here, because technically the week that the Xbox show was going is the week I wouldn't have been here.
Got it. Yeah.
So I had to do my schedule, and I was like, okay, I need to move some stuff around. So I moved my day of working up a week. So I'll be here.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, we may need you for that, Attic. We may need him for that one.
Yeah, so I'll be here for the stream.
Yes, that would be huge, because the
reactions and stuff during the show.
The majority of the team will be boots to the ground. You know what I'm saying? Outside. So yeah, we definitely could use you there for that. Would be huge for us.
It's gonna be fun.
Oh, that's what's up. It's gonna be fun, no doubt.
But that's it, man. You just moving slowly.
Oh, and Forte joined Frontline Gaming Streams too. He joined us.
We had fun.
Oh, that's
he joined.
Yeah, he came closed out. What y'all playing?
Yeah. No, he was in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat. Yeah, that's what's up.
Remember, the Discord is open. Dudes can just jump in the chat.
I just jumped in the Discord. He was talking about some stuff. I said, Key, what propaganda are we talking today?
No doubt. See, so on Frontline Game Stream, it's just neutral. We neutral.
Yeah, we neutral. Shout out to Fonz Gamer to the building. No diggity. Shout out to Back for that. Salute. And of course, we had the Gamer Ninja himself, the Shinobi, Lord Cognito. Spread that realness around the ILP. That's telling you what you want in, what you need to hear. Like we talked about earlier. Shout out to Father Duke. It was crazy last Wednesday with Gene Park and the stories and the breakdown of Doom and all type of crazy stuff. As far as me, finish Split Fiction. Shout out to PD, man. It's been a slow burn, but we're doing it on a stream, Lord PD TV each week. That game was wild. I will say this.
To jump out because y'all was at a point where me and Addict didn't make it, and I said I can't listen to him because you started talking about some act. It's like something happened, and you was like, because I jumped in immediately, and I was like, "Yo, what's going on, y'all?"
Yeah, I see you in the chat. Yeah.
And then I was sharing it out, and you was like, "Yo, King, the mechanics in this part was crazy." I was like, "I got to get out of here."
Yeah, I knew you left because I was like, at a certain point, Petey kept talking. I was like, "He's gone. He's gone at this point."
Because y'all are, I would have stayed if I.
Yeah, we were very far. Yeah. We were very far at that point.
Oh yeah,
but
I jumped in and I saw you guys playing. I was like, yeah, I can't stay at this long because I'm nowhere near where they are. So I stayed long enough. I stayed long enough for the algorithm to count me as a person being there. And hit the like button, and then I bounced.
Yeah, the game is phenomenal. Like Joseph Ferris right now, the amount. You can't even define the game because it's like, is it a platformer? Is it this? It's all these genres and all these inspirations, and the gameplay is next level. It's next level split screen, and then just the way he put this together is just amazing. So anybody who has that as their game of the year, as like from a pure gameplay standpoint, I get it. Like, it is crazy. Now, I got my little nitpicks. I did feel it stood a little bit longer than it needed to be. It could have wrapped like a chapter or two earlier. But everything he introduced, there's stuff that I'm like, wow, there's no game that's never did anything like this before.
Yeah.
I don't even know how your engine is doing this. Is that game is crazy, bro. And then they give you to introduce a mechanic, they introduce another joint, and I will say this, that game is about trust. Yeah. Trusting your mans, because there's certain parts me and Peter like, all right, you got that far? All right, cool. And you got to work it together, man. Salute to them, man. It is really amazing. So I'm doing that. And then, actually playing another game. Actually, no Patreon questions, so I can kind of get into it right now. Shout out to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Brushes with Death. The DLC has just dropped this week. Shout out to Warhol.
Jeez, that game just came out.
Yeah, DLC already, man. Shout out to Warhol. Shout out to PlayArt who gave us a code early. Got a chance to check it out. And, bro, it's funny. It's basically, I would advise it to people who either A, beat the game already, or you pass the stage called If the Bells Tolls quest. When you pass that, then you can unlock it and be a part of the map and stuff like that. The game is actually hilarious. It's this like shiesty little painter. That's shout out to Fast Steve.
Exposition 33. Oblivion. Doom. GP.
Yeah, Game Pass. Salute. So yeah, I think about it. It's like it's about $6 DLC, but it's like a story quest. This shiesty painter who you find him tied up on a road. Anybody you find tied up on a road or the side, fam, there's a reason. There's a reason they did that to you. There's a reason, and you gonna learn because Henry's gullible, and you going through it with Henry and all the quests and all the missions and stuff like that. The game tests you on a lot of different things that once you free this dude, he gonna have you doing, and depending on your skill set and stuff like that, you're gonna be able to get around certain things. But it's super dope. It expands both regions, the first region of the game and the second region of the game, which is pretty huge. And then they add like a whole big free update. There's horse riding, there's archery on horseback, all type of joy. And then I will say the last thing is, which is dope, is they got he's a painter, so he can ice your shield out. You can put your little crest, your little Iron Law style crest. You can do all this stuff in there. So I really like $6, and then it's a free update on top that does balances and all this other stuff. So if you want to get back into the world of Bohemia, I would highly advise. I'm loving it. About 8 to 10 hours. I think I'm close to the end of it, and I think it's really good. So yeah, Brushes with Death, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, DLC is out right now, and man, I've been really enjoying that. So that's been what I've been playing. So that's pretty much it. Anything else on the super chat?
Well, yeah. I'm actually retweeting to Alex Hutchinson right now.
Okay.
If nobody doesn't know, Alex Hutchinson is the creator, one of the creators of Return to the Savage Planet. Mm-hmm. Now, I played Journey to the Savage Planet, and that was thanks to Game Pass. I actually loved the game. I thought the game was phenomenal. And I agree, because he had a studio first, and that was picked up by Stadia, and we all know how Stadia went. So, of course, I think he's a little bit jaded when it comes to subscription services. So, right now, Return to the Savage Planet has launched inside Game Pass. And he celebrated 1 million explorers, and he said, thank you. He said, in the modern world, it sadly doesn't mean sales with the subscription service, but it's still an awesome milestone. And I agree with the backhanded compliment. I could say this. All those games that was just talked about that's inside Game Pass, and that your game can stand out as probably a venture, co-op, a planet exploration game in a mess where you have a first-person shooter, RPGs that's running around rampant inside there, your game can stand, and stand out. So having 1 million people during the weeks of this stuff going on is an incredible milestone. Any other time, I think your game would have had 2 million, right? Easily. But I agree with what he said. I would love to have him on. So actually, I'm reaching out to Alex Hutchinson now because I talked about it on Saturday on Xbox Frontline News about his game, and I hear his cry when it comes to it because he thinks that Game Pass is dangerous if that is the only way for you to access games. So I agree with him on that point, but sadly, that's not where we are yet. And he talks about the merits of music and movies and how streaming actually killed those mediums to an extent. So I agree with him, but I also would love to have him on so he could flesh out his opinion. So if anybody wants to tweet at him, I'm sending out the tweet right now. I do appreciate his game, and I'm going to be streaming Return to the Savage Planet this week, maybe on Monday, definitely not on Wednesday, definitely not on Thursday, and definitely not on Fight Night Friday, but maybe on Monday I'm going to make that my game of the week and to start off the week. So look forward to that because I do appreciate the hard work, and his games are fun.
Nice. Salute. Got the tweets out. So anything else? We about to get into it, y'all. We got a big one. We got a lot of topics to discuss. So I'm going to set this one up because this one is me. We got to talk about it, y'all. This is the hottest thing going right now, and it is about Bungie, my beloved. So we will all remember that. So let's get to the timing of events, and this is kind of what started this whole thing out. And shout out to ANTIREAL. So ANTIREAL, I believe, is Fern Hook, 30-year-old independent female artist in Scotland, and she put out a series of tweets this week that kind of set the internet on fire. So it first started out with her initial tweet with the Marathon Alpha released recently, and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. She tags Bungie, and then she tags Joseph Cross, the art director of Marathon. And then she goes on to say, Bungie is, of course, not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade. But clearly, my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without pay or attribution. I don't have the resources nor the energy to pursue this legally, but I have lost count of the number of times a major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or steal my work than to write me an email. In 10 years, I have never made a consistent income from this work, and I am tired of designers from huge companies mood boarding and parasiting my designs while I struggle to make a living. So this took off like wildfire. Everyone started to check out a lot of the Marathon's alpha, the artwork, to see if the claims were true. And a lot of this seems to be not only just true, a lot of it was one-to-one rips. Asset rips, almost direct. Like there was to the point where I believe one covered over some verbiage that they had very poorly, that you could see that it was still, her work. There was a statement that did go out from Bungie at the time. I believe the Twitter account was like, Marathon developer said on Twitter, they was looking into a concern regarding unauthorized use of artist decals in Marathon, and confirmed that the former Bungie artist, which is ANTIREAL artist, was work included in this in a texture sheet that was ultimately used in game. The issue was unknown by their existing art team, and they said we are still reviewing how this oversight occurred. Adding to it, it said they contacted ANTIREAL to discuss the issue and was committed to do right by the artist. The studio then said it is conducting a review of the game's artwork, specifically the images made by the former artist, and implementing stricter checks to document all artist contributions. So again, this went like wildfire. They had a stream on Friday, which was supposed to dedicate themselves to talking about new updates in Marathon, but it clearly had to pivot to address this which now every big content creator, anybody in the Destiny community, anyone that follows Bungie, even if you didn't follow Bungie, this was all over games industry news that there were theft and plagiarizing had happened. So they had jumped into a stream. King, you wanted to get your hand up for a second?
I'm going to go first.
Okay, before let me just finish. More to talk about, and then we may have somebody come in as well. If that person comes in, then I have to let them go first. But anyway, so this is then what now prompted a more recent article. Shout out to Paul Tassi on this one, and also shout out to Gene Park, who interviewed ANTIREAL.
Yep.
Who got some more information in reference. I highly recommend you guys check out both these articles. But so from the Tassi one, he's talking about the effects now, what has happened. So he has spoken to current and former employees about Bungie's excuse for the art theft, what the studio morale is, possibility of a delay, and some very real changes when it comes to the upcoming presentation and playtesting of the game. Here's what he's learned. The public explanation for the theft, that one employee is took things, one ex-employee taking things in 2020 is the same explanation that is being given internally at Bungie among the rank and file. So they're saying that story, they're still sticking with it. Sony and Bungie Legal are now sorting through this, and there's unlikely to be any new information as all this information continues to unfold. It's not clear how long an audit will take of the assets to remove or find any more plagiarism, as it's an expensive enough process to have Bungie not even show any footage at all of its recent live stream. The current morale in Bungie is a free fall across all departments. The vibes have been worse. Everyone has the same concerns about what happens to Bungie as a studio if Marathon bombs, which is something they absolutely cannot afford. There are no hints or jokes about a delay from the September release date internally. With that said, it is entirely possible, if not likely, these conversations are happening privately between higher-up Sony and Bungie leadership. It's unclear what the plan is to launch the game in a now actively hostile environment just a few months from now, or how to turn things around. Some changes to future plans have been made even before the plagiarism development, mainly as a reaction to the gameplay footage from the closed out file for it, etc. At the start of this month, Bungie pulled the plug on its main Marathon marketing plan, which was going to have a new trailer in June along with the launch of pre-orders. The whole campaign most likely needs to be reworked. A heavily marketed public beta in August may be changed into a roadmap of public playtests with no actual details set yet. This would align with Bungie's stated multiple opportunities to play before launch rather than just the upcoming beta. Okay, there's more information. Marathon was originally pitched by higher-ups at, these words they use, I'm not using these words, to good old boy Bungie leadership. And as far back as 5 years ago, devs were telling them that what would and wouldn't work, and were often ignored. Many have said previously that it needed to have some form of PvE component. All of this, between necessary and asset auditing, a reworked marketing campaign, and shifting playtest plans, screams of a game that is not coming out in 4 months, or at the least should be, though there are no indicators of that yet. However, at this point may be the case, another 3, 6, 12 months may not fix what ails the game. What is more than just presentation and playtesting. For many, it's questionable core concept wrapped in extremely cool aesthetics, but now they've lost that bit as a praise point as well, meaning the aesthetics, what a lot of people felt was the strongest part of the game. So, look, we got a lot to get into here. There's a lot going on. It seems like, King, you wanted to go first, so yes, I'm going to let you go first. What are your thoughts on this whole Bungie plagiarism situation, the reaction, and the fallout of such?
Now, remember when we first brought up Marathon, and I said, what did they steal? And I said that jokingly, and everybody laughed and was like, King, you're bugging. Yeah. Anyway, so as I know Bungie, I know them to be habitual line steppers. And let's go back to September 2021. See, this is when King does work. Mm-hmm. Artist Relay 314 noticed similarities between the artwork of Destiny 2's The Witch Queen expansion and their own piece. Bungie acknowledged and issued an apology for using the artwork without authorization. June 2023, Julian Falana, an artist, discovered that his work, fan art titled The Veil of Darkness, was used in a significant Destiny 2 cutscene. Bungie again apologized, stated an external developer mistakenly used it, believed it to be official art. They also credited and compensated that artist. September 2024, the design of the Nerf version of Destiny's 2 Ace of Spades
yep.
cannon, and created in collaboration with Hasbro, was found to have artist tofu rabbits that closely resembled their 2015 fan art, including specific details like scuff marks. Bungie admitted to the wrongdoing and promised compensation. May 2025, the most recent social media user, ANTIREAL, accused Bungie of copying their poster designs from 2017 for assets in the upcoming game Marathon. Bungie has yet to comment on this latest accusations. Of course, I had this in preparation before COD did the actual other research. Now, in addition to these instances, and this is where I get particularly pissed off, the alleged art theft, Bungie is also currently facing a copyright infringement lawsuit filed in October 2024 by science fiction author Matthew Kinsley Bartholomew, who claims that the storyline of Destiny 2 Red War campaign borrowed heavily from his blog writings. Bungie's attempted to have the case dismissed and was recently denied by a judge. Now, I purchased the Red War campaign, and they have sunset this thing, and we cannot get a hold of it. Now, hundreds of dollars went into this thing. Now, apparently they're in litigation with stealing some information from his fan fiction. Well, not his fan fiction, his copyright from his fictional books and stuff that he wrote on his blog post. Bungie has a history of doing this behavior. I can't say in clear conscience that they allegedly didn't know. I can't say, one time, I didn't know, my bad.
Right. This is multiple times.
This is multiple times, to the point where it's not just assets, it's not just art. Now it's
comical at this point, King.
Yes,
it really is. It's kind of
content
at this point,
right? And it's a shame, because Addict stated, I think it was a couple of weeks ago we talked about this. Addict stated that they were sunsetting, and I didn't know this because I have been I have exercised Destiny out of my soul. I didn't know that the content I paid for would no longer be available for me to go back, watch, and purvey. I mean, this is something that I paid for. This is something that they sold me on. They sold me on that campaign, and that was one of their best campaigns. The storyline was dope. Everything about the Red War was incredible, all the way from where we got a chance to see what the Cabal and everything was about. Now, just to only find out that this stuff was either plagiarized or taken from this one author, and to have that go to litigation, and the judge said that we found something substantial enough for it to be upheld in court, so no, the lawsuit will continue. I honestly believe that this, along with that, and all the histories that they have shown, will probably be the death knell to what's going forward with Bungie. If they didn't learn the first time with the assets, they didn't learn the second time with the assets, they didn't learn the third time with the assets, we're back at a fourth time with the assets. Now we have content that they actually allegedly have stole or plagiarized. The one that makes ANTIREAL the most egregious, ANTIREAL understood that they couldn't copyright every last piece of their artwork. So what they did was, it's a well-known art piece, comic piece, and in that comic piece is panels. It's 4 panels, and in those 4 panels, it's a funny comedy that's through those 4 panels. So what they would do is minimalization, like 1-to-1 of the panels. Like, let's say if it's one character in there, it'll be a purple piece to that character. To the next panel, it would be 2 characters in it that's talking, and it would be a purple and let's say a blue. So what they did was, ANTIREAL was very smart. They left little hallmarks inside their artwork, so they don't have the money to copyright it, but they can show you where they left the footprint. So if somebody did steal it, they could point it out in a court of law that they took it from me, and this is what I left there. So the layman would not know that is there. Only the artist will know that is there. It was shown to be that artwork contained exactly the hallmarks, the footprint, the thumbprint, whatever you want to call it.
Some even poorly copied over in some
exactly.
Right.
And it's to the point right now where, like I said, when anything that they introduce, me being removed from the situation, I questioned it from the beginning. How much of this stuff that they steal from some fan art? And I said it jokingly, only for it to be a reality later on, because this is a distinct departure from any artwork that they have ever done. It was so striking in how they brought it to the public. I even questioned some of the artwork. Remember, I was like, oh, why did they go in this direction? Because it's drastically different from Halo. It's drastically different from Destiny. This is a complete departure into another realm. I honestly believe they're in absolute trouble. I don't think they can actually turn the stuff around. They're going to have to form some form of compensation for this artist. They're going to have to do something to come to some even ground, because this game is in jeopardy. And I think their company is in jeopardy under the hands of Sony, because Sony cannot. Remember, now it's about the parent of the company. Parent of the company now is Sony. I don't think they wanted to inherit this form of litigation. You know, yeah. And yeah, it's like your kids. Your kids go out to school. Your kids do something, they represent the parent, they call it the parent, and the parent got to figure out what you done did now. And if every other time it's the same thing that you have done, we have to address the issue, we have to address the problem. This is a real problem over at Bungie, and I don't know where it lies, but I know ANTIREAL needs to be paid. If it's found in a court of law that they have stole this stuff, then ANTIREAL needs to get at least 10% of game sales revenue, because that artwork and stuff like that is integral to what Bungie is doing while pushing this game.
So shout out to you, King, on that. And obviously, there's a lot of passion there. A lot of people agree with a lot of things you're saying. What a shout out to HoegLaw, man. I want to make sure his mic is good. Appreciate Hoeg.
Yeah, I try to stay quiet before I'm introduced. Hopefully you can hear me.
It's been a while. Yes, we can hear you. You sound fantastic. Great to hear you, Realm. I know you're doing double duty today, and I know I try not to bother you too much these days, especially with all the things you got going. And he's my last stand media brother, so you know we definitely run a lot of triple shifts with spoiling cash.
It's nice.
Yeah, I know, because King don't think that we do other things besides just ILP or the weeks. You know, he forgets that I do things to other people.
No. I know COG works hard. COG is working hard. And me wanting to hang out and play video games.
I know, I'm just teasing. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. But Ho, we got to get to it. The reason why I needed you is because, you know, obviously there's a legal component to this. And I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Obviously, you've been following the situation. So the first thing is, obviously, there's clearly no disputing that these examples from this artist, ANTIREAL, a lot of these seem like straight asset rips or, you know, one-to-one in some cases, and they're pretty obvious. So my question is, what are the legal ramifications of this? And then two, like, why wouldn't they just pay the artist is my first initial questions.
Sure. Well, one, the legal ramification is, and I was listening to King as I came into the show, and I want to clarify just a couple of things there. One is, when you create something in the world, you automatically have a copyright in it. You can go register it for some benefits and the ability to sue on it in various different ways and under different statutes in different jurisdictions. But when you take an idea and you express it in some way, whether that's in a digital file, whether it's in a music piece that you've written, whether it's a book, or whether it's a piece of visual art as it is here, you automatically have a copyright in it. And in the law, that means that you have the exclusive right to control how it's copied and distributed. Copyright is pretty literal in that way. We have a lot of magic words in legalese, not so much with copyright. It's literally the right to copy. And so if you make something and someone uses it, then they are violating the law. They are infringing on your right to exclusively control how that thing that you created, including artwork like is shown here, is distributed. So the legal ramifications are that Bungie appears to be dead to rights, and it's certainly on their admission statement. They are admitting certain liabilities here, that things that they did not pay for, that they did not have the right to copy, to reproduce, and to push out as part of their alpha and ultimately their commercial product, were used without the express consent of the party that has the exclusive right to control it. So that is an infringement claim. Then, if you can prove that it was willfully and maliciously done, that it was deliberately stolen in some way, you can get better damages if you're the artist. That's usually not the way these things go. But even as this story was developing, we see a lot of infringement cases that are maybe not as clear-cut, right? When I saw this developing, I was expecting the artist to come in and say, look, these lines look like my lines, these curves look like my curves, whatever it might be, that are a lot harder to prove. Where this artist got lucky, ostensibly, or was very wise in the other way to look at this, is that what was stolen here are things like nonsense logos, right? Things that don't necessarily mean anything outside of what this artist put out there. And so it did look to me, from what I was able to see just on those like threads in social media that this was a case where something was taken. Now, Bungie's response to that, yes, essentially it was a rogue operator in the company that took these things, is useful in a couple of ways. One, from the corporate perspective, from Bungie and Sony's perspective, if that's the truth, that is the least exposure that you can expect out of something like this. Like, the art was stolen. They're admitting it to being used without licensing it in their game, but they're trying to put it off on a rogue contractor, and that's something that is more kind of corrupt at an institutional level, right? It isn't a loss of institutional control, if you think about it in college football parlance.
Right.
And that's what they are trying to establish. That is their main defensive position right now. It was a rogue actor. We're very sorry about it. We're going to go and we're going to suss this stuff out. I don't know that anybody believes that at this point in time.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you sitting here
Right.
to believe that entirely, but I would also tell you not to just assume that they are lying. That kind of thing can happen, especially if you're a big organization and you use a lot of contractors. One of the things that goes in those contracts, right? We call them contractors not just because they're not employees, but because they are signed up to consulting or contractor agreements. And you say in that contractor agreement, I've drafted a ton of them myself, you say, you are going to provide us with these various things on this exhibit. This is the art you're going to give us. This is the video you're going to give us. These are the assets you're going to create. And you're going to make certain promises about that. You are going to promise that it's going to meet the specifications we give you, file type, whatever it might be. You're going to promise that you have the sole intellectual property rights to transmit them to us because we need to put them in our game. And you're going to promise to us, and these are only a small sample of what this warranties and representation section looks like, you're going to promise to us that you haven't stolen them from somebody else.
Right.
And so if you've got a rogue actor, if we just take it on its face that this is an accurate description of events, then Bungie, and Sony as the parent entity, have a breach of contract claim against a rogue operator that is violating their contract by bringing in stuff that they don't have the intellectual property rights to.
Right.
Now, that doesn't help Bungie or Sony too much, because chances are, even if you went and sued this guy or gal, they don't have the resources to make it right by you. You're massively damaged if you're Bungie at this point.
Right.
And so the legal ramifications here is that Bungie is in trouble, and they have to think about whether or not they are going to go in an after-the-fact manner and try to license this from this artist. And what I would always tell my clients in this scenario is it's better to go and do this in advance than right now, because this artist has all the leverage at this point in time. They can ask for ridiculous things because you're in this state, and so that's not good overall. But also, instead, you could say, we're not going to license that. We're going to swap out our entire graphic set and our visual identity. The problem that they have here, from my perspective, is that looking at those threads and the stuff that came out, this does appear to be the core, like the soul of what we think of as Marathon. And as King rightly pointed out, one of the ways they were marketing this, and one of the things people were reacting to, not always positively, by the way, was that this was such a different look for a Bungie product. So if you go and you strip this all out and you change it entirely, do you have to relaunch this? What kind of delay are you looking at? It was already seeming like it was going to be a difficult thing to land this in September. So you're balancing all these things at once. I would look at this as more a business problem than a legal problem, because legally, you've already admitted that you don't have the rights. The artist does have the ability to sue if they wanted, but that's a hard thing to do, especially against a giant litigious company that has lawyers on retainer like Bungie. But the artist can make your life miserable, and certainly the public relations battle is basically already lost right now, and is going to be lost again if you just try to thinly slice the onion, right? If you just try to change things on the margins, on the edges, and still release it as it is, you're still going to get all those complaints on Twitch or what have you. And so Bungie's in a real pickle.
Yes.
That's legal parlance. That is a legal term about a real pickle.
Pickles legally. I want to follow up with a few more questions. I know your time's limited. And again, appreciate you here. So again, the pushback will be, Hoeg, that, and look, you know I'm a big Bungie fan, but the pushback is going to obviously be like, how do they keep getting away with this? How does this oversight continue to happen with just what them? As King brought out beautifully, which I was going to bring out, you know, we have multiple examples of this. Obviously, the Destiny fan art that was lifted in a cutscene that they showed in the game, right? Then we have an example of merchandise with the Ace of Spades gun, which was, they had a Nerf model that was directly lifted. The artist came out on Twitter and a similar circumstance and said, "Hey, this was mine. What's going on?" And then the action seems to be, well, hey, you know, this is third-party contractors acting rogue and stuff like that. Like, what protections, can be in place for things like this that seem to consistently happen to just them? Because that seems to be the pushback, or just people like, hey, there's nothing they can do because these are things that Bungie could easily, push off and say scapegoat, or say, hey, not say that what they're saying is not true, but could easily use this as a reason as to why this keeps happening.
No, and I think it's a great question. The answer is not nothing. A lot of companies use a lot of contractors, a lot of employees, a lot of third parties to bring in assets in all sorts of creative endeavors, right? Every movie that you see, you go look at those credits, they've got 16 different companies working on special effects and other things that go into the movie that you are seeing. All of those parties have to agree that we aren't going to steal and put stuff into your movie because you're in trouble at the end of the day. So I don't have any issue with people going out there and saying this history of circumstances at Bungie is something worthy of our attention, and it appears that there seems to be at bare minimum, big disconnect between what should be their due diligence process of intake.
That's what I was going to say.
Of the art coming in and making sure through reverse image search or other methods that are more sophisticated than that, that their stuff isn't being stolen, making sure that you're only contracting with trustworthy parties. There's a whole host of things that you can properly put as the buck stops at the company that's signing these contracts in the first place. But from a legal perspective, Bungie's in trouble. Sony, as the ultimate party that owns Bungie, also in trouble on this. But we don't have to just sit back and say there's nothing they could have possibly done. Other companies deal with this kind of circumstance all the time. What I wanted to say as part of my first answer was that you do try to solve this with contract. You still need to solve it practically. As I say to my clients, as I say on Virtual Legality and everywhere else, the contracts are just words on a page. The lawyers can write you the protections you need. You can get the promise that I'm not stealing stuff. That doesn't stop a bad actor from stealing stuff.
Right.
You still got to make sure that you're not contracting with a bad actor and to try to identify them if and when you can. The fact that you have failed to identify these bad actors, which are maybe different people or maybe even different organizations, in a number of instances now,
consistently,
essentially just burns away your goodwill.
Right.
And so that's your big problem right now, is that everybody that comes in to your very, very sad stream and says you're plagiarists and you're stealing art and all these various things, what are you going to say to them? You've lost the high ground already. So that's not a lawyer's problem. That's a problem for you selling products into a marketplace that is becoming rapidly hostile.
Right.
To your efforts to sell to them.
Fantastic point, which was now follow up my next question in terms of, you used the perfect word, hostile, right? The climate,
there's a hostility there.
The climate is bad. People, the trust is low. And what I'm curious about is Sony's involvement now, because like me and Colin affectionately say, like Sony feels could almost say that they feel like they have acquired lemon in Bungie as far as what the results have been so far. So I guess, like, what do you think their involvement now with this whole situation, especially with the climate being what it is, the launch, window being out there? We have, discussions of another extraction shooter that's getting a lot of traction in this game called Arc Raiders, right? And the release date, and we know they're still scheduled to launch in September, but like, what do you think these discussions are when you said it perfectly? Say how you feel about Marathon, if it's mediocre or extraction or niche in this climate, it won't succeed. Those are fair. But one thing you said perfectly was that, one thing they had going for them, that it had a very distinct art style. That nothing looked like this. When the integrity of that is in question, and in this hostile environment, what do you think Sony is doing behind the scenes with Bungie right now, if you had to guess, just to try to alleviate this situation legally or just, perception-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing I would say is I really don't see this landing in September. I think it already was facing headwinds just from the alpha kind of reception, Arc Raiders reception as a comparison point. It already looked like a difficult thing to land in September. You add on this, however they solve it, whether that's through a licensing type solution, whether that's through a complete art overhaul, whether that's something kind of lesser that tries to make small changes to make this better, I think it's very difficult to see this landing in that September timeframe. That said, if I'm Sony, the biggest thing from the kind of corporate offices that you have to try to avoid, and businesses don't always do this, is that emotionality. Yes. Is making the decision based on the sunk cost fallacy. We just bought these guys. They were supposed to help us. They have all this history. we need to defend them. We need to have their backs, whatever it might be. You need to take the issue as it comes, and you need to decide what you're going to do with this company based on the facts before you. So if I'm Sony, I'm looking at this and saying, we might have bought a lemon. And if we bought a lemon, let's not make it worse. But Bungie has a long history of kind of landing planes in a somewhat
turbulent environment.
State, yes, and still delivering masterpieces. So
Right.
if you're Sony, you also might want to give them a crack at that, even though I personally think, looking at this particular set of circumstances, it doesn't seem likely that Marathon is coming anytime soon, if at all. So I can't tell you what Sony's going to do. That is in boardrooms, that is in management meetings, both at the Bungie level and the Sony level. But if I were Sony, the advice I would give is that you have to evaluate what you're seeing numbers-wise, whatever data you're looking at, how people are reacting, and try to base your future decisions solely on that and not the fact that you just spent a few $1 billion on this company.
Fair enough, fair enough. I want to open it up. Addict. We've been talking, man. We've been talking. We've been looking at the news. We've been seeing what's going on. And as this story continued to pick traction, both of us said, there's no way we cannot avoid talking about this Marathon situation and the plagiarizing, situation with ANTIREAL. So now that you've got, more information and you're seeing more things come out, what's your whole thoughts on this whole thing?
I think at this point, Bungie has one word and one word only: incompetence. I think from the history of Destiny and how they would drop the ball and how corporate greed would seek into the core mechanics of Destiny and ruin it, then they fix it, then it's ruined, and then they fix it, then it's ruined, and they fix it. And we really wasn't like a domestic relationship for a decade, with that game. So at the end of the day, when you look at something like this, it's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I rarely call for people's jobs, but I think the majority of the taller ups need to be let go, because it's like this isn't just once, this isn't twice. This is multiple times. This keeps happening to the point where there ain't no way no one doesn't know. Do it one time. Okay, we're gonna do better on this. We're gonna hire more, sophisticated programs to look through our artwork, because clearly our people love stealing stuff. So we're gonna make sure it doesn't happen again. Then it happens again. Okay. It happened the first time. It's happened again. Now let's do it. Then it happened again. Okay. It happened 3 times. So it's just it's either they're not caring or they're not looking into the things. And to me, it's just how do you consistently have this happen? And then the worst thing that happened. So we guys remember the scenario that happened with the witness one. I think that was the third one that was stolen. The third one. And you remember how they made the conversation. Here, let me share my screen.
I remember exactly what you're talking about.
So this individual,
Julian, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So let me blow this up. We've investigated this with our partner Nerf, and we are currently in contact with the artists to make sure they are compensated and credited for their incredible work. Okay. They came out and they admitted they're in the wrong. They're fixing it. We should move on, right? Wrong, because here is the dues. Now, keep in mind, this is a year later.
Whoa.
Times match up.
Oh, wow.
I'm the artist whose artwork was used for the witness cutscene from the last year. It's been a year, and I'm still waiting for compensation that you said this would be given. Haven't heard a word since. Fire them all. I'm going to be honest with you. Fire them all. Because it's just not only are you letting your people steal things, because this is the 4th time we've done this, now you're going out there on Twitter lying to people saying that you're going to do something and you're not doing it. Obviously, we got to take this at face value, that Julian isn't lying himself. I don't know. Maybe he is trying to get more of an advantage. I doubt it. But obviously, I got to get better with that. How you gonna make a tweet like that? And you literally made that tweet, and you had maybe there was, I don't know. See, the problem with these scenarios is there has to be 8 or 9 variables of someone not doing their job to this to happen to this degree. And now you got a situation where this dude's artwork has been stolen, essentially bar for bar, if you look at these two.
Which is
and
crazy.
They are saying they're going to compensate the dude, and he doesn't get
Compensated. You good? You good?
I don't understand how you go out there and make a tweet like that, and you say you're. It's like they wanted the public perception of accountability, but they want to do another back end stuff of accountability. And to me, it's just like, if you have this many whose fault is it? I don't know. At this point, maybe you need to recycle the whole team. Like, I'm gonna be honest, because it's just like, maybe this is a scenario where the person's in charge of the contractors isn't doing his job. Maybe it's a point with the art director isn't doing their job. Maybe it's the point where the social media team coming out there that was told by I'm assuming someone from some PR thing invented this tweet. Maybe they messed up too. I literally just named 5 different departments that probably messed up just for this to happen. Like, how do you literally come out there and you say, we're going to take care of that dude, and we don't? So then you have to make it under the exception, has any of them been taken care of?
Right. I'm sorry, was that Hoeg saying something?
No, yeah, I was just jumping in and saying I was agreeing with Addict and saying, and that's where it starts to get difficult to believe, right? One of the things that is an issue here is that, as I talked about, if you're willfully stealing things, you're in a much worse place in terms of infringement and intellectual property. But it's very difficult to prove, right? I just explained how contractors work and even how employees work when they make things. And so a company can miss things, and you say, yep, human beings are human beings. That isn't necessarily willfully malicious. It's not necessarily stealing. But if you get this history, if you get this pattern of behavior, you can start to tell a story, and a good lawyer could tell a story in a courtroom or to a magistrate or anything in between and say, look, it's not just this. It's that this company has a culture of essentially looking the other way for their artists and maybe other creatives within the company. I heard King talking about the writing lawsuit on the Red War and the Destiny 2 original campaign. And we have a culture of essentially saying, make these things and we're not going to look too hard at their provenance, right? We're not going to look too hard at where they came from. Yes, you have that contract term, but don't worry, we're not going to worry about it on your behalf. Just get it done. We're gonna make these games, get the creative assets in that we need, and we're not going to worry about it too much. And that's not how you should be operating your company. And anybody, like Addict suggests, that looks at this pattern and says, either there's a lot of incompetent departments, either there's a lot of incompetent people, or this is something a little bit more nefarious. This is a company that is deliberately kind of trying to say, we only really get in trouble if we know there's a problem. So don't tell us there's a problem, and we're not going to look at it too hard.
Let me ask you this, Hoeg. Do you think, and this is just like, obviously I've never done any court, I ain't never even been sued.
Oh, good for you. Knock on that one.
Knock on that one.
Yes. From the perspective of a company like Bungie, if they're doing like cost annihilations where it's like, okay, we know we're at risk here, but we could bury them in court if it absolutely came down to it. It would be cheaper than it would to abandon this project because the majority of this artwork is in our game. Could that be like a conversation that's floating around in the higher ups if that came down to it?
Well, hopefully not an email, because that would absolutely destroy you.
That's a paper trail.
That's a paper trail right there.
That's a paper trail.
There are bad people doing bad things all around us all the time. I don't know whether that's Bungie or not. And certainly you can come up with, if we look away from this, if we have this, it's unlikely it's going to turn on us. And if it does, then we could win that case. In this particular circumstance, because this feels like the soul of this project, or at least its visual identity, I don't think that's a conversation they had. I suspect the way this happened is like a lot of infringements happen, which is that in giant creative endeavors like a video game or a movie, you've got a creative lead, you've got a director, whatever that role is for that project, putting together tone boards, putting together temp tracks, and saying, composer, I want something that sounds like this. Artist, I want something that looks like this. And maybe somewhere in that chain of events, in most cases, not necessarily Bungie because of that pattern you talked about, an artist gets lazy or otherwise thinks that they own the part of this temp board that they're using and incorporates it directly in a way that's infringing, and nobody really meant for it to happen. So I can see that happening in large creative pursuits. That's how you get... was it Uncharted 4 that uses a piece of Assassin's Creed concept art? That was clearly a temp piece that says, I want this to look like a beach and a ship or whatever that was, and it didn't get corrected. Like, I don't think anybody thinks that Naughty Dog is regularly just stealing Assassin's Creed concept art deliberately for their game. But this pattern is suggestive of something that could be very harmful to the company if it came down to a lawsuit. And the part that really gets my dander raised on this is that Bungie is so litigious. Right? They're so litigious about infringement. They've just won lawsuits about various things.
Yes.
And piracy and things against Destiny. They're so litigious about this point. And to me, at least from a moral perspective, an ethical perspective, if not a legal perspective, it's hard to look at a company taking such an aggressive tack on their own intellectual property and not even making sure that their own intellectual property is entirely their own.
That part. No, I agree. I'm finished. I want to get Forte after you once you finish.
It's just at the end of the day, man. Like the part that just irritates me, and then like, because it's just like we're going to keep doing this over and over again. Clearly, this issue hasn't been fixed, and we're not even talking about like something small at this point. Using an artwork in the witness. Okay, that's messed up, but it's like one image, that they may have put in the game. They taught me this chick's whole flow.
Like that does seem that way.
Marathon
the chevrons.
is essentially her art, like from bottom to top, her art. So it's just like, at this point, it's like, can you even make this right? Because you just get. I know I saw a lot of people saying give her a job and a big paycheck, but that's after the point. It's like, okay, you got caught, so now you go to make it right. But it's like, if you didn't get caught, and shout out to her for keeping her mouth shut all this time, because I'd have been up there. I'd have been on Twitter.
Yeah, she to her credit, I mean, she did say she noticed it, and then she just said, I don't have the resources to do it. Something to that effect she kind of stated, and I thought that was quite interesting. But continue your thought that I was going to add on.
It's just like, to me, and the reason I'm just like, heads got to roll for this one, because it's just like, how do you do this so many times and nothing gets fixed?
Right.
And not to the point where nothing gets fixed. You have Destiny accounts saying they're gonna make it right with people they stole from, and they did it. Now I don't know. Obviously, they could have done it after he tweeted that, but it's just like, if he kept his mouth shut, would you have paid him? Because clearly a whole year. Does it take a year for a corporation? Because we've gotten sponsorships that took 2 months.
Yeah.
So it's like, you mean to tell me it took a whole year? Like,
yeah. I mean, it should never get to the point where the person that you claim you're going to make it right by, in terms of that artist, has to retweet and say, hey, I still haven't been compensated. Now, to this point, we don't know if that's been fixed, but it should have never, that first, transgression should have never happened. I wanted to ask a question.
And they said that he didn't even get a response from them. He said, I haven't heard nothing.
Yeah, that was bad.
That tweet.
That was bad. That was pretty bad. Before I get forth, I have one quick question in reference to the scrubbing, right? The asset removal, right? So them doing that, basically going through this process, what they're trying to say of trying to like remove it, takes a lot of I'm assuming a lot of resource, a lot of effort, and then possibly the soul of the game. Like, do you think it's more of a, hey, let's better safe than sorry, let's go through with a fine tooth comb, we don't know, what's ours, what's not. Like, what do you think? We gonna get to that part, but like, what do you think that the mindset of the audit and the scrubbing is to do this now, as opposed to just giving, again, ANTIREAL her credit?
Well, I mean, it's not just credit, right? It really
is
financial
compensation. Sorry,
yeah,
correct. Yeah.
So if you leave it as it is, like I said, I think that the evidence is pretty clear that it's dead to rights. A lot of even the fake logos are taken and put directly into Marathon. So you can't do that if you're Bungie. You can't do that if you're Sony. You can't go and sell another product with baked-in intellectual property that you don't have the license to distribute. So you have to go in and try to scrub everything. The problem that you have is it's however many years of art development are put in there, and you are going to have to, if you want to do this the absolute right way, essentially get everything that even doesn't look like it's stolen, have somebody vouch for how it was created, and create this kind of line of proof so that you could defend it if you needed to. Like, that's the proper way to get the whole thing done, is have essentially a giant art audit.
Yeah.
But especially if your documentation wasn't super great coming in, you might not even be able to do that, right? We hear stories all the time of, Square Enix games that can't even have remasters because they can't find the original files. Those are a little bit years old, but it's not unusual for giant collaborative projects to not have the best organization.
Someone lost the side into a Dropbox. Now everything's gone.
The entire Dropbox is gone, and we don't know whose it was in the first place, and we don't know if we used any of the art. So
that was Steve. Steve no longer works here. Oh, we screwed.
No, this is real. This is real stuff. I'm glad you broke that down as far as how much of a chore that is, for property. And
it'll be a real mess.
Yeah,
you can see some of the real mess, like in the eyes of the gentleman they had on the stream.
Shout out to Crow. I felt, you saw that. You saw that in that stream. Let's get to it.
I hated all of that, and I've loved Bungie as a company for a long time. I've certainly loved their products for a long time. I have never really felt quite as much vitriol as I did seeing them trot out that stream. I am sorry. That was just the wrong call. I'm not saying delay is a better option. You have no good options right now, Bungie. But that offended a corporate lawyer. So, that's a high level of offense.
No, it's definitely a high level of offense. So wait, so you feel like, because obviously the stream was scheduled way in advance. Clearly the news broke. They pivoted. In their defense, I mean, they could have ignored, right? But to your point, they did tackle it as soon as the stream started. It was a host of audio issues. It was you could see the angst in their face, and obviously the art director was there, and Ziegler was there.
They apologized for the company jacking that girl's flow, and then show you gameplay with that art that you jacked her flow in.
I really disliked what they did there, and I thought it was unfair to the audience. I thought it was unfair to the artist. I thought it was unfair to their own creatives. Yeah, it's like there's very little that you can do to get me to actually think of an entity as operating evilly, and I thought that was pretty close. So, I have no pleasure saying that. That is not the right call. If you can't answer the questions in front of you, you need to take at least a short delay. I saw people calling for a week delay. I don't know that that's necessary, but you have to be able to give good answers and to either be able to defend your people that you're putting up in front of the firing squad. I see what you're saying.
Good point.
Or you need to cancel it entirely. I mean, like the problem with Bungie right now is not just the underlying merits of the infringement claims and the lawsuits and everything else. It's also that they seem to be in disarray or incompetent, or however you want to frame it, with even these kinds of things. Like that stream, the way they handled it was not the right way to do it. And if you've got competent crisis PR, if you're working through a consulting firm that is helping you get through an issue like this, you probably don't do it that way. And it strikes me that they're either resistant to that, whether it's from Sony or their own consultants, or they're just incapable of managing a situation like this one. And it's not the first time they've been down this road, as you rightly point out.
Right.
So it feels bad, man. That's my legal analysis.
No, I hear you. I want to give Forte because we've been with this company so long. We're Bungie fans. And how are we feeling about Forte, man? The news broke. You see ANTIREAL's tweet go up early in the week. Every Destiny content creator was on this. Every Bungie person, Marathon, everybody that was involved had something to say about this, and it started to pick up steam. What's your thoughts now that the stream? They had the stream. They put out the statement, and what's your feeling overall with Marathon and its future?
You already know what I felt about Marathon and its future.
Just to clarify, Carl, we're going to talk about where we think the brand's going after this, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. Ever since this happened, okay, so even going back to all the different things that happened earlier, the one thing that always stuck in my mind was about the Red War. Like we forgave, and I also think Bungie kind of takes advantage of how forgiving this community has always been to them, and it feels like they actually use that as a prop to say our community will never turn on us. We've been through all of these different things, and our community has always stood strong and always been there. And I feel like that's part of the arrogance that the company have, right or wrong. But I also think when I go back and I look at just the Red War by itself, we all know what the DCV is. We know what the Destiny content vault. We also know that they said that content is just locked away and will always be available for us to pull from. And the moment that we started hearing all about all of these infringements and all this stuff happening, all of a sudden, the Weird War campaign can't be found. It's not even accessible. We don't even know where it is. It's gone. It's missing forever. But you told us this is always available. You said anything that's in the DCV, we can repurpose and reuse and bring back at any time that we want to. But all of a sudden, this one thing gone, which if you think about it, is one of the first major things. Like, you know, yes, all of them are pretty major, but on a smaller scale when it comes to like art that was put into a cutscene or a figure here or figure there, like Hoeg said, things like that could kind of pop up due to, you know, the direction and everything like that, and contractors and stuff like that, and not betting that stuff completely. But then when you're talking about whole story beats and the way that a story flows and all the way down to the characters being used in said story, it was real interesting that just came up missing and it can't be found, and it will never come back. It will not, but everything was supposed to come back if they could, but it can't. So as soon as I heard that, I was like, okay, there's more to this. You know, there's a lot more to this, and it's probably being handled behind the scenes. And guess what? We're never going to know what happens when it comes to that, unless one side decides to come out and say something, which probably won't happen due to NDAs and final rights and everything that happens from that. This is the knife in the back that I don't feel like they can recover from at this point, especially with this game.
Which you've been very lukewarm about from its inception.
Well, the biggest thing is, it's not for me. I'm not that as much as I love Bungie games, the game's not for me. I'll try it. I didn't even fight to even get into the alpha. I was like, if I get in it, I get in it. If I don't, I don't.
He's not lying when I said, yo, you know, I can try. I'm gonna try to get you and King a code. And he said, oh, if you get mine, it's okay. If you don't, it's okay.
It's okay.
Your energy was definitely different. This was my typical Destiny brother energy that we would get from you.
But the biggest thing it ultimately comes down to is, and it is no hate to the game or anything. It's just the more and more you hear about this game, it already had a huge stigma against it based on the genre and everything it was in. And then then I'm thinking that part of me feels like they thought that some of their community was going to support this. 80 to 90% of it is not going to support it. You kind of needed to build your own player base around this, and even that player base is like, this game isn't it.
And to add on to your point, the reports from Tassie's article is that they complained to leadership that it needed some form of PvE component because they were worried that, you know, obviously a lot of the core Destiny fans are not really going to accept just a PvP/E, you know, extraction shooter kind of thing. To your point.
So, no, you're good. So I guess because you guys really said a lot of it, it's like beating a dead horse at this point. But it's really interesting what Sony's going to do about it. I'm more interested in what Sony's going to do because I think Bungie's cooked at this point when it comes to this.
They got a high burn rate.
Sony has to for this to turn out good for them. Sony is going to have to make a decision to say, we still believe in this company and the vision they have in certain IPs that they believe that they can still have a future with. Like, I still believe Destiny still has a future. I mean, they proved it by giving us a 2-year roadmap on the game that everybody thought was going to die a year ago. So the fact that Destiny is still a thing kind of, I feel like, saves them from Sony completely saying this lemon is a lemon and we're done with it. And if they feel that way, I feel like they should just move on and be like, don't make it worse. But I do think they have value, but is that value going to be a marathon? And I know we're going to talk about that. I'll just jump out the window right now and say,
what you think?
I always felt like this game, especially with all the conversation around it, it's like this game was meant to be built and played 6 years ago. Whereas we all know that development timelines got extended due to, you know, situations in 2020 and everything. And right now, what people played back in even 2018 is completely different now. Like, it's Fortnite and everything is still a stain, but then we also see that people are kind of, going back. It does just think about PlayStation's overall ideology changing too. Cancellations of a lot of their live service games. They had one of the biggest
monthly
flame
active
outs.
users.
Yeah, monthly active users being a huge thing for them now when it comes to the conversations that they're having and their philosophy change. But then we also see them cancel in burnout fashion a game before it even really got a chance to even correct itself. So what's going to happen with this? I just think this game needs just to disappear.
So all right, this is where I was going to bring it, open it back up to everybody. The question, so again, for the record, Forte, you feel down at this, it's hostile environment. They need to just cancel?
It's going to probably come to that. Unless you look like, I'll put
with the report saying that everything that is banking on Bungie, this needs to be a success for Bungie to continue or to be fruitful.
Even if it's a success, I still think that you still have the underlining situation that the heart of this game was stolen from somebody else. If that's the case,
of course, I get that.
So, how are you going to make that right?
Right.
And if are you going to make that right by crediting this person with all of that and then royalties on top of royalties because it's already after the fact?
Right.
So, because I feel like if they change the game, because that's pretty much changing the game. That Marathon will be a different game, at least visually, than what it is now. And then we know that 6 months is not a long time to do anything.
Right.
You're talking about more than a year delay on this. If they want to change,
and I'm gonna pose it back to you.
If they want to change everything
in a world now where Arc Raiders exists, in a world where GTA moved out of this year to jump into 2025. I'm just saying, and in a way, I'm just trying to defend the other side. I just play devil advocate, right? And in a launch window where initially it was
join the dark side.
No, I'm asking before
in a world where Borderlands 4 was supposed to come out in your day and now move, and now technically the lane is open for yourself in September, warts and all. You still say no?
Guess what? I'm gonna do a cost analysis on this with you.
Let's go.
Facts.
Let's go.
How much is it gonna cost me to redo this entire game and still have to pay this person even if we don't use it?
All right.
Because it's out there already.
I got you.
It's out.
All right, I got you. Even if we redo the game, we still gotta pay this person because we showed this artwork before. So that still doesn't change that we gotta change. We still gotta change. We gotta make that person whole. No matter what. We gotta make her whole. Okay.
Now we got to go back and change it if we're going to change it.
Right.
How much is it going to cost us to do all of those things and delay it versus let's just take what we already have and let's do Destiny 3 and make it better?
All right, bet you. I love what you're saying, but let me counter back with you. What if Sony said, bro, your burn rate was high, you failed us on all the projects.
I get a hold of that, bro.
All right. Microsoft, based on what was discovered in the documents prior to acquisition, when they were a consideration of Xbox, the reason Xbox said no was because the burn rate was high. Then we saw, me and you, Destiny guys,
Activision said the burn rate was high too.
Yes, they did. And then since they came over, they dropped the non-amazing Lightfall campaign, right?
Yep,
and Final Shape did not meet expectations for as great as we love it. And now Sony says, hey, bro, the money though, the stuff that you said you were going to do, that you were going to produce a studio, you have consistently not met your targets. And this game has to come out or else. How do you survive that climate if you're Bungie, where you may have pressure from your parent?
Well, if your parent telling you it's got to come out, they're the ones that's going to make the decision in the end. Trust me, this is not going to be a Bungie decision. This ain't going to be a Bungie. Bungie is going to be the one that's going to fall on a sword when it comes to the situation, when it comes to making this person whole, when it comes to what they owe her for everything they done, or not even just her, everybody. everybody that they did wrong with this. And this is the funny thing. Hoeg, that was the greatest thing that Hoeg said. He was like, they are going to have to like combat so much in the future now because everybody's going to be looking at every piece of thing that they made. And if they can't 100% verify that stuff came from people that
the integrity
they know 100% with their integrity made it, they going to have wolves at every gate. You think the Iron Lords are lit now? Those wolves going to be real hungry in the next couple of weeks. But that's
they're going to be howling.
Yeah, we howling right now. So for
and
me,
not to mention, since this happened, how much more of a magnifying is
Classes
like the
on
industry looking at all their stuff. Oh, this looks too much like this.
So y'all saying because like what Hogan said, the lift.
A former day one questioning before anything came out. What did they steal?
So now we taking a fine code through all the bars, all the music tracks.
I'm gonna say this because I know you're gonna get to me, but I gotta say it.
Jump in.
Phil is a prophet.
It's had to come back to shout out Phil.
Phil is a prophet.
His great clairvoyance for avoiding flamboyant.
Check this out. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, first of his name, is a prophet. He had first right of refusal. All right, so check it out. They put that game inside Game Pass. They put Destiny in Game Pass with all the DLC.
Yes, be all light. I remember.
So what they did was, and this is what he did. So y'all don't understand the genius in this man.
This is
but
what he did. This is the test run. I see where we going.
Remember what we doing? He said, I want to put you in your whole entirety to my group. I'm going to see what you do. I want to see everything. I want to see under the hood. So what he did was, this was an extended test drive. He went in there, he got the car.
See what you missing, Hoeg? See what you missing?
Yeah, because remember, you said you do 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, right? You got in there and your 0 to 60 was not under 3 seconds. He said, yo, the burn rate on this gas is crazy. Like these dudes,
you don't even do 0 to 60, and your tires being held on by duct tape.
Are you implying that the data that he saw in Game Pass reflected an inflated perception of themselves?
So you know when they so check it out. If you don't know, if you never tested them, you don't know. Right? So what he saw with
this is real data, Hoeg, by the way. This is Hoeg.
He sat there and looked at the whole background data, how much money was going out, how much money was coming in. Oh, these dudes burn high. Yo, their return on investment is disgusting. He said, no, we're going to go with Activision Blizzard. Right? We went with them. So Jim not know, because they don't know live service like that, right? They don't know that. So it was a knee-jerk reaction. She showed up. He overpaid for something that he could have got for cheap. You know,
okay, I see what you're doing.
You know, he thought, because they told him, you know, Microsoft is interested. Oh, they can't be getting everything out there.
So clearly, the budget is an overreaction to Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard.
He said, how about if I pay over market value? Would you be interested then? Not knowing that the dude was bidding against himself. There was nobody checking for this chick. It was nobody. It was just you. So check it out. You spent double the cash.
I knew this was gonna go left.
You sunk the company, son. You put the one that can't manage themselves in charge of managing all your live services.
All right, that was funny. That was funny.
You had 12 live services. Yo, and it was looking good too. It was looking great. You had factions too. You had everything. Everything was looking just. You know what's left? Bungie. They killed everything. They was playing a game of Among Us, and they was the killer. They killed everyone. There's nothing left. There is nothing left. You know what? I gotta say this. I gotta say, Helmet Host, he was smart. He let y'all do that Concord crap, but he kept Horizon multiplayer on the. He was like, nah, I can't let these dudes see this. So okay, so Bungie goes and destroys everything. Marathon is left. You're going to tell me, and I want to ask everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If somebody has the thought, their history, their track record has shown they steal stuff. You going to leave them alone in your house?
Messy.
Even if it's
messy.
So you do the vetting process when you hiring people.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell did the vetting process with them? Phil said, besides the fact that their burn rate is incredible. I've never seen a burn rate like this in my life, right? Because y'all was told that Final Shape was great. Sorry, that didn't sell. Everything that they said was dope did not sell. Why? Because their burn rate is high. You cannot spend more than you bring in, right? You can't do that. But Phil said, the fact that they do have a high burn rate, I can't overlook that they steal stuff. I have a feeling
that wasn't in the FTC document, so that wasn't in it. But that's fine.
This is internal.
This is King. This is KNN News. This is King News Network. Is added that part.
We got to add to it though. They had in parentheses on the bottom of the on their thought process. They're like, dude, they good, and then big red bold letters, but they steal stuff.
Yeah, that clearly was in the documents that King saw.
You saw Phil's thought bubble, right? You know when you read in comic books, his thought bubble was, but they steal stuff.
They're having like a personal conversation, and Phil's like, we're thinking about buying Bungie, and the person next to him, I don't know about that, Phil.
They got that Winona Ryder fingers. I'm telling you this.
But let's just say.
And I do got to get Parris and then Hoeg.
Shout out to Parris in here. But just to,
hey Parris, how you
try to put a little bit of both. So the biggest thing is if Bungie stays around,
it's a
Sony decision at this point.
Correct.
if Bungie stays around, something has to happen at the company. Right. Like this isn't like consistent. Like we tell people to stay consistent, but not this consistent on the wrong side of the law. We can't be consistently terrible at our jobs.
We got to put gloves on all the employees to stop the sticky fingers.
Stop it.
Right. So with that being said, I expect, like Addict said, not just one or two. There's some major heads they're going to have to roll in order for this to like make it. Because even if let's say a lot of the stuff isn't true about not this latest one, because that's just blatant. You can't even hide that. But we'll just say that a lot of the other stuff was just misunderstandings and stuff like that. It's so consistently happening.
Right.
The person that's in charge of this, or the departments, because there's multiple checks and balances. Right. I always tell, like at my job, I tell people, trust but verify. I trust that you did this, but I'm verifying.
That's where the process, right? There's some type of disconnect. Like, how does this? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So at that point, I'm like, where does the lock and chain break apart at? So I'm like, something's gonna happen. So that's why I feel like at a certain point, Sony's gonna make a decision about what's going to happen with this company, and if they decide to keep the company the way it is, it will be a different company from what we have right now.
And
at this point, there's going to be another section when it comes to artwork. They're like, this is looking a little too circular. Who'd you take this from?
I mean, the vetting process is going to get straight. I want to get Parris.
I think that's the biggest issue.
Yeah, I'll let you finish.
There should not be this many things slipping through the cracks. Not this many. Once I can understand one, because it's like, okay, you had someone that went rogue before the 5.
Yeah.
And I'm already giving them the 6. It might happen again at this point because they're pretty consistent. If there's been one thing they've been consistent on, it's someone over there doing something stupid.
It's messy. Fair enough. Let me get Lil Parris mic check. Make sure you're all right there, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Turn up just a little bit. Just turn up a little bit. Little volume.
How about that?
Wait, hear you, Chris. There you go. So, look, I know you've been very passionate. Obviously, me and you share a very high affinity for Bungie. Obviously, Destiny, and one of my favorite tweets on your timeline is I see you playing Destiny, with your son, and we love Bungie, right? I mean, we have a history with this, but like
that's still a pinned tweet, isn't it?
I think so. I think it
is. Because it ain't about the game. It's about the moment that I had with my son.
Absolutely.
Factual. So let's get into it. Obviously the news about ANTIREAL, the artwork being stolen from Marathon. Obviously, you've got a chance to experience Marathon. You've been very vocal about how you feel about it in terms of delaying and stuff like that. But like now that this stuff has got a chance to resonate with you, Parris, like what's your thoughts now? What do you feel needs to happen? And what about the future of Marathon and Bungie?
So before I get into that, I have to say two things. First of all, what is King talking about knees? I didn't give that knees to nobody. I don't know what
he think you wrong or something. And turn your mic up. You're still a little low.
Really?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It isn't.
Is he loading y'all or me? Because maybe it's just
Are
me.
you coming through? Hey, wait. Let me. Are you actually coming through your actual mic?
Yeah, maybe he's coming through another mic source. Yeah, check your source. Make sure, because we gotta hear you crisp. We gotta hear that smooth voice.
You might be coming through a camera mic.
Yeah, you're not hearing that smooth, extra booming Parris. That's what we need.
No. Wait,
Nah, I chopped his knees off, so he coming in short.
Yeah, I messed it up. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, let's get him some elevation with the knees.
He said he lost his knee.
Wait, what about that now?
But a little better,
It's better.
A little bit
Yeah,
better.
oh yeah, wait, yeah, there you go.
That's my excellent.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah,
There we go.
There we go. That's Parris. There we go.
Make sure you check those mic sources when you
put
come
the-
into a podcast.
I had to FedEx his knees back to him so he could talk better.
Continue, Parris. Your thoughts.
We'll get to your messiness in a second. I gotta talk about this. So the reason I even popped up because I heard Forte what you were talking. By the way, you're the Chris Webber of the Inside the NBA.
Woo! I love you. I love that analogy for us. I love that. Thank you.
That, man.
But like you already said, Cog. I mean, yeah, I've been pretty vocal about my opinion about this. I was saying they needed to delay Marathon before the art scandal even happened.
Yep.
And just touching on the art scandal, yes, she needs to be compensated, and you need to get all of that out of the game. Which brings me to what Forte was talking about. It's going to take time. Like when I say delay, I'm talking like 2027 delay.
Damn.
Because you need to completely redo the entire artwork of this game. If you look at Marathon, if you played Marathon, if you've looked at any of the trailers, seen any of the stuff, it is literally based off of all her art. All of it. So any trace, any sign of that will always come back to this. So yeah, it needs an extended delay. It needs a PvE. It needs a solo queue. It needs to have feature complete ranked mode, maps, classes, weapons. Everything right now just screams we're launching this hot. Yeah. We're launching it incomplete. We are not taking any lessons from the past because, look, as much as we love Phil and as much as Phil has gotten right over the past few years with a lot of where the industry is headed, one thing that they definitely got wrong was Halo Infinite, launching that incomplete, right? So you should just look at that alone and go, we can't do this. Then you look at Concord a year ago. Concord, I was screaming from the rooftops during the summer. Delay it. Don't put this out. Don't put it out. Don't put it out. You put it out. Record 10-day lifespan. Gone. Marathon will last more than 10 days. Not too much longer. Marathon will flop.
I agree.
Its current form. Marathon will be a disaster. And this was before the artwork. That just makes it doubly worse now because now your dedicated audience are rebelling, going to because I'm in the Discord. I see the Discord. I see everybody's mad. I'm mad because this is. I don't care what they say publicly. You knew. You can't tell me you didn't know. You knew. You knew. You're literally following her. People on the art team is following this person. You knew. So it is an embarrassment. It is, as someone like you said, Cog. I've been day oneer with Destiny, obviously even going back to the Halo days. I mean, my son, who is now an adult, we played this game together over the years, right?
Love that game.
I was looking forward to Marathon and got to see it early. Red flags. Obviously played this alpha. I'm like, this ain't it. This is not it. This will not work in today's climate. They're going to push this out the door. Here's what's going to happen.
What you think?
In my personal opinion.
What you think is going to happen?
It's going to come out maybe slightly delayed. It's going to fail. Pete Parsons and that whole leadership team, gone.
Yep.
Bungie, the name, will stick around. They will essentially be no more than a support studio for Destiny until that player count dries up. That's my opinion.
So you think from a leadership, either absorption or step down? Because I guess the question I have, and just to slightly push back, because I hear what you're saying. I think you're speaking facts on the reality of launching an unfinished product that doesn't, in a hostile environment, right? And the morale is at an all-time low. I guess my question to you, Parris, is that are they even afforded to delay with just how bad a state they were in coming into the situation?
They can't
They're
release
not,
this game.
and that's the problem. See, that's the problem. I don't think they're in a position for an extended delay, so it's going to have to come out. And they're going to have to do the best PR job they possibly can and try and clean this thing up.
Right.
But look, the worst thing that happened to Marathon was Arc Raiders coming out at the same exact time. I went from playing Marathon, and I was like, and I don't know if you go look at the tweets, I was kind of e-bagging a little bit. I was like, man, can I get in this Arc Raiders thing, bro? I jumped into that, bro. It was like night and day.
Yep. In the space.
I'm like, there's no way they can put out Marathon in comparison to this. It needs a lot of work.
What if you beat him to the punch? Just get out first.
Hey, ask Firewalk how that worked for them.
Yeah, that part. Let me get, because I know Hoeg's time is limited. I just want to get his answer on that part. Like, future, if I'm giving Hoeg the keys. Hoeg, we know how we go back and forth. We love Destiny. We used to play you at one time. You used to play consistent, and you kind of fell off, and it's cool because obviously Destiny requires a collegiate course every semester. We got to be in, as King would say. So, what do you think from the top level they need to do, what they should do in this environment, and then Bungie's future as a whole, with this whole situation?
I don't know that Bungie as a whole is likely to have a future. And that gives me no pleasure to say.
Wow, that's big for you.
I think that if I'm running Sony, I have the keys and total authority. I know there's talent there. I know there's skill there. They still have, in my opinion, my favorite gunplay in first-person shooters.
Factual.
I'm going in. I'm trying to analyze the talent and seeing how I can essentially dissolve the body into the rest of my ability to develop video games. Because I think if I'm Sony right now, I have major questions about it as an organization, but not as a creative group. So I'm looking to take that part, the people that are making things, and saying, you know what? I've got the right diligence. I've got the right procedures in other avenues in my organization. So I can take the good and I can run them through these filters, much like, I think, honestly, when Microsoft said with Activision Blizzard King, yeah, you're getting sued by the state of California, you've got EEOC complaints, you've got all this stuff, but if we can put you in our organization, maybe we can make things better because you've still got all this skill, you've still got this intellectual property. We can take this thing that doesn't work as an organization and we can fix it. I think from the Bungie Sony perspective, you're looking to try to take that talent that you know is there and spread it out and say, I think the organization might well be broken. And that's speaking outside the halls of the boardroom, right? I don't know what they're looking at in terms of data, but that's my best guess as to what I would see when I'm getting those portfolios ready. Is I don't think Bungie works as an enterprise because of burn rate, because of lawsuits, because of stealing stuff, whatever it might be. But I do think that there are creatives there that can help all sorts of creative pursuits at the rest of my company. So I see Bungie getting more dissolved. More eaten by the amoeba, and still having that talent live on,
just a
but
name.
Probably not as Bungie.
Man, I remember somebody saying this on one of the best podcasts out there called The Last Word.
I remember that podcast.
When our one of our IGN best,
shout out to Ty Guy Travis,
talking about the brain drain,
and absorption. He did say that
how he was very upset that this was happening and everything, and how Sony was going to at some point absorb this company. Now I don't think he thought it would come in this manner,
right? But
I mean, it was going to happen at some point, no matter what. It's just if you just look at Bungie, just think about their relationships and how they all ended. It's just crazy, like with Xbox, and then everybody got mad at me when I was like telling us like, dog, this isn't a Bungie, this isn't an Activision, this is a Bungie issue. Bungie ain't living up to their timelines on making their games. Activision wanted them to have a game every 2 years and you do DLCs in between. Bungie was like, we don't want to do that. And we're better off by ourselves. And guess what? They went off by themselves, and then they ended up with Sony because they couldn't do it by themselves. But my biggest thing ultimately comes back to they just made a bunch of just mistakes. I won't say bad thing, but they just made mistakes along the way. I don't think you should, put your future on a game that's unproven versus a game that you have that everybody, at least in your sphere, love. And then I think that was the biggest mistake that they did along the way, where they felt like they could get lightning in the bottle. And I'm not saying you can't try doing it, but you shouldn't bet your whole company
cart
on
before the horse kind of thing. Yeah, I just
Can I
want to
jump in?
Yeah,
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah, jump in on that, and then I want to.
I'm gonna say what I think you were gonna say, but I'm gonna say it out loud. This is a leadership
go
problem.
ahead.
Yes,
Oh,
The leadership
and that's why I was going to jump into, and I want to add on to that because it's two tweets. I'd be remiss if I do not mention. These are two cool people I've met that are former and current employees of Bungie. So shout out to my man Mercules. He's current weapon designer at Bungie. He had a tweet that I thought was very interesting. He said, and by the way, mind you, he's still there. He said, people seem to have this real weird ideas for what happens when a studio fails and who ends up getting hurt the most by it. You aren't punishing who you think you are when you're rooting for this stuff to happen. That was tweet number one in terms of what's going on.
We already know that.
Number two, shout out to Liana Rupert, good friend in the realm, former community manager and accessibility lead at Bungie. She said, trolls are going to be mad, but they need to step down. Leadership still has people at Bungie that actively hurts the devs in the community. Let the positive and genuinely good members of leadership stand their ground and allow for the rot to finally disappear. The devs deserve better. The community deserves better. So many good people at Bungie, and they constantly have to take punches for the people that actually deserve them, while cowards cash their checks, get their fifth new penthouses, and profit off of pain. They deserve better. No amount of bounce backs take away that fact, because leadership always ensures the bounce backs from that Bungie are temporary. Then they get comfy again and the cycle repeats. Poor leadership does not deserve a golden crown.
Is their community manager saying this?
Former community manager.
Okay.
She's no longer there.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I was like, that is a complete mutiny.
Oh yeah, that would have been. Yeah. That would have been.
Oh, yeah.
And she's very clear. She's like, they've been blocked me off socials or whatever. But
That's the tweet longer that you put out when you know you about to walk out the door the next day.
Yeah.
No joke.
Yeah. good catch on that hook. But yeah, all I gotta say, this is really brutal to see. It was tough that first of all, this has happened multiple times. We've already said it. It was painful watching that stream on all levels.
Worst.
On all levels. I felt for them. I felt for not being able to answer the questions. It was just brutal how that whole thing went down. As far as the internal meetings, as far as what's discussed, what's happening between Sony and them, it's going to be very interesting over the next couple of months. Again, the climate is extremely hostile. We got to see what's going on. Obviously, I'm of the mindset that I think they're going to be forced to come out. I just have this sad feeling that there's no. I hope I'm wrong. They get a chance to, as Parris said, make a feature-rich game with the vision, the way it's. I don't want to hear about, we have this other thing coming post-launch. We have this amazing thing we can't wait to tell you about, post-launch kind of energy. The other thing that Hoeg also brought up is that the amount of time that it's going to take to extract and pull things from a game, that the main draw of it out of all the negativity was that the art style looked amazing.
Exactly.
Like that was you had this bespoke art style that everyone loves, and it's minimalistic and it's cool, but now we come to find out that that's been compromised, right? So, and what you call it, Forte, you said it best. Like, I
knew something was up.
Mm-hmm.
The art style felt like something from Clockwork Orange, and I said, this is such a dramatic departure. That means that everyone that you were working with, because if you look at all of their games, visually, all of their games have the same aesthetic essentially. Mm-hmm. This game is completely removed.
Right.
And I looked at it and I said, and that's the only reason why I made that comment.
I remember when you said that. Yeah, I remember when you said that. You just felt like it felt completely different. And
right.
I get it.
That's if you got rid of your whole art staff from before, that essentially will play to what's safest, right? This is what you're going to do as a human. If you're a basketball player and your go-to is the left, you're going to go to the left. Right? If you're an artist, if like Rob Liefeld and them dudes, their strength was the upper top, they didn't do bottom. We knew that. If you saw a piece of work from Rob Liefeld and it had feet, you were going to say somebody helped them with that, somebody did that, right? So style, you basically knew what their telltale traits was. Right. I saw the artwork. I said, one, it was off-putting for me. That was one. Right. Two, I said, that's not indicative of what they've been doing. Mm-hmm.
This is a dramatic departure.
Yeah, definitely. It didn't even look nothing like the old marathon game at home, like like the classic stuff. Yeah,
they had to have gotten rid of their staff. When I found out they didn't get rid of their staff, I said, "What did they steal?"
I mean, look, I'll wrap this up. The thing is, again, what I'm hoping is that this is not a result of all. Remember, they've lost many people. People forget how many people Bungie has lost during this time period. So I'm hoping this is not a result as processes degrading because they don't have the resources and the know-it-all to do the necessary checks and things that are necessary. And we've always said this.
Q&A with no Q&A.
With no Q&A, right? So again, one of the things as a Destiny fan and a Bungie fan, we've always felt Bungie's Destiny's biggest enemy has always been themselves. Yep. And it just seems to be this coming, to life. So all I can hope is that, unfortunately for them, it's the most angst, the most hostile it's ever going to be. I don't know what you do to recover the trust. And ultimately, the sad thing is the community that could save this game, which is the Destiny community, is not interested in this particular game, and they look at this.
Look like what they like.
Yes,
but Cog, if I can
please.
See, this is like you brought up something before that I think was a huge mistake. This is where again I always point to leadership whenever you see things like this, right? Where is leadership? So why did leadership not step in and cancel that live stream? There's too much of a fire going on to put your people in that position.
That's what Hoeg said.
To take those bullets, right?
That's what Hoeg said, yeah.
Leadership should have stepped in and go, we're canceling it. We're going to do our investigation. We'll come back when we have some solid answers for you. That was horrible to do, number one. Number two, again, we saw what Paul Tassi put out, stuff like that internally, allegedly, leadership pushed for this and other devs were like, I don't think we need to be doing this, blah, 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 blah. You just made the point. Bungie has built their 20-plus year reputation off of Halo and Destiny. That is your community. They want a great mix of PvE and PvP. That is who supports your studio. That is who has ride or died for this studio. You then essentially bet the entire company on a project for a niche audience. Because that's what an extraction shooter is. It's niche. Unless you're Tarkov or something like that. Maybe Arc Raiders, who knows? Right. But that's a huge gamble to then what attracted your community to the games that you make. Oh, no, we ain't making this for you. We're going to make this for some people who don't even know if they're interested for
catching a wave, trend chasing.
So remember when, okay, I remember because this is right towards the end of with me and Destiny after
before the breakup.
After we beat the raid and we did our final quest, it was like we conquered it. 10 years done, we're out of here. I remember when Joe Ziegler came out and did that live stream when they were talking after the pre-orders.
Yes, I remember.
And remember, I think I was on ILP that week, and I was talking about that stream, and I said, that stream just felt pitiful. Like it felt like they were making him do it to get people excited for a game because pre-orders were at an all-time low for the game, Bungie games, and they were trying to this is what the game is about. And I was like, Bungie has never had to do anything like this.
Right. Nothing.
And then you see this live stream, and I'm sitting there like, it's all reactional. And then you think about them lifting the NDA.
Right.
Because of all the backlash they were getting from the gameplay reveal. And they said everybody that was, it was all supposed to be private game. Nobody supposed to stream it. And they lifted it and said, guess what? We're going to let the whole world see what the game is because we got to get excitement into this thing. That is when in my mind I was like, yo, this game is, it ain't doing good. It already needs to be delayed because I feel like it's not hitting the tone that most people want it to be, and I don't think enough people are going to support it that Bungie is going to be able to sustain it long term. And then you have this happen.
Yeah,
So,
do you remember February 2013? Do you know what happened in February 2013? That was the debut of the PlayStation 4, and that was when they first showed Destiny.
The greatest.
You instantly saw that and knew, I want to play that. Marathon never had that. And to your point, you have to over-explain why you should be excited for it instead of everything's like, yo, here's all the dope stuff that you're about to get. And look, shout out to Deej. I know he hasn't been at
the legend
Bungie for a very long time. Yo, again, that dude was a legend on
facts.
live streams.
Facts.
All he did was get you excited. And that's nothing against anyone that is still at Bungie. They do the great job, all that. But my point is that era of Bungie and Destiny, despite the roller coaster that Destiny was, because as we know,
we went through it. We went through it.
No,
you were all in. You're all in.
Yeah. All I know is they showed us a world. They showed us 3 characters. And then they showed us a public event with a spider tank dropping in it. And then they showed us a whole bunch of people coming to it. And I was like, yo, this is a co-op game with 3 classes. Didn't know anything. Dog, didn't even really explain any of it. But I'm just looking at it like, this is freaking incredible. Yeah. And we couldn't wait till September 2024. Couldn't wait.
And the consistent thing, what both of you are saying is that these are the things that the core audience who love Bungie always are excited about. We know the gameplay is going to be good. The skybox is going to be great. It's going to feel, it's going to control it. And the fact that this wasn't taken into account. You see that the developers seem to be, in the Tassie article, pushing this to leadership that, hey, it needs to have some of this for it to succeed. And these calls are not being answered as far as, they'll try to listen to the community.
Like I said, and the final thing, just go back to, even if we go back even further, go back to, Halo 2 being shown for the first time at E3.
Right.
And a game that wasn't even a game. Mm-hmm. They literally built that and put that in, and none of that stuff was in the game. And the climatics of it was just incredible. And Bungie was talking about how literally they had to go back to the drawing board. It's like, now we only got 9 months to make this game.
Yeah, that part.
Anyway. So it's just a whole big disconnect. But like Parris said, if this company is going to survive, everything at the top needs to change. Everything at the top needs to change, because for me, and no one likes calling for it because we all have jobs.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
don't call for people's
jobs.
Facts. But you have a game that's already in peril when it comes to how many people or how much support it's going to get. And then on top of that, you have the other side that you have to make all of these other people whole that you did wrong by when it comes to the stuff that's happened, not just with the company, but with this Jamie Imperial. And then it comes out in September. So Sony's either going to stay with this and say, I still believe in Bungie, but we have to change this leadership around, and that has to happen before the game comes out. Or they do what I think they should do, just delay this thing until they can completely redo it, or do the cost analysis and say, by the time we do all of this, would it be better to go with the franchise that we know everybody knows and loves, and put money back into that?
But you're going to cancel that, so you spent all that bread on this marathon?
Listen.
You can't make the decisions based on what you already spent.
You can't. I'm looking at I'm looking at the high when everybody was playing.
Yeah, they're gonna look at what it will cost to spend more.
Yeah, how much? Okay, we spent we know Destiny was $50 million, $500 million, because that's what it had to be paid back to actors. Let's just say the same number for Marathon. Probably didn't cost that much, but even if it's in the ballpark, whatever. So it cost you $500 million to make this. It's gonna cost you $250 more million to break it down and redo it again. Or is it gonna cost me $300 to $400 million maybe to build, just start the process on Destiny 3 at this point?
Look, if your answer involves the focus goes back to Destiny 3 and it gets greenlit, I'm for all that timeline. I'm for that time, selfishly. Yes.
In Sony's eyes, that might be the direction they have to go in, because you're a lemon when it comes to this game.
Yeah, Colin has said from the beginning, ever since this acquisition, we talk about it. He's like, I feel we've got a lemon with this too. He's like, I don't see what they're stealing stuff. He does not see the benefit. And then his beloved factions, right, with, in his mind, he's like, what do you mean it can't come out? Just on a base level, he think it would just be a solid experience. But the fact that I guess they wanted this continued engagement and they maybe didn't see that long tail of it is maybe one of the factors that led to the cancelization. But he's not been happy with this acquisition.
That makes it worse, because if it is true and, Bungie had a huge impact on what happened to faction.
If it's true.
Now, Marathon's going out the way it's done.
Right.
Destiny missed multiple quotes. It's like, man, they cut their arm thinking they had a whole body weight, and they actually lost the body too. They rode around with gangrene right now.
It's crazy.
You also know that Sony has evaluated all of their developers.
Right. Yes.
And we don't know
And we're about to get into
where
that, yeah.
Bungie falls into the evaluation, because we're going to get into
that now in a Jade. But look, let me get Hoeg out of here because I've got him very long, and I got to make sure this man Hoeg's doing a double,
I appreciate it.
triple shift right now, and I gotta respect him. So Hoeg, any final thoughts on your way out? Because I know first of all, I appreciate your insight, educating us on the legal aspects and the ramifications of this, and just your final thoughts before you head out.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to help. And I know that I largely agree with Parris and Forte. I don't remember exactly what I agree with them on. So I apologize for that. I've been lightly mesmerized by Forte's light wall throughout this entire show. I love that thing. But
it is nice.
It's nice. It's nice.
It is, yeah. But my takeaway there, when I say that I think Bungie is more likely to be absorbed than anything else, is just for people to know that when we talk about things like what happens to this company, it's easy to think of it as it has to be gobbled up whole. It has to exist in some form like it is. And that isn't the only kind of decision space that a company like Sony is dealing with. You can go in and say, yeah, okay, leadership is rotten, maybe. So we're not even going to try to refill that in. We're not going to try to have Bungie as a separate board of directors or a separate entity. We can take it over. We know there's certain traps and tricks in the contract and the acquisition to begin with that allow Sony certain powers there. But they can evaluate individuals. They can evaluate individual contributions. And I do think the most likely endpoint here is that Bungie, as we knew it, ceases to exist in exactly the same way. Some kind of vestige Bungie probably continues to service the Destiny product.
I hope so.
But I am not at all certain that the marathon, even that people got to play in the alpha test, is something that they're going to get to play again, whether in September or even early next year. I think it's going to have substantial changes. I think they have to basically wipe it of art assets.
Forte on this. Okay.
Yeah, I really do. I think it's going to be unlikely that they can survive even a license out, because if it stays the same look, you're still going to have the same PR problems that you used to have. And I don't think Marathon's response was what they would have wanted / needed from the alpha test anyway.
Yeah.
So I said it when I came on, but it seemed like an unlikely, difficult landing to make in September if you didn't have this come up. You add this, and it feels like 3 to 6 months is being very aggressive, even on a delay basis.
Parris go get his wish.
So I hope that Bungie, in some form or fashion, that talent continues to make games that I really enjoy. But I don't think it's going to look the way it has looked like. All the way back to Marathon, Original Recipe, Myth, whatever your favorite Bungie game in history might have been.
Fair enough. Oh, appreciate you. No, I hear your thoughts. I appreciate you, brother. It's very
all I got.
Sobering to hear, but I feel it's based in reality, legalese that I have to acknowledge. But first of all, thank you again, brother. It's always good to see your face. Where can the fine people find you? What you got going on for you?
Yeah, well, as you know, Cog, I've been doing a lot more at Last Stand Media of late. So I think there's already a couple tapes of me that they are putting on their schedule in the next little while. And I think I've got one that isn't announced yet that I'm taping with you pretty soon.
Yes.
So that's exciting. And then I mean to make more virtual legalities, maybe on this topic or others, and hangouts.
We
and
miss
headlines.
you. When you have time and energy. We missed it. But we understand energy and time is important.
It's been so difficult the last couple of years of figuring out exactly what I can do and what's too much, because they're always, I think anybody that likes to do things, that has any kind of ambition to get out there and make things, has this notion, I know enough, I can do this, I can create this, I can make this, I can put it out there. And I've just been being wiped out more and more over the last couple of years. So I've been trying to figure out exactly what I can do and what I can't do. Honestly, Cog knows this, but when he asked me to be on this show, my initial response was, here's my schedule for that 4-day period. I'm not sure whether it's wise. And then I went and asked my wife, and she said, no, you should do that. That one will work. I'll take care of you. You'll be okay.
Shout out to Mrs. Hoeg.
So it's all Mrs. Hoeg that I'm here at all. But this one was one where it was like, okay, I did the Bitcast for 3 hours this morning.
You're right.
I'm doing this now. I enjoy these conversations so much. I really appreciate the invites. But people can find me at LSM. People can find me on my channel. I am really close to making more stuff, and I have some reframing that I want to do on the channel. But I apologize, and I appreciate everybody that's hung with me since I haven't actually put anything solo on my channel since the top of March.
No, we appreciate you. We know what you've been through, and it's just amazing to see you moving and shaking the way you normally are, and we understand. Trust me.
I'm just happy to see.
Yes.
I'm just happy to see the recovery.
Yes,
That-
full
me
on,
That's
boy.
what
My
I'm
boy's
talking
back.
about. That's-
It's great to
that's what my
see.
prayers
It's
is
great
for.
to see. Hoeg,
I really appreciate it.
appreciate you. Your Sunday,
Thank
brother.
you for inviting me on.
Exactly. Send love to Mrs. Hoeg. Give her a big
I
hug
will.
for me. You know I love my Miss Hoeg hugs. You know I need
Will
that.
do.
No doubt.
Yep. We're gonna have a good fall. We got a quarterback that can throw the ball.
Oh, we do. We're ready to go. Go blue.
Go blue. We ready.
Too much Michigan talk. Anyway.
You sure about that?
Ooh, Parris, where can I find you? Mr. Buccaneers, where can I find you? What you got going on, sir? Unless you're hanging out.
Oh Lord, I forgot about that.
He's a Buccaneers fan.
Yeah. It's Buccaneers.
Yes, sir.
Right. That is all
I'm
right.
proud.
Paris, I love you a little bit more, sir.
Oh,
You know, because when Keyshawn went over there and we had to get you that ring.
Tom Brady. Tom Brady.
Take y'all from the Yuccaneers.
Just remember, Tom Brady came to y'all and won y'all a ring.
Hey, let me explain something to you. When I say I ride or die Buccaneers, I know what losing looks like. Okay?
Wait. You
He
said
understand
Tom
pain.
Brady.
Let me
Wait. Time out. He said Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's what Hoeg. I mean,
Keyshawn went first, bro.
No, let me finish what
Yo,
I'm about to say.
let him get his bars. Let him get his bars.
Respect on
Let's get the
Keyshawn
Tampa
Johnson
Bay
name,
history.
No, we're talking about recent history, not
No.
him.
First of all, you ain't gonna act like Keyshawn ain't go over there and say throw me the damn ball and ain't throw him the ball and things ain't go right. Hey man, we ain't gonna do that here.
It's a lot of jet bias.
Still,
That's right.
Still,
I ain't got no
history,
ring.
though.
I got that one. I got to roll with. Shut up now.
Well, guess what? We got 7.
Let me explain
Get outta
something.
here.
Let Parris get his
real
bars
quick.
off, please.
Come on,
Let me explain
Paris.
something. As I was saying, I know what losing looks like in the 50-year history of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Okay, I've had quarterbacks like Steve DeBerg and Jack the throwing Samoan Thompson as a QB. Okay,
Yes.
I've seen some bad football in my life. So you're damn right. Thank you for Keyshawn Johnson. You're damn right. Thank you for Tom Brady. Because I'll take it any way I can get it as long as we win it. That's all that matters to me. We got two
gotta
of them.
respect anybody.
I respect it.
with the
I
Bucks.
respect it.
Yeah.
Got respect. I love them good defense. The Brooks, the Lynch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sapp.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember those.
Hey, I think y'all got the best wide receiver in the draft in Ibuka, as much as I hate Ohio State people.
Yeah, we did.
All right, fair enough.
To go along with the Hall of Famer Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Yeah,
Oh,
we did.
salute. And I like the boy. The boy played good.
Hey, and don't forget who we got at QB.
Now, that boy played good.
Baker, I did too.
He found a home. I'm
just saying.
Yeah, perfect fit. Where can people find you, sir? Thank you for joining us.
Of course, you can find me over at Game Tag Radio. You can find me at Kind of Funny and my personal YouTube channel, which is my name, Parris. But before I go,
Yes.
King, you have to explain this. What's this knee stuff? I gotta know.
Well, we can also find you growing your knees back.
Wait, hold on. What is this?
What bet did he lose though, King?
No. This is all
See you
me.
later, Hoeg.
This is just all me running and grabbing your knees off you. Because remember, Gas is coming out and ain't gonna have no multiplayer. You had a good diatribe. Remember, I'm 98% right.
Oh
I do.
boy. Oh boy.
Gears does have
I do. I
multiplayer.
will say.
Bro, you said it was not, sir. And you said, and you gave me the reasons.
Oh,
why
that's
it was
what
not
this is. This
being
is
there.
Gears Reloaded.
No,
This is Gears Reloaded.
Paris.
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 Because I remember me.
All right, so we got.
we
You can't.
said
It's
it's
one
gonna
knee.
have multiplayer.
It's-
You
it-
did.
Give my boy half. Let him leave with one of his knees today.
No,
Come on.
no, both those mine. But when we get to LA, I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna give them back so they can stand up.
No, hold up. I'll give you one MCL.
Oh yeah. You get one
MCL.
MCL for that.
Nah, I want one ACL, one MCL. I want the whole meniscus. Listen, sir.
Let that man have his MCL on the other side.
I'm gonna give him back. I see you in it. No, listen. For a couple of weeks, he got to roll around in the wheelchair. But I'm gonna be there as soon as I get off the plane. I'm gonna have them, email it straight to you. So when we get up, when we take pictures, we the same height again. So I can't have you coming. I can't have you like tattooed. The plane, boss. The plane. I can't have you like that. That's right. I gotta have you side to side.
Okay.
Yeah.
We gonna pull up.
I'll trade you my knees for your knees in 2027 when that PlayStation 6 comes out. How about that?
Well, listen. First, Paris, I got to tell you this. I got some information that's gonna drop on Xbox Frontline News on Monday. I think you need to reassess that, being that I still got your knees. So listen, I want to give them back, and I want you to reassess what I'm about to put out. For Look, I just got the information right now, so listen. I'm gonna hold you for 2 weeks.
Summer
And
Game
this
Fest gonna be fun, y'all. When y'all
it's
two
gonna
together,
be
it's gonna be
lit,
hilarious.
son.
We're gonna see
This
you. We're
year's
gonna see you
be
in LA.
crazy, son. Shout out to the real Roman Reigns, my man Parris.
Salute.
Paris,
Let me say one other thing.
Sir.
Because
Yeah.
I see the tweets, I see the people talking, they're running their mouth, right?
What they say? What they say?
So you know, I was in Poland this week.
Oh, yeah. They was looking. You was looking.
Project Red.
You was
I
looking.
got to visit CD Projekt Red. I went to the homeland. I got to see where The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk and all that was made. And don't think I didn't see all them. Oh, he getting another chair. Yeah, look at him getting another chair. Don't think I didn't see all that. But here's the funny thing. First and foremost, everybody there was just gracious. It was amazing.
It's awesome.
See the campus, all that. I swear to God, every conference room I saw, there was multiple yellow chairs.
Yeah, it is.
In there. Everywhere I went.
It's about the Illuminati.
And
Man.
then,
That's it.
and then here was the dopest thing about the whole thing, right?
Let's
So
go.
when I'm flying in, I had to connect in Munich to go to Warsaw, and I got on my Cyberpunk jacket, right? Just traveling. All of a sudden, I hear, "You're wearing my merch." I look,
Wait, who?
it's Mike Pondsmith.
Pon Smith, stop the
plane.
legend.
Yo, I lost it, dude.
Oh,
It
the
was so
creator?
much fun. Yeah,
That's the guard right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then the next day, I saw him. He was like in a meeting, trying to get to talk to him, but I saw him in the office when I was there as well. But
That's
yeah,
dope,
dude.
bro.
Yeah, it
That's
was
dope.
dope.
Oh, salute, man. I see the pictures. I was like, he's
Blessings.
doing it up, man. That's blessings, man. We love to see what you're doing out there. Moving and
How
shaking.
was the air flight? Was it wheelchair friendly?
Well, you know, I sat in business class. So it's very
So when they put your wheelchair in, they lock you in so you didn't roll out. 'Cause we don't need you rolling down the aisles.
Anyway,
You know
Bessie.
what? When I see you in a couple weeks, I'm literally gonna come in a wheelchair. For real. Watch.
You crazy as hell.
Good one, man. Good to see you,
you
brother.
don't need to do anything with his knees because I own them all. So you can't
Listen,
take
don't
me
let
from
see.
going on.
I knew Addict was gonna jump
I
in
own
with his
like
West Virginia
5 pairs
stuff.
of
You got pairs of them,
Achilles.
right? You got
And
pairs?
I got 2 more on layaway.
We
Yo,
will.
listen, shout out to Paris, the one that goes out and take, on limbs, and this guy, Mr. Safe Deposit Box over here. We're gonna leave Mr. Safe Deposit Box alone.
Anyway, we're going past. Appreciate you, brother. Always good to have you
I'll
there.
catch y'all later.
No doubt. We got these super chats. Take care of this,
Well,
Jace.
I haven't
Oh,
spoke
my
on
fault.
Afternoon,
Oh,
gents.
sorry. Pause
Funny
it.
how
Pause it.
Bungie went from stealing game ideas from other looters to stealing art from small creators.
Yeah, that part.
Next, they'll steal actual devs from studios against their will. Hashtag thief life.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't know you. I thought you was fit. I wanted
Is
to
that
make sure.
slow mo?
It had to be. My bad. I didn't know. I thought you got all your balls off.
That's what happens when I don't interrupt and I just keep my mute my. I get forgotten about.
Nah, stop it. Stop it.
It comes down to I am very curious on how much of this artwork has been inspired by Marathon and how rooted it is to the core. Like,
Right.
because you see some of that stuff on armor, on the structures.
Yeah.
Like,
This scrubbing, this audit is going to be crazy for them.
I wonder if the scrubbing, because this is the art, it's the core of the game. Is it even possible to scrub at this point?
Right. How ingrained is it? Is going to be the question, right? And
Because if they have to redo structures because those logos are on it, like I don't know how realistic it is to go through. I'm not a developer. Maybe we can get an answer from someone that has done something like this in the past. But it's just like if that is really bad in terms of scrubbing, the whole game might get canceled.
oh, shout out to Anchorman. I didn't even see him in here. Anchorman. He said they just going to have to buy this dude out. I believe it's a her. Anti-real.
it's
Yeah, anti-real. But
It ain't gonna buying out is not gonna work out because right
much.
now she has the
She got leverage. Yeah, she could. If she wanted to be
Yeah.
filed, she could price them out. She could cash out. It go crazy.
And I think so like 'cause remember
And
I went
public
light.
opinion.
I said 10%. She could
Oh,
be
yeah.
like, nah, my assets is what's running this game. If she wants 30-40% of total revenue,
I don't
they
think they
burn
do it.
rate. Yeah, exactly. That part right there. So
I
you
don't
cancel
see. Here's the
out.
thing: they
probably
might
gonna scrub
come in
out.
there and be like, "I'm gonna give you this big check. You sign over everything, saying
Mm-hmm.
that we own this. The rights to this artwork." I don't think they pay her loyalties though. I don't.
Listen,
I think they're
so
gonna,
that
they're
part-
gonna try to give her one big check and
Yeah.
then just move on with
You
business.
use that word try, and if she has a good lawyer, any lawyer worth his weight in salt understands that she has absolute control and leverage.
That's why
She
the
can
scrubbing
either-
may go down now.
Right. So either you can hold this up for years, or you can have this thing come out. Now, me personally, and I didn't say this earlier, but it couldn't happen to a better fan base.
That's so messy.
So,
Anyway.
That's my opinion on the matter. I am very curious on how much her art was inspired, because even if it wasn't directly her art, because all of it is so in this certain style, you can make the argument that everything related to that is inspired by her artwork. So I don't even know if it's scrubbable. I really don't. I don't, because if you look at like certain of the aspects, so like, I mean, the title screen is her pretty much. So it's just like, I'm very curious if you can realistically scrub that without redoing the art for the whole game. Like,
questions they have to answer, and only they know. So it is what it is. Anybody else further on the
so
on
it's
the
to
joint?
replace the art director for her. Hey, that might.
And
be
they all
her
follow
mouth
her,
shut.
which is interesting. Yeah.
See, that's a reason that it's just like, you guys knew. There's no way. Like, I'm right there with Parris. There's no way that all these people, and I guarantee you, if you go through here, they have commented on this chick's post at one point in time because they were following her. They probably quote tweeted it. There's no way no one didn't know. I find it hard to believe. Allegedly, no one knew. But I
And
find
who
it
are these
hard to
contractors they using that's stealing? That's the other part too. Anyway, messy situation. We got a lot of super chats. We just make sure everybody get their balls on to this topic because they got a lot. We got a lot we had to get in.
What are you buying?
Marathon is Concord 2. PS6 never. King was right.
There it is. They on that king. They on that king.
Let's go.
No, King definitely called it.
Yeah, he definitely called that because I remember he was disgusting at that video that they showed.
Good Sunday,
How are they
lords.
doing?
Salute, blessings, no doubt. Let me get to see who's saying these. He pull these up.
Slow-mo backslap.
Oh, you know Slow-mo gonna have like 30. He gonna spend his whole check today. The slander button. You know Slow-mo got like, let me how many super chat Slow-mo got. Let's see.
That last super chat was in poor taste. Almost as
It
bad
is.
as stealing someone's life work. Open mouth smile. Next Bungie will steal an entire game that won't be a failure.
Slow-mo backslap. $5 super chat.
Next super chat's from Teddy P.
Teddy
I think we
P.
should start raising that.
Yep.
We need that collar daddy.
Hey, yo.
King overdosing on hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot
See?
dog.
Guys bugging, son.
Need that right there.
Next super chat's from Maverick.
BT
707.
Maverick. Yep, I'm caught as I see it now. Damn, shit.
What are you buying?
Xbox would be getting dragged 4x worse than PlayStation is for this. Luckily they did their homework and dodged bullets by not purchasing Bungie.
Would have been a crazy
That's
situation.
crazy.
Yeah.
Phil Dominus Maximus.
What are you buying?
I don't see a high likelihood that Bungie will make another AAA game after Marathon.
Chovar thinks there's no more AAA after this.
There's a chance. There really is. There's a chance that Sony decides that this is enough, and
Absorb.
it is what it is. I think they're absorbing them regardless.
Buying.
Yeah, but
They
Will.
let these guys cancel factions too. Ain't no way, boy.
told ya.
Yeah.
I've been right about them dudes
A
all
lot
along.
of PlayStation fans do not like the acquisition for that alone.
What are you buying?
Bungie out here running around like Diddy going to the next room to use stuff that did not came from them. Pause.
That's what's up.
Hey,
Tell the truth,
yo.
saying the devil, let it be what it is,
Ditch.
son. That was good, though. That was good. That was good. That was good, son. Bungie in the next room.
Hey, Command
Go
V.
ahead and shut down Bungie. Arc Raiders is fire, fire, fire.
A lot of people like Arc Raiders. I'm hearing Arc
Yeah.
Raiders is the extraction shooter that they were hoping.
Since you saw it,
Yeah.
that's
I
the
haven't played it
game
yet.
that looks
I have to
current.
look at it.
Yeah,
I gotta
looks
see what
great.
it is. I heard people really saying a lot of good things about
What are
it.
you buying?
A certain fired Sony executive said Bungie was a better purchase than ABC. Phil got killed for Drake meme purchase of Bungie. Good eye, Phil Dominus.
Yeah,
That's right. Phil Dominus
I
is out
remember.
here
Did
crazy,
Jabaya
son.
said that was a better
Yeah.
move? Yeah, I forgot about that.
Hi, Phil Spencer here again. They'd be stealing.
PT Mavericks message. Salute.
He said they'd be stealing.
Salute. We got, I think it's Eagles fan 70. Eagles fan 76.
Sony married Bungie not knowing she was for the streets. They just found out now she also might be a craphead. She wastes money and steals stuff.
Oh, you throwing that on her jacket? Damn, this is crazy. What's up, Eagle fan? Salute, brother.
What
You
are
met
you
him.
buying?
Play
Anchorman.
Arc Raiders, and you realize Marathon is cooked.
That's what a lot of people are saying about Arc Raiders. A
Facts.
lot of people saying that.
That
It's
game
much
looked good
different.
from the inception.
And I believe it's coming out this year.
Me and King
Yep.
gonna have to stream that game.
Yeah.
Me and Addict gonna be wild on that game.
What are you buying?
Robert Kelly at
And it's got
LogNet.
proximity
Bungie,
chat.
creative bankruptcy and mismanagement.
Yeah, if they go, that will be on the tombstone.
I saw people, King, making people sing songs, and if they sung them right, they word for word, they let them live.
That's what's up.
Hilarious. That is hilarious.
What are you buying?
Edwin Garcia.
Forte should be a permanent host, if not already.
Oh, they loving the
Hell
Forte.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Appreciate
That's
it, bro.
family,
That's what's up.
baby.
That's fam, man. Holds us down. We got Just Spartan up in there. Yeah, we got Just Spartan.
What are you buying?
You're buying Just Spartan.
Woke up a little late, but Division 2 on top. We smoking that Bungie pack ha 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 cigarette shake that kale.
Oh, this for last week.
Bungie gonna need that lawyer money.
Yo, they said they
What's that
smoking a
say with,
Bungie
like-
pack.
It's smoking that budget. Yo, that's messy.
We will get a news
Chicago.
drop on a nondescript Saturday that Marathon is cancelled in May 2026 and Bungie gets sucked in pause.
What
Lie down with dogs, you get fleas.
what does that
Facts.
say where they're like, hey, it's hard to hate from outside the club because you can't get in?
Yeah, that part.
Buying.
Chris Brown.
Slow-mo's back. Make it a ring.
ISACSHD transmission. New orders decoded. We have thieves in the temple tonight. Division agents entering dark zone. Biohazard warning. Bungie is here with no mask. New orders. Let them D slowly.
Yo, he making a whole narrative.
It would be cheaper to just buy out the rights.
No, it won't.
Wow.
No.
Lucius
Y'all,
Crassus.
y'all not understanding. This
Not
ain't
after the
nothing
facts.
small. And Big Sony want their bread back, boy. Like right now, they hurting. They talking about
you
moving to
buying?
America.
Sony is good for a $1 billion payment for the marathon art.
Whew, we'll see. All the super chats.
About coming to America, they ain't got that money to be paying nobody.
Look, man, it's gonna be interesting. We gotta move forward. We got a couple more topics. Let me set this up. This was the big one. Also, Jade Raymond. Shout out to Bloomberg. Shout out to Jason Schreier. This was the other hot story of the week.
Thing is living.
Yeah, Jade Raymond leaves studio. She founded her company Haven Studios that was developing the shooter Fairgames. So yeah, give a little bit of excerpt. Yeah, Jade Raymond, the founder and head of Sony Group's developer Haven Studios, has left the company. PlayStation leadership didn't give Haven staff a reason for her departure, but it came several weeks after the external test of Haven's first game, Fairgames, according to people with knowledge of the matter. Some developers at Haven were concerned about how the game was received and its progress, said the people, who asked not to be identified because they aren't authorized to speak publicly. Then PlayStation spokesman said Jade Raymond had been an incredible partner and visionary force in founding Haven Studios. We are deeply grateful for her leadership and contributions, and we wish her all the best in her next chapter. The spokesman also added that the company is committed to supporting Haven Studios and excited to continue the journey with new co-studio heads Marie Eve Danis and Pierre Francois Sapinski. Fairgames was announced in 2023, one of the few entries remaining in a slate of live service games that were greenlit by PlayStation several years ago. PlayStation had said it planned to release more than a dozen titles designated to generate revenue, reoccurring revenue from players, but many of those games were canceled or released to disastrous results, such as last year's Concord, an online shooter that was pulled from stores after less than 2 weeks. Fairgames was originally slated for release in fall 2025, but has been delayed to next spring. So Jade Raymond has not immediately responded to a request for comment, and basically she previously worked at Ubisoft Entertainment SA, Electronic Arts Inc., and Google Stadia. She founded Haven in 2021. So this is hot off the presses from the whole situation with Jason Schreier and Bloomberg. So I'm going to set it off. I mean, who want to talk about this whole thing? Who wants to jump in? Because it technically wasn't anyone's topic, so I don't know.
I'm down with it.
Okay,
Let
so
me-
good.
Let them go, son. Let them cook. All right, so wonderful, Jade Raymond. I listen. I appreciate all the contributions that she has done to the industry as far as Assassin's Creed, everything that she's done over at Assassin's Creed, especially Watch Dogs. When we got Watch Dogs, this is work directly from her. So forming Haven And this was a big get for Sony. Sony was, you remember, the tweets was going crazy.
Right.
They got a legend in the industry.
Right.
I told people the moment that Concord failed, how much money was thrown into Concord gave Sony happy feet. There were so many different things that they could have done with Concord. See, but this is what happens when financial backing doesn't meet expectations, right? The expectations of it was that it was going to be the next Star Wars. This was going to be a pillar franchise. The financial backing that they threw into it, and they threw it with reckless abandon. That amount of money thrown into a game, you are looking to hopefully get at least 20% off of return of investment from it that you can use to further other games that's inside your catalog. That game was meant to make money to fuel future games, because in the wake of the ABK deal, that money that they lost with Call of Duty, they had to come up with a live service game to replace that money. This is the reason why they go out and they got LFG, that studio that's over there that's going to further more live service games. This is the reason why they're sticking with Marathon. Fairgames is one of those games that were inside the catalog at Haven Studios that was supposed to fuel that vision that Jim had. Jim had a wonderful vision of live service games, taking Sony into the next generations above and beyond, and bringing in revenue that rivals movie budgets. This was supposed to be the goal. This was supposed to be the backbone. This was supposed to be the absolute pivot. Haven was a pillar studio in bringing us to you. After the evaluation, we haven't seen anything from Fairgames. The only thing that I can pull up was the trailer of Haven Fairgames, and it was supposed to be an extraction shooter with a loot component that was based in the same way Marathon is going, the same way Arc Raiders is going, the same way, but it was supposed to be crafted around bank robbery from what the trailer showed, right? To have her leave after the game got an evaluation, after her studio got her an evaluation with no reason for the departure. I want to know, and I want to ask everybody that's in the chat, what would make you abandon your baby? What would make you abandon your child that you conceived? You did years of cultivating and raising other people's IPs, their children's, to excellence. Now that you have your studio is picked up by one of the most important, if not the most important console manufacturers, game developers on the planet. You are set to win. Your game is featured and is a focus and is a pillar in a live service. What would make you abandon your first game, your baby, the company that you made from the ground up after an evaluation? And I can only think or estimate from that whole thing that the evaluation was poor. She didn't like the words that were said, and she wasn't going to sit down as y'all, sorry for the words, bastardize her IPs.
Yeah, I mean,
I would love to have her on the show.
yeah, no, it's very interesting. Let's get. I got thoughts, but I want to open up. Attic, what do you think? Like, she's stepping down, obviously, from Haven. We got to see what happens with the future of Fairgames. You know, what do you think about this whole situation with Jade Raymond?
This is one of those tough ones when people leave like this. I do agree with King. It would have to be something drastic of why she left, because especially if you're the studio head and you just leaving, something that you put a lot of work into. Maybe PlayStation's restructuring way more than we think, and they only canceled the games that they felt like couldn't be saved to some degree. But maybe they're cutting more jobs in these studios, and maybe Jade had a lot of issues when it came to how they were acting. Maybe originally she was getting a lot of yeses because the company was going more towards the games as a service, but now since they're backtracking that, maybe she's not getting as many yeses now. There's been a lot of like, back and forth going between them. I do agree with King though. It had to be something dramatic for me to make me leave my game like that.
Yeah, the paragraph that resonates to what you guys are saying when Jason says PlayStation leadership didn't give Haven staff a reason for her departure, but it came several weeks after an external test of the game, which is Fairgames, according to people with knowledge of the matter. And they said some developers at Haven were concerned how the game was received and its progress about the game.
Yeah, I think she was asked to leave. Part of me doesn't feel like she left on her own. Part of me feels like she was asked to leave. Now I don't know if it was like a scenario. I don't know if it was like a scenario where the game wasn't received well, so like she's just as the leader getting the consequences to that. I don't know. A lot of it's a lot of speculation going on. We don't really know. But I will say is like this is a very interesting scenario because the game's not out. So I do think that she was pushed out just because of the way that they handled that. Because a lot of the times where it's like, they'll give her... people will leave, but they'll leave on good terms. We saw it with Jim Ryan, Shu, where even though they left, it wasn't really on good terms. It was like, you're going to stick around for perception-wise, but you are being pushed out. Let's be real here.
That part, yeah.
But she didn't get that same thing in return. It's kind of like, what's her name? That Connie, or whatever her name was.
Yeah, Connie Booth.
Left.
Yeah,
like,
Connie
she just left. Poof, disappeared. So kind of just, it makes me feel like PlayStation does not see this game succeeding. And I don't know if they're cutting funding with the actual, all these studios. I don't know. There's a lot of turmoil, it seems, like a lot. And especially if the game just isn't doing well in terms of, playtesting, let's hope Bungie didn't playtest.
That's another, that could be a factor here. It could be a factor.
I doubt it. But part of me feels like Bungie's biggest thing was the consulting thing, but no, they're no longer doing that. It's hardcore. Now, they probably are still having Bungie look at some of these games because even though Bungie does a lot of things wrong, they're still one of the best people you can consult on a games as a service at this point. So, in terms of how to monetize it, in terms of how you want to do the gameplay loop, they are still one of the better companies that you can have consult on an IP like that. It's sad, man. It's because it's like, it's a shame that Jay didn't at least get to see the game. Now, obviously, if she left on her own accord, best luck to her because it could go either way. I just personally feel like because we've seen where people have left and then they left and they kind of gave the read between the lines. I was pushed out of my job.
Right.
They all left on good terms publicly because that seems like that is PlayStation's MO. Look, we're going different places in the industry. Shaun, you out of here. Ryan, you out of here. Shu, you out of here. We're going with different terms and different ways that this company is going forward. And you're no longer part of that future. But we're still going to have a good, positive public output. Now, I know you going to, what was the studio that Jim Ryan went to and they closed down like a week later? What was that studio called?
Man. Was it PlayStation London? I'm forgetting now. I know what you're talking about. I'm blanking. So many studios have been closing on that side. I'm forgetting.
Going to say like 80 times here in a second.
Yeah.
So, stuff like that. It does feel like they were pushed out, and I feel like
London studios. I was right. Okay, London studios. Yeah.
I feel like scenarios like this, it does feel more like maybe King is right, where they just left her on their own. But I would say that in terms of something like this, like, even if things are bad, maybe it's just my perception because the way I would do things, I wouldn't leave something I started until I saw it through. Maybe when the game comes out, okay, it's going south. Let's jump ships. But I personally feel like, and it's probably like my personal beliefs on how I would handle that. I don't know about her, but I wouldn't just leave my IP like that unless I was forced to leave my IP like that.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion on the matter. Unfortunately, and I remember when Compulsion released midnight south of midnight, and people got mad at us because they're in the comment section saying, oh, we're supposed to be talking about a game and you guys talk about whether or not a studio could stay around long term after a release like that. And it's just like, that's the industry we're in. Jade leaving is definitely an indicator that something might happen to the studio in the future. We're in a very, very cruel industry that has no problem cutting you out for the bottom dollar. If they feel like that studio is not going to make that money in return, that is definitely a conversation. That's a conversation that unfortunately is part of the game. Because how can I realistically tell you to go support, what's that game called?
Fairgames?
Fairgames? What's their game called?
Yeah, you're talking about Jade's game is Fairgames.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the studio was called Fairgames.
The studio's called
He said, what's that game called?
We here at
Studio was
Fairgames.
called Haven.
Yeah, they go Haven.
Yeah, Haven. So I can't realistically tell you to like even look at a game like that because it's the games as a service. They just lost the lead person. And supposedly there's some bad testing going. How am I going to tell you to invest into something that the studio might not be around in 6 months? So it's just like we got to see more of the game. Obviously, we haven't really seen a whole lot of it. We haven't seen anything since the CGI, have we?
Since that trailer,
Nope.
I haven't seen anything.
Since the CGI, Forte, Google me. Tell me when that trailer came out. Do
2021.
some due diligence and tell me
2021.
when that trailer came out. 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2021.
4 years and we ain't seen nothing but that CGI cutscene right there. We don't need to go no further.
But they say 2023. Fairgames originally revealed back in May 2023. Why am I seeing that? Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm just looking
2
at
years is a little bit better.
No, the actual reveal trailer was 2020. I'm looking at it now. The game was like announced with the studio.
It was announced in 2021 and the
2021.
reveal.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Makes sense. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a little bit
May
better.
20. 2
years.
May 26, 2023.
But still
is
2
the
years and we still haven't
official
seen no
reveal.
concrete gameplay. That's kind of a bad look too. But it's just like, look, I will say most of the time when people leave, it's not really an upset. I would say the higher up people, the Jade Raymonds of the industry, when they leave their studio, that is something that you got to look at. But game directors and stuff leave all the time. But this isn't just a game director. This isn't just an art director. This is the person that founded the studio.
Yep.
So that is more of a magnifying glass than most of these situations. Do I know what's going on? Absolutely not. We can make a bunch of
like Sucker Punch, right? like Tim.
Oh yeah, was it Price? What was it? Ted Price?
Yeah, Ted Price. Price.
See, and that's one of the issues on when you make vague statements like this, and you don't really, she left for family reasons, kind of like they did with Bonnie Ross, where it's like you leave us to speculate, and that's the worst thing you could do. Is leave us to speculate, because me and King can have a different perspective. I can have a different perspective. Carl can have a different perspective. Forte can have a different perspective, and the chat just heard 4 different conspiracy theories on what happened to Jade Raymond.
We still don't know. We still don't know why Chris Lake left. 343. We still don't know exactly why he left.
Ted Price is Insomniac.
Well, it's called Halo Studios. Now, I don't think a lot of these companies can pivot the name. No, Haven can. Haven can, and they can get absorbed and be a support studio. I think they could do that more than Bungie.
You know how some people name their like Kojima, name the studio after their name.
Dope,
Thank
right?
God she didn't name her name.
Yo, used to Raymond Productions.
Studio that Raymond Productions and why is it not Raymond? Like 5-6
That just
years
sounds like
ago.
a regular name, though.
Yeah,
Raymond
no, but see,
Productions?
Jade, you could put it like
Kojima
Jade.
sounds like Jade. What? You about to say when you the way?
No,
you
I was
pronounce
gonna say Jade Studios, like
Jade.
that. I mean, and sometimes some people don't. They not as vain or narcissistic. They want to go and they get a consensus about it from the team. Some people just be like, it's Kojima, and it is what it is, baby.
Hey, man, he been through a lot, man. He's trying to put it down.
Love his stuff. I don't care about anything. I love what he do.
I will say, it's like, look, this is the last statement I got really on this. So, we could sit here and we could talk about what this company's doing, Nintendo blowing up in the industry when it comes to prices, Xbox doing that, Xbox doing this. Like, I don't really see a lot of people talking. This is the last bastion of live service games that PlayStation has, and this sucker looking like it's coming out triple copper too. Obviously, we have to see the actual game, but right now it's not looking good. Jade Raymond leaving, supposedly it's because of stuff going on with like play testing. This really sounds like the little fragments that we got at the beginning of the marathon thing. Remember, people were like, raise your hand if you would play this game, and no one raised their hand. So it's sad, man, because at the end of the day, even regardless what happens, it's another studio that makes a game that might go under, might stay afloat. I don't know. I have more hope that Bungie stays around than at least Bungie has an IP that they can fall back on if they give it the opportunity to. These people have no track record. So unfortunately, if this game comes out and it's not successful, it's going to lead to a whole studio proposal because there's nothing to like tangible to grasp onto. That's like, look, I want you to go back to this. Unless they make them a support studio, that's a possibility.
God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
What?
Dude, who is having them go out and draft the rookies?
Yeah, you stupid.
They whole draft classes.
Not the whole draft, kid. Come on.
They don't got not one LeBron James in the group.
He said they did a whole bad draft.
Whoever is doing the talent event. Oh, that's Bungie. My bad.
Yo, you stupid. I don't know about all that, but look,
sabotage.
It's crazy. Forte, man.
I gotta imagine, like, I gotta give props to Jim Ryan for being able to sell buying these studios to PlayStation.
That man was
imagine like going up to someone like,
salesperson.
"Yo, we think this studio is gonna do well. What'd they make?" That's besides the point. It's what they're going to make is the problem, man. Talk about what they're going to make. Well, but what have they made? They're going to make a great game.
He was the best dream seller the business ever seen. He sold all the dreams, son, and at the end, he gave cookies before he left, son. Poison cookies.
Every Jim Ryan meeting had NyQuil on there because you had to be asleep for him to sell it to you.
Drink up.
Drink up. There's beds in the back. There's a speaker beside you.
The deep law of Jim Ryan, I see.
Jim the Destroyer.
Yeah,
He's the destroyer of men, son.
You messy.
Jim the Destroyer.
He came, he saw, he conquered.
Messy. Forte, man, what you think of this whole Jade Raymond situation?
Hey, King. Jim is imagine like a Game of Thrones, but instead of a dragon breathing fire, he's breathing Concord cases.
Messy. So yeah, Jade Raymond, Haven Studios, Fairgames, the future. What's going on, Forte? What you think about this whole thing?
Yeah. Well, after this one, I have to get because we got tickets to go see the account.
Oh, all right, go. Get your balls off.
Awesome.
Get your balls off. You got to get out of here.
I need to go watch that movie.
Yeah, well, my wife was hearing from her friends, and I've been wanting to go see it, but I was waiting for her, and then her friends kept saying, you should go see this movie. Then all of a sudden, she's let's go see this movie. I'm like, so your friends can.
Okay, yeah. I see what it is.
Really going on here. So yeah, we're going to, so we got go see that. But no, when it comes to this though, no, they let her go. They let her go.
You agree with that?
I think they let her go. It would be interesting to have her on the show though, so we can, she can tell us about all these places that she's been and how they all turned out.
Yeah,
but
that part.
But I think the biggest thing is the game was delayed. It was supposed to come out this year in the fall. It got delayed to spring of next year. And then I think during this evaluation period, because I think they're two separate things. I think the delay happened because it needed to. I think the evaluation was to see what the progress on the game was. And once they saw the progress on the game, they were like, we're not going to delay this game even further. We're just going to, I think at this point that game is done. They just haven't announced it yet.
I got you. Okay.
I think with especially if you come out, you listen to their new direction with their two different directions they're going in with. They're still really, really heavily based on MAUs and stuff, but they also are still in crisis management mode and making sure that, dude, we don't want to have another Concord. That's not going to happen.
Good point.
That's not going to happen.
Good point.
I think that they feel, and then we already see that they already have reversed or rewound most of their live studio efforts when it came to making those games, and this was like one of the ones that made it through the crack. And we saw Concord make it, and we saw Concord leave, and then we saw Bungie not say nothing about this game, but all of a sudden the play testing's not coming out good. Jade Raymond must didn't like what they had to say. It was like, well, Jay, unfortunately, you know, the direction that this game is going in, we might have to make some drastic decisions, and she ain't like that. And probably, you know, she probably wasn't going to lose. Probably didn't leave because she wanted to leave. Probably said some stuff she probably shouldn't have said in the moment of, you know, being told about her game.
Lip for Hiroki.
Right.
You can't have me having no lip for Hiroki.
Well, listen. I mean,
take no lip.
Listen, I understand that and all, but you know, when you're passionate about something, and I would hope that she's very passionate about something she created from the bottom up, and someone tells you they don't like where it is. You know, not too many people are as strong like when we know about the God of War stuff with Shuhei. Right. Not too many people can take criticism like that about something that they created.
Your baby, and you founded the studio.
And it's your studio. It wasn't like it wasn't like gifted to you. You brought it from the ground up. So I think it was just a mismatch, and PlayStation made a decision, and she's like, okay, whatever. Yeah. I just don't think that game's going to come out at this point. It's going to probably get announced soon. I mean, who knows for real, but they're just making a lot of decisions, and when it comes to live service, they're going back to what they're good at. And they want, and they need to, like I said, they're in survival mode. They know that MAUs are the future. They know that games as a service are a future, but the whole direction of going with 12 live service games and jumping out the off the 10th floor before the fire even got to you. Like you're not. We don't even know. The fire department might have put it out before it even got to you, but you decided to do it without a parachute early in the gen. So that's the biggest thing for me. I wish her the best in what she does, because I do think that it's incredible that she has so many opportunities with nothing to show for it over the last half a decade.
That part, yep.
Which is the thing that I think is at some point it's just like Bungie. Your reputation precedes you for only so long. And at this point, I think they're looking at her. They looked at the game, was like, this isn't what we signed up for. And she probably didn't like that response. And then, you know, at that point, it just is what it is. So I think Sony's just restructuring everything that they're doing, because they don't want to lose money. And then on top of that, what's going on with Bungie, you know, I think one thing can hurt the other. Yeah. It could have been a situation where Bungie, if they weren't going through this, PlayStation would be like, okay, well, we got time with this one. Right. But now that you have both games on fire, which one are you going to save the game by a studio that's brand new, or are you going to try to resurrect the game made by a story developer that likes to steal stuff from people?
Okay, that part. I see what we're doing.
So as much as we say Bungie is like evil here, but which one is the lesser of two evils?
Right. No, that's fair enough. Especially the climate with. It's hard enough for with a new IP to come out that you're trying to gain traction. I agree with mostly everything you said. I think shout out to Mav. He said they had a showcase that had Marathon, Fairgames, and Concord in the same showcase.
Oh man,
that's wild.
That's wild.
And I guarantee you, everybody gave that one like a 6.
That is wild. Look, I agree. Listen.
No, that was a 10 for 10 for them.
What was the last 10 for 10?
Yeah, well, this is a 10 for 10 for the trash, because the trash bin is open, son. Shout out to the evaluation process. Love it. Loving it.
Listen, man, you out of control. But look, if you're the producer and the studio head leaving, I completely agree with Forte. Like, that leads me to believe that your game ain't going well. And they came through, especially in a post-Concord world now. You are going through all of them studios with the fine tooth comb. What are y'all doing? Especially anybody who was down with the Jim Ryan live service 10, 16 game initiative. We're going to check and see what's going on. Hiroki ain't playing. I remember when Hiroki was making them comments about Bungie earlier, and since he got in charge and the Herman host shifting, and then he got... It's friendly extortion.
He said debt analysis.
Yes.
Sony, he said Bungie needs to learn debt
analysis, bro.
I was like, yo.
He not playing. It's a lot of friendly extortion going on, and people get moved around whether they like it or not energy. That's the vibe I'm getting. And yeah, that's what I'm going to have to assume here until she comes out and speaks and says otherwise, because she didn't give a statement. And then, again, you're the founder, right? So if they come there and they literally reports to people who are snitching saying they don't want to identify it, or like, yo, this was after a recent external test of the game. You can't make me believe that external test went well. And then this result.
Not with this result.
Yeah, not with this result. So, yeah, Hiroki's he's outside. He's not playing. Daniel Kingdom. So do I have me die? They took the $sign from the... Why they no longer $E? Why they no longer... What's that about? That's petty. Why the $sign gotta go?
That was just fair games. Like, it was fair games.
That's what I'm saying. We ain't shiny suit fair games no more. No more $E.
Is it fair games?
That's different.
Fair. It should be question mark. Fair games.
They said that bank they tried to run was empty.
That's what I don't know why there had to be a story though. Why there had to be mentioned that for the moving on.
Yo,
there's no more $E.
Nah, we gotta take the $sign out of this because it's obviously
no tie dollar
flowing, son. No tie dollar sign.
No tie $sign.
No
tie man,
I'm not a crook. I'm not a crook, son.
Yeah. I thought that was the funniest thing for some reason.
That's Bungie upstairs. Like, yo, so what we gonna do? Cancel field games. I'm not a crook. I'm not a crook.
That's wild. That's nasty work. But yeah, man, this is the era. The era of the trend chasing is over. That's what Hiroki said. The ghost of Jim Ryan, all that stuff. The 10 live service. All that stuff that's been set in PlayStation back, and this is going to affect them. Because even if it's what Forte said, and let's just say worst case scenario, this game gets canceled. This is yet another studio whose game will be canceled, who we won't hear from them from another 5 to 6 to 7 years, which will be in the life cycle of a potential another system or not, according to King. You know what I'm saying? But because he came from, that Blue Point, Ben Studios, the Concord joint. It's a disaster over there. Like, there's no sugarcoat. This is an absolute disaster. So it's like, to me, this leads me to believe this is more part of that cleanup process. This is more part of, we have to reevaluate, clean up house, and what you got going on is not working. And I hate to be disrespectful to her because she's an OG, but we got to be real. You haven't released a game in years.
Yeah.
Remember when she was over there? She was head of Stadia's first party offerings.
Yeah. We know what happened with that.
They didn't release a game.
Alex Hutchinson can tell you.
Hey,
they didn't release it.
I thought Phil Harris had it bad. She got it worse.
This is
the fake Phil. The Phil that Todd was repping.
Yeah, I was doing that above you.
Yeah, you was on deck.
I was doing that above you.
Yo, I knew it was up as soon as I saw the red shoes. I said, oh.
Yeah,
his energy off, son.
Listen, from the OG Assassin's Creed, I'll never take that away from her. But, we have to be real about.
Her track record is good, though.
The early, but it's like, it's a what have you done? You haven't.
She's birthed franchises. She birthed Assassin's Creed and she birthed Watch Dogs.
Okay,
she's birthed a successful franchise. I'm not saying
that's like a decade though. Like
right.
It's been a minute. That's all I'm saying. Let's get a game out. That's what I just want a game out. That's what I want. Yeah.
They gave it a situation. They gave it a runway. We don't know what this game looked like. To be honest with you, right? It could be in better shape than Marathon.
And we ain't know. And Stadia ain't know what their game looked like. Because they've been waiting, right? So it's just like, again, all I'm saying is at the end of the day, it come down to results. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. She's an OG. I'm never going to take away Assassin's Creed. I love Watch Dogs. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, we got to be real, like show and prove. And the way Hiroki's moving, this to me is
Assassin's
he's not. This is a results business. So I agree. And then we got to see, to Forte's point, with these new leads, if this thing actually comes out, or is this Windows dressing to, again, for the eventual, you know how they, like, we try, like, I noticed PlayStation's press, they give you the soft landing. They don't tell you they firing you.
Yeah.
They step down, but then no comment. This one stepped down, but no comment. They can't talk
for a while.
Then they can't talk for a while. Then later, oh, this is canceled.
Shohei is the only dude that I've seen that was gone that was able to talk right after.
Yes.
And I think that had everything to do with his cachet that was in the building.
No, it is what it is. That's all I got. I'm gonna beat this thing. I know Forte got a boogie, do his thing, let him go. But
that movie dope.
Yeah, do your thing, Forte. We'll hold down the last two if you got to go down. It's cool.
And if I didn't get a chance to see the accountant, I definitely would love to do an R&R with you about the accountant if you got the time.
Oh yeah, I'll make time for it, brother.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's get these super chats. All right, Forte, enjoy, brother.
All right, I'll see you
guys
next
movie,
week.
bro.
Testing GTA 6 heist IRL.
GTA 6 heist. Mercy. Salute. That was Crazy Horse. We got a couple more. We got like 3 or 4. Okay.
What are you, boy?
Senor Bean.
Haven Studios and now Bungie. PlayStation stays getting finessed. State of play? More like state of emergency.
It don't look good. I will give you that, Senor Bean. It does not look good over there. I will admit. First party offerings look very bad right now.
And that's 2 times.
Firewalk. Bungie and Haven burning PlayStation down.
Yeah. Well, they got Sucker Punch this year, so at least they got Ghost Yotai. We got Robert Kellett coming up.
What are you buying?
Fairgames $1 is the last live service game left to Skull and Crossbones.
Yeah. Fairgames without the $sign. Yep. That's the last one. As far as we know. Yeah, all the other ones. I think that was the last one. I can't remember the other ones that got announced.
Yeah.
What are you buying?
Concord 2. Marathon and Concord 3. Haven's Call.
Hey, yo. King is out of control. He lose on the super chat. I see what you're doing on King. No doubt. So let's get this last one. Actually, one more, but we get this popping. Shout out to Attic. This is his topic. Yeah, it looks like Call of Duty. Some announcements with the mobile aspect. So shout out to Eurogamer. Activision halts development of Call of Duty Warzone Mobile after just 1 year. Publisher said it failed to meet expectation with mobile first players. In a statement, they said that we understand the news may be disappointing. The mobile shooter has not. Oh, sorry, they cut up super chat.
COD King, do you still have the code?
What code he talking about? I don't know what code.
Oh, you talking about for Forza?
I don't know. You tell me.
Just go watch the video.
We'll say some code for Forza, some inside baseball stuff. Okay.
No, remember the car that they dropped, the Lamborghini that for.
No, he's talking about the game. The Game Pass thing he gave us from the DMs.
Okay.
Oh,
you
you
want to
talking
put that
about
out?
AKW?
That was AKW. Did we put it out?
I haven't done anything with it yet. But what do you want me to do?
Yeah, let us know what you want us to do with it.
Yeah.
We got it. All right, no doubt. So just finishing up this thing statement, developer said, while it understood the news may be disappointing, the mobile shooter had not met its expectation with mobile first players like it had with PC and console audiences. We deeply appreciate your dedication and passion for Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Going forward, we'll be streamlining the scope of the game. This decision was made after careful consideration of various factors, and while we're proud of this accomplishment and bringing Call of Duty Warzone to mobile in an authentic way, it unfortunately has not met our expectations. As a result, okay, blah, 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 we said that again. And then players who install the game before next Monday, the 19th, will still be able to play, complete with cross progression and shared inventories. They'll also be able to use unspent COD points. After Monday, however, the game will no longer be downloadable from mobile stores, nor will players be able to spend any further real currency. And effective immediately. That the currency situation, the platform is going to be retired. Sunday, the May 18th, will be the last day from Social Security. So, Attic, this is your topic: Call of Duty Warzone Mobile, done after 1 year.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Reason I put this in here is because
I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay.
Putting what in the chat?
The code
for
so
AKW.
put it out.
Well, just wait. It's
no, I'm putting it in.
You put in our chat.
In our chat, and then
okay.
Y'all can disseminate.
Yeah, I'll
it.
figure out after I speak. My thing is I wanted to bring more attention to this, where it is interesting, because to me, one of the biggest reasons that they went into this was obviously like a mobile market. Obviously, they still got King. You know, King is the king of the mobile stuff. You know, they're definitely one of the top competitors. But I'm very interested, like, in terms of like competition, in terms of IP brand recognition. Like, you can't get higher than Call of Duty. Maybe it's because they already have a Call of Duty thing. So I do find it a little interesting that, you know, they're already like canceling. Because would you guys say like a year is a long time to like introduce a Call of Duty game into the mobile market?
I would say so. I mean, it's been.
I don't know. I don't play mobile enough to know whether or not that would grab my attention or not. Like, I used to play like the Marvel Ultimate Avengers game that was turn-based on Facebook. Like that is literally my. I really like Raid Shadow Legends. I know that we've done some sponsorships with them in the past, but I ain't gonna lie, I enjoy everything.
Yeah, they be able to pop it. They be getting it popping.
Yeah, turn-based is the way to get me. So I find it interesting. You know, a lot of people is like, oh, yeah, people need to stop getting this like concept just because we're opening like dialogue for a conversation. Doesn't mean that I care. Right. Like, I just find it interesting that like something such as like a Call of Duty Warzone, that it was up on the market for a year, and I don't know if that's enough time to like really grab an audience, especially if you have another one, because they were going to replace the original Call of Duty with this, the Call of Duty Mobile with this product, and I guess it didn't captivate to the degree that people wanted to. So very interested in seeing that, and especially King, because King I think plays more mobile than any
all
of
us. Yeah,
so I think he can give more of a perspective on what he thinks going into this. Because to me, I feel like, man, if you building up brands on mobile, and like Call of Duty is probably one of the best things you could do it with. Like Call of Duty is one of the biggest industries in the world. Besides probably like a Minecraft. I would say Minecraft's bigger than Call of Duty. But very curious to hear you guys' opinion on that.
King, what you think, man? Warzone Mobile, why is that? What's up?
Well, you know, everybody says that when Microsoft doesn't see something making results, that they cancel it, and this is par for the course. They gave it a year from its initial analysis of what it was doing, and what I see with the franchise is, to be honest with you, and shout out to Big Fat Eli, because me and him was talking in the DMs, and he brought something to my attention. The Call of Duty Warzone is not the same thing as Call of Duty Mobile, not the same login as a Call of Duty. It is a separate entity within itself. I think that separation with the separate login, the separate SKUs, the separate everything, forces that game to be ostracized. If you're not making the money and they want to streamline everything, if they're going into the handheld and their mobile store and all this other stuff, you want stuff to be unified. If something is not bringing up the metrics, then you're going to cancel it. It's not like they're canceling Call of Duty Mobile. They're canceling Warzone
Mobile. So Warzone is the part. So because I don't play these, like Warzone was the wave though, right? Like wasn't Warzone the wave?
See, Warzone, you could still actually play Warzone. Regular Warzone is fine.
Right.
Warzone Mobile is the one that's being held to the carpet.
Right. No, I get that.
Now, what if, and this is my scenario, I'm not making excuses for it. They cancel it.
No.
But what if Warzone is one of the games that they want streamed anywhere? And that's one universal login. That's one universal password. That's one universal, like if you purchase something, it goes straight through Call of Duty. Because you notice when you download the suite of Call of Duty and all the Call of Duty games, everything is there.
Right.
Warzone and everything is there. When you access that outside of the fact, Warzone Mobile is different. It's not included in the suite of all those games where everything is accessible. What if they're pushing you towards Warzone itself, but as streaming, and you're able to stream it to your cell phone device, and instead of making separate assets, instead of allocating separate resources to a mobile division where you could just take those assets and take those resources and put it straight to Call of Duty Warzone itself, you can still stream that same game, because they're not saying that they're getting rid of Warzone itself. They're just getting rid of Warzone Mobile,
right.
which is a separate rogue entity within itself. Maybe that is the reason why, because it's not garnering the amount of attention and amount of money that is necessary to keep it in traction. Maybe they looked at it and said, oh, just like Hiroki said, sorry, bud, you're not cutting the mustard. We got something just like you, and all we have to do is steer people towards that. And I think that's what's going to be. If you still want to play Warzone on the go and you want to mobile it, you can use it on your streaming device, which is your handheld, and you can just stream it that way.
Look, I don't know too much about this. I can't get too deep. I mean, obviously, when Attic brought the news, I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Like, wow, you know, I think this. I thought this was like the only thing they had going on. I'm like, why would they cancel one of the more popular things going on? Because I remember when Warzone popped out. Now, to your point, King, yes, it was an extension of the Warzone just for that. But I didn't know there was another Call of Duty app by itself, mobile by itself. I didn't know that was a thing. So I'm just like, okay. So look, you know, obviously, you know, they look at the evaluation when you acquire ABK. To me, the reason why you do it is for King, right?
Yep.
You do it for King. You want that mobile presence.
Up into two. I'm not having you copy and paste Bandit. Steal that in a second. So.
or do the kill code. Salute. So yeah. And you know, so you do it for King, you do it because you don't have any footprint in that space. They're making money hand over fist, and then by the way, they have these other Call of Duty apps, and they're moving and shaking. From my understanding, Call of Duty
put his in there as well.
Okay, cool. My understanding is Call of Duty Mobile is still moving and shaking out here, but Warzone for whatever reason is not. So looks like they're breaking that part down. I think for me, I don't know. I'm not too concerned about this. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, all right. You're streamlining kind of thing. Now, I guess I start getting concerned, like, if one Call of Duty Mobile's not doing well, which is like the main heavyweight thing for them, and then Call of Duty Mobile still is. Which seems to be fine. But the thing I will say that I am concerned about is that where's this mobile store that they're supposed to have? Wasn't that supposed to happen a long time ago?
Well, you just saw what Apple just pulled with
that.
Epic,
that part of the litigation is still going on.
They're still fighting tooth and nail. Right, so I think that has a lot to do with their aspects.
Oh, you have a response live on Alex Hutchinson has responded and said, "Thank you, sir. He'd like to be on Iron Lord's podcast anytime. We will follow you back." Creative director at Raccoon Logic, A Journey to Savage Planet, Far Cry 4, Assassin's Creed 3, Army of 2, has said that he will like to come on ILP. So we are going to retweet that. This is live podcasting, y'all. Salute to Alex Hutchinson. We will reach out and get things popping to the legend.
I think that his games are fantastic. I love his direction, and I would love his insight.
Yes,
because he has a particular insight when it comes to games of service, being the fact that the Stadia stuff, and he had to start a whole new studio, and the fact that right now he's inside Game Pass. He has Return to the Savage Planet, inside Game Pass. So I definitely want to understand from his perspective what it looks like.
That's pretty awesome that he did that. Yeah, salute to him, man. That was fast. King out here moving, man. That's what's up. Salute to the legend, Alex, for responding in respect, and we love that. We like to have these discussions. We like to learn, thought process on things. So why not get from the source, right? And get King had that talk that he need to have, and we want to have with him. So salute to him, and then salute to the 1 million explorers, obviously, Savage Planet.
That's right.
Yeah, but that's all I got on this thing. I think I'm in monitor mode. I'm not getting too crazy just yet, only because I guess my last question is this: is Call of Duty Warzone outside of mobile, is that declining? That's my next question. Fortnite just got them out of here, and now maybe that as a genre is like dead out here.
Let me tell you this.
Yeah,
I think honestly, their move, because I heard that the next season or something is supposed to cut off the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, right? This is, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I heard that was supposed to be happening, and they're supposed to be concentrating on current gen and the future. Maybe that being that they're anticipating a loss in player count, maybe that made them omit the mobile aspect of it to not continue to fund resources to a situation where that wasn't even bringing up as much money as possible, and they can keep the money in Warzone.
Chad's agreement. They're saying that people are saying the Warzone, the game is still huge. They're saying that it's correct. Maybe they're focusing on bringing people forward. Maybe it was, okay, all right, we'll see. We'll see. It definitely needed a cutoff. We'll see. I'm very curious about that. But that's all I got. I really had too much to add on it. But I'm glad Attic did bring this up because I wasn't aware of this. So
yeah, I talked about it on Saturday, but
No doubt.
and on Friday.
I did the work.
No. Well, I drop videos every day, so we coming up. We really gather all the information for the week.
Okay.
So a lot of stuff is me rehashing stuff because again, talking about the stuff in the moment, but then when we get to Sunday, we have the benefit of all the information that came out, right? So
no doubt. So I'm gonna just combine this last topic if you don't mind, King.
I got no problem. Oh, this was me?
Yeah, this is the last one. I'm gonna just jump into it right now.
Yeah, no problem. I thought my joint was like whatever super chest we got.
Okay. No,
we finished putting the rest of the codes up.
Codes are up, or the codes up. Yeah, I see y'all in there. My man AKW helping out the realm. Salute. Make sure y'all grab them.
Blessings.
You know what I'm saying? Salute. That's what's up. So yeah, let's be the final one. And this is King, man. This is found some news. Shout out to, I don't know who this source is, but shout out to it. This is Pirate Nation.
That's right. That's a
KNN affiliate.
That's right.
Nintendo Switch 2 SoC has been leaked using 2021 parts considerably weaker than the Steam Deck. So the motherboard of Nintendo Switch 2 console has been leaked, which in turn provided new insight of how the console performs. Including in this insight is word of a major weakness of the console. More specifically, the CPU of the Switch 2 is notably lacking, which means the console may have a hard time running a few different games and genres, including open world games, real-time strategy games, simulation games, MMOs, and generally any game with significant physics and AI demands. It appears the SoC was tapped out in 2021, which presumably means this console could have been released much earlier if it was not for the pandemic and the disruption it caused. And so while the GPU was already been found to be quite weak, the CPU in particular leaves plenty of room for improvement, with testing finding it pretty weak and considerably weaker than 2022 Steam Deck. With running many games, this probably won't be much of a problem, but just like the Nintendo Switch, it is going to keep a lot of games from certain genres off the Switch 2, especially high-end real-time strategy and grand strategy games. So that comes from, again, Pirate Nation, I guess, quoting some article from some guy named Tyler Fisher, which I don't know who this news outlet is, but he's getting that source from there. So, King, this is your topic. What are your thoughts on these Switch 2 leaks on the SoC?
Well, we also knew that the Switch wasn't going to be trying to tackle the for the power narrative. Like, my thing is more or less, I think they could have cut the price. The fact that we got basically the price of the console to manufacturers like $210 for them to manufacture the console. The $500 mark is pretty egregious when we look at it, especially when we look at Japan being at the $330 mark. I'm trying to figure out where is this money going, because if it's not going to at least a higher clock speed to the CPU, and the GPU is underpowered in the sense, where's our money going, right? If we're getting old tech, and we knew we were, nobody was under the delusion here Nintendo was coming in more powerful than the Steam Deck.
Right.
But when you're going price for price for a Steam Deck, then that makes you say, again, what am I getting for my dollar? Right. So my thing is, do you feel that the Nintendo handheld is overpriced? And we already have confirmed that Doug Bowser already said that tariffs did not have a factor in their pricing strategy. What's going on with this when we have comparable hardware that's inside that's already released in the industry that is of more powerful in nature, that is a better value in nature? How come the Nintendo price isn't lower to match the SoC?
That's what you said. Attic, what you think, man? Stats coming out saying this joint, a little underpowered, underbaked 2021 tech. Where we at with this?
I don't care. I only make the games I want to play. Like, I would like for them to function better, unfortunately. Games perform better is good, but Nintendo going to do what Nintendo does best. and you either stand on your ground or you don't play Nintendo games. It's like your only two options, and I don't got the self-control. I want to play Nintendo games. So I'm not delusional. I know I'm part of the problem. But with a particular situation like this, it's like, look, like I want to play Mario Worlds, Mario Kart Worlds. I want to play, whatever they do with Fire Emblem, whatever they do with the next Zelda. And it's like, even let's theoretically say I hold strong at launch and I don't get a Switch 2. Yeah. They announced like a Ocarina of Time remake. It's a wrap. Like it's
they got
it's
you.
like, look, I'm not stupid. I'm not. Like, I was born at night, but not last night. Like it's not gonna happen. As much as I want to sit here, because I've been very vocal from the start, I don't support boycotts unless it's dramatic.
Right.
Because I don't feel like most of the time there's not enough collective voices coming together to make anything happen, to make anything realistic. But it's like, and it's at the same time, it's like, I'm not gonna give up my hobby just because a company's doing something. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, it's like, I'm gonna play the game I want to play. Like, unfortunately, these companies, they got us by our they got us by our passion, and there ain't nothing you could do about it. Like,
They're holding your passion.
They got a hold. They got both hands on your passion.
They got both hands on your
How are they grabbing your passion? How are they handling it? They got full control of your.
Got your passion in the chokehold.
I think he touching that one. He left that alone. He said, I ain't answering that.
I know how's Addict's passion.
Like, man, when they
Release
get that,
Addict's passion now.
can you guys not hear me?
we get you now. Now we
Get
get
your
you.
hand off
Mike's
his
messing
passion.
up.
Oh, your mic's messing up with the ball.
I said they gotta hold my passion with two hands.
Ooh, that's big passion right there. That's big passion, son. They big at your passion.
You think I'm throwing around little passion? What you talking about?
You swinging big passion around in these parts, man.
You sit there, man. They look at my passion. Be like, man, this is too stupid. We ain't built for this job.
I can't. I don't like him saying they looked at my passion.
10 tails down and they standing on digital. Big stepper.
We ain't gonna realize you don't want to go there with me because I will drag you into the mucky water and have zero. No pause. We ain't pausing.
We ain't pausing.
They go sit there and
Look,
think
man.
they gonna drag me into the murky waters. I'm drowning them in the murky waters.
That's some thick passion you got going on there, sir, man.
You had
That's I'm
you
saying.
extra sauce to
You
the
told.
So I mean, it comes down to it's like, look, I would love for them to have a stronger system, but at the end of the day,
the passion addict.
yeah, first off, even the Nintendo Switch can handle my passion.
Yeah, no one can handle that. No one can handle that passion.
They
That's
needed
different.
to switch true for your passion.
That's a different level. Yeah.
So it comes down to it. It's just like I would like a stronger handheld, but like, look, I've never in one shape thought, you know what we gonna get with the next Switch? We're gonna get power.
It's coming. It's coming,
never
y'all.
remotely thought that.
Yeah. Nah,
So it's just like, look, I'm gonna get what I want with that because as long as they give me the games, because I'm always about the games first.
Yeah.
You let me play I would love to play their games on everything. Instead of Xbox doing it, how about Switch does it? Let Nintendo do it.
That part.
Because at the end of the day, like they have some of the worst hardware, but some of the best games.
Yeah.
So it is what it is, and I'm not.
You know you got ways to do that, right? I'm just saying.
But see, I support the industry, though.
Oh, he said I'm not a supporter. I hear that.
I mean, you telling me to sell the Pirates waves?
I just said.
My passion's on the floor.
Oh
okay?
man, Forte out of control. His passion is on the floor. That man crazy right now.
So, I mean, it comes
yo,
down
wild,
to it's
crazy.
like, look, I enjoy
Dragon
playing
passion.
the Switch games, and even if the game comes out and it runs like a potato, if their games run on it, I guess I'll have to deal with the potato stuff. Look, but I will say it's why I don't buy third-party stuff on there. I don't buy anything. I don't buy indies on there for the most part because I could play any game in existence that's on the Switch at a better performance on anywhere else.
Yeah.
They got me. They got me by my passion.
They got you.
So it is what it is.
I respect it. I respect it. Look, I got too much to add, but it's the old thing. Same thing. It's like, are we surprised Nintendo's out here using old tech?
What's crazy is the VRR talk was wild to me.
Yeah, they was
Because
outside.
they
4K?
came out. It was like VRR. No, but it's not.
I mean,
All right, so it's only on the handheld.
yeah.
The VRR is only in the handheld, and it was like, oh, excuse me, we misspoke.
Yeah. Then they took away. I saw a little bit.
Yes,
He can't find the thing anymore. Yeah, look.
As we get closer to launch, and the fact that I found it was more egregious that no one got a review copy. They said you're not
Yeah,
gonna get a
you're
review
not getting
copy
that. Yeah.
until
Yeah,
that
I'm always
day.
against that.
That's
Yeah.
bad luck. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like they get away with that.
I'm always the stance when it comes to if you're doing something to deliberately hide anything, then you need a magnifying glass. Because at the end of the day, if they think that they're avoiding certain bad publicities, all they really did was put magnifying glasses on that product when people actually get it. What would they hide?
But see,
what would they hide?
the thing is,
where'd they hide the passion in this Switch?
they looking at when they looking at like we'll deal with a few bit of a negative things from a few outlets in the beginning, but we're gonna bank that our base is gonna buy this hand over fist, and they ain't gonna care what you talk about after they got the game. And I think they just know it. Like they just look. I don't agree with a lot of the things they do, and they do get away with murder that other companies would not be able to get away just because they have that cachet, and it's very strategic. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not justifying it. It's very strategic.
It all comes down to what. The more casuals you have, the more you can get away with because they're not on Twitter. They're not on YouTube.
That's it.
They're not on nothing.
Yep.
If you got the majority of the people on your product is casual based, you can do anything you want because guess what? That casual don't even know what's going on.
Exactly.
But the more you get into the hardcore audience, we loud.
Yeah.
We'll go on Twitter. We'll go on podcasts. But the problem is, I would say a bulk of Nintendo gamers are casual. They don't. And it's not even like a negative notation or anything. They play the Animal Crossings, the Mario parties,
Zelda.
Mario
That's
Kart.
all you got to show. That's it. And then once that, like I said, they bank on that, and then they got that younger demographic that nobody else don't really got.
Yeah,
like,
the ones that don't got cell phones.
Yeah, they like, Daddy, please buy me this. I just want that. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to be, man. Again, I'm not justified. Just like I don't know how this song and dance goes, and when the game come out, and then all this stuff go away, and then we talk about the new MPD they sold a zillion. I know how it go. They get ultimate passes on things that most companies would never get a pass because of the cachet of the games. That's just what it is. So I always tell people, good games are the ultimate deodorant. Get past.
You can do whatever you want, man. If you make good games, I'm sorry. I don't blame the consumer. I always feel like even if it is the consumer's fault, it's not like it's not our fault because we're passionate people. Because I remember I've seen some crazy stuff. People say, I don't care what my favorite studio says. I don't care what they believe in. I don't care what their politics are. They make a good game. I'm overlooking all of that. So, and that's how it is. It's like, look, at the end of the day, look, we are the problem. But at the same time, who's the problem? The people that are passionate, the people that support the industry they love, the people that come out here, make these videos, these podcasts, these streams every day, show you the love they have, or the people who are taking advantage of the passion of the gamers that are playing. And in my opinion, it's the latter. So
yeah, now shout out to Mr. Genesis. He's saying, nah, you wrong, Cog. Not like that anymore. Nintendo has an older demographic. They probably do. I'm just saying I would be very surprised if we put out the demographics of, let's say, I don't know, 13.
Older demographic.
Yeah.
That's the hardcore audience in there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But I'm curious, like, if we had the demographics between PlayStation and Xbox, let's say I don't know,
probably
9,
30%.
yeah, whatever that younger age, you want to say 9 to whatever, right? Versus theirs. I'm very curious if theirs is losing out to Xbox and PlayStation on that younger side.
Let me see if
that data would be very interesting to me.
People from what age?
I guess because I don't want to say an age because I don't know what they consider the younger
How many
demographic.
kids? You want me to just be very kids have a Switch?
Yeah, it'll be interesting because I'm very curious about that. You know, if young kids are buying PlayStations and what you call it, or gaming on PlayStation and Xbox more than they would game on the Nintendo Switch.
There is an article that says 35% of Switches were bought multiple in the same household. It could be a variety of reasons. People have multiple Switches, but I would say you can make an argument if you're buying multiple Switches for a household, it's mainly for multiple kids.
Right. We'll get some data. We'll see what's up, who's right, who's wrong. I'm just very curious about it. But that's all I got. Let's check anything else. We get these super chats, get them out of here. All right, let me let this rock. We got just a couple.
I picked up
Don't be down, gamers. If you want to play the only marathon I know of, well, Xbox BC has you covered. Night like this, I wish raindrops would fall.
Nights like this.
Remember Castlevania for Super Nintendo?
Yes.
Remember how it was crazy, right?
Hell yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna tell you something.
Hit that like on the Lord's Day.
Salute. Hit that like button, y'all. For real.
So, I picked up Castlevania the Dominus Edition, right? And Addict laughed his ass off on that. He was like, "The Dominus Edition? Are you serious? That's the name of it?" I was like, "Yeah, the Dominus Edition." So they have a lot of
This is the Forte chat.
My passion is on the floor, eggplant.
craziness. So they have a lot of DS Castlevanias there. But what they do have, remember the Konami arcade game that the Super Nintendo one was based off of?
Yes.
We never got that in the West.
Never got that.
It's called Haunted Castle. It's in the Dominus Edition. I was streaming that this week. So they have a PC Engine version that's there that also was released for the Nintendo. So they have Haunted Castle Revisited in the Dominus. I forgot to talk about this. I'm playing it. Now imagine playing that Castlevania without Mode 7.
Oh, that would be crazy.
You can't, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's there.
Oh.
I got a chance to play the original
vision. Okay.
And I did not know how much the Nintendo Super Nintendo elevated Castlevania and made that game incredible with holding down the button and the whip was able to do that. You can't do that in that.
That's crazy.
Remember the board with the rotating
oh, that was sick.
It's not there.
I remember leaving your house so jelly. I was like, I don't even want to play Genesis after I see this. I was like, yo, it was that. I remember the music. I remember the whip.
You guys were having scenarios like this. At the end, my camera's muted. Thing here. You guys were having scenarios like that. I remember playing Pokemon Crystal, Silver and Gold, and I remember we was outside playing basketball or something, and my cousin Storm went inside, stole my silver, took his gold, and tried to trade my legendaries to his account.
Hey yo!
And then I'm sitting here looking for my Game Boy. I'm like, where is it? And Storm's in the bathroom with the door shut. And then I'm sitting here, and I heard the sound. I'm like, what you doing in there?
What you doing with my joint? Yo, that's wild crazy. Yeah, man. It was the time.
I'm gonna
send me that joint. I remember that cast. I like that joint. He said with the flaccid whip. Yeah, remember you could manipulate the whip and hold it and do all type of stuff with it.
The whip was the best joint.
That was crazy.
I'm not gonna hold you. It was dope.
That joint was crazy.
The beat. I knew Nintendo was the boss.
Super Castlevania 4 facts. All-time favorite. Shout out to Crispy Rambo. You know what time. Listen, man, I'll be the first. That was the first time I really, as a Sega kid coming up, I'm like, all right, Nintendo's the big bad. All right, cool. They got us. Genesis came. We rocked them in the mouth. Yeah, what? Then Super Nintendo came. I was like, oh.
Yo, you remember when they did Castlevania Bloodlines?
Yes.
And we said, all right, now it's our turn. We gonna have our whip.
Yeah.
All right, so I was given this.
I
don't know if this is fan made. I'm gonna take your word for it.
All right, Dawn is in the building. What Dawn do?
But he shared this with me.
What Dawn do? What's the Dawn do? Current state to switch. Okay, what's this? The kids? Oh, he got the demographics. Yeah, look at all the young. All right, so it is a lot of older people.
Bunch of 20-year-olds.
Little 20-year-olds. Bunch of 20-year-olds over there. Damn, that's crazy. So 20 is the top.
That's the ones that play
like the bulk
Smash
of it
Brothers.
Are in from 20 to 40.
I mean, 24.
I think this is cap.
Why it gotta be Cap?
Yo,
Don't do that to my man. It's the dog.
You know why? Because Don is in the 30
Don
range,
says it's
and
official.
then-
He said it's
Nah,
official.
it's not. This is not official. This is yours. Anything that you come up
This
with.
does look. I will say, Don.
Oh, don't
this
do that to
does
my
look
man.
Like if I would assume something's photoshopped, it was this.
It's
You
you.
put little people.
You
on
did
here.
this.
But you know how Nintendo do what they charge.
Nah. This is.
I believe the dog. I got dog. I believe that's Law's game and down there. I
He's
got it.
playing with Mike. He's playing with each other. Joystick. You can't trust
Nah, don't do that
anything
to
he
the
says,
dog.
son.
Don't do that to the dog,
You
man.
want to
Look,
talk about a man that's living a double life? I don't believe anything that he says.
all I'm gonna say is I'm very curious from that 0 to 20 range. If you look at these stats, what are PlayStation and Xbox's stats in that range comparatively?
I
That's
missed
what I
most of
want
the
to know.
topic, but just know y'all are wrong, and the Switch 2 is the GOAT.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, Don. You're lying with this stat right here. I know. It's more skewed the other way. Like it's all towards the children.
But they don't own the demographic has picked up. But you funny.
Nah, son. Ain't nobody. I have never heard a dude on
Nah,
the
be grown,
playground.
be grown,
So,
man.
yeah, no. Okay, so this is what I think, right? And I'm gonna say this. I think there's some grown men, right? Don the Taco, right? That didn't get out of their grown man face. But you want to talk about this gen? No, they not calling for you, son. It's nobody.
Messy.
You ain't got no 20 to 25-year-olds. You got none of those. That should have been a big dip. It should have been the Big Dipper. You should not have that there.
Forget about other regions too, where they dominate. In Japan, it's super young too.
Yeah.
So they got Switch dedicated play areas. When
I-
we go
I
to
ain't
Japan,
gonna- I
we
ain't
gonna
hold
see.
you. I ain't gonna hold you, but that group, son. Like you sold 144 million. You making that demographic look like it's stronger than it is, son. I think you got the playground down low. I think you locked the
Down
playground.
the playground there.
I ain't gonna hold
man.
you. I think dudes walk away from you from the playground. I think once you get to the adolescence, you ain't there, son. And then you got some dudes like yourself that is stuck in the kiddie area.
I can't.
You know,
I
that drive
can't.
past the school with the van.
Yup.
Y'all dudes
Don't do
got,
that.
Y'all got that demographic
Don't
on
do
lock.
that. Don't
'Cause y'all gotta
McDonald's
show-
playground him.
Yeah,
Don't do that. Don't playground him at the
listen,
McDonald's in the back.
Y'all gotta run up to the kids and be like, "You want to play with my Pokemon?
Don't do that. We
Do
not
you
doing
want to
that.
play with
We're
my
moving on.
Pokemon?
And on that note, Attic, where can we find you? Where can people find you? What's going on with you in
You
gaming?
will not find me on the McDonald's playground.
Not at the McDonald's playground. Now with the extra, you got an extra toy to share with your Happy Meal.
You won't have your passion on the playground.
You ain't bringing your passion to the playground
My passion will be nowhere near the McDonald's playground. Okay?
with your Happy Meal, your extra toy.
Because in that case, I'm more in the Vans genre that Cog be talking about. And we stay away from white van Cog.
White van car. You don't want that?
Van energy.
You don't want that?
Van
Got you in the
energy,
van
Cog.
now. I got you in the van now.
Yo,
Energy.
man.
He's that He-Man toy. You know, Cog is Mad Diesel. So he that He-Man toy that says Van Energy Cog.
Hey, we need another meme.
No, we
with Cog
don't.
and the white stuff.
No, we don't. We don't need
He's
that.
standing in front of the van like that. He-Man, Van Energy Cog.
Attic wasn't stealing.
We already have the
legendary
Glizzy van for that.
Attic wasn't stealing the legendary Pokemon. It was my cousin stealing them from me. And for you two that don't know this, legendaries in Pokemon, when you buy one, you can only have access to one legendary, and the other one has the other one. So he was stealing
that
the
man
other
was
one that he couldn't get
stealing.
in his game.
Wow, that man was straight
scheming on
stealing.
that.
I like that he jumped into the bathroom and closed the door with it. That's
And if I remember
really
correctly-
deceitful and shady.
If I remember correctly, he was taking my Lugia.
Yo,
that sound crazy.
He had his
I don't want
Bungie
no
energy
man
in full
taking
effect, son.
my Lugia. I don't know what that is, but I don't want no
Yo.
man taking that. Don't take
he was
my
on Bungie
Lugia.
time, so he was in the bathroom on Bungie time. He said, "Oh, he got his Lugia.
His Lugia is out. I'm taking it. Like anybody,
tell you right
I want
now.
a man looking at my Lugia and don't try to take it.
Yo, he said if I could display that Lugia,
No, hold on.
I'll
That's
take
different.
over the playground, son. I'll take
That's
over.
different, man.
is
That's
Lugia.
different. Oh, you showing Lugias there? Oh,
You go,
man, I
y'all
don't know if
here
I
with
want
the
to see
full
it.
Lugia
Your
on
Lugia's
display?
out.
This
Why
is
you put your
Lugia.
Lugia out like that?
Oh man,
That's too much passion that's running out right now. It's too much
Attic
loose
outside
passion.
running with his Lugia.
And see, here-
Why the
I
neck
think
is
he's trying to
long
take
like
this
that?
one.
Oh,
Attic,
nah.
Yo, Attic, why your Lugia ain't got no teeth?
What's funny is this one's called Ho Ho.
Oh no! What we doing? We got ho-hos and Lugias?
Yo, he had a Lugia in the bathroom with the door locked.
Man.
Ho-hos, huh?
That man pulled out his Lugia. That's
I think
crazy.
he's trying to take both of them from me too.
One of y'all pulled out the
tried to
ho-ho, the
steal
other one
both
pulled
of
out the
your-
Who put the Lugia in the ho-ho? Oh, man.
Yo, and his
I don't
Lugia
think
ain't
it
got no
might not-
teeth.
I
That's
don't
why I'm
think it was
crazy.
them. I don't think it was them because you could get those in his game. It would have been the legendary dog.
Mm-mm.
Every
I'm
time
done
I
with
talk
you,
about
son.
this
Done with him,
dog,
right?
he's
I'm done with you, son.
done with
See, this is why I don't believe Don Otaku. I'm telling you, the energy is with the kids.
So thinking about it, it would have been these. He was trying to take these three from
Let's see.
one of them.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yo, look, they got a COD version with bracelets. Yo, look at this man right there. He got his chest out there, son. He don't miss chest day, son.
That's Intake Cog. That's what we're gonna call it.
Hey,
His name's
yo.
Intake.
Intake.
This is Sweet
Intake.
This is
Oh, no.
Intake. This is right. I can't remember. It start
Ride or
something
die
with a
COD.
Raikou or something like that. That's what their name.
Messy. And on that note, where can the fine people find you, sir?
You can find me on after the podcast. I'm gonna be streaming Proud on
All right.
on
You're very
Kingdom
proud
Hearts
lately. I
1.
don't know how I feel about that. I'm very proud.
Yeah, well, you know, that's
West
not my
Virginia
fault that
proud.
you
I
did
don't
that.
know. I don't like this energy you coming with.
You're
They
the
can
one
never
with the
storm
energy.
Virginia.
But you couldn't contain my passion, so you had to contain my pride.
I know. It's just a lot of
Wow.
passion. I know you doing a lot today, man. You doing
We
a lot.
outside.
Hey, yo. Astro Parrot King just got us already with the meme. That's hilarious. Wow. I like that. That was good. He quick.
He-Man.
He quick. He quick with it.
Van Energy COD.
So you doing that, John? Okay. Cool. Lord King.
It's rough. Also, when I send you guys over there, hit that sub button, man. I'm
Yes.
close to being able to monetize that channel.
Facts.
Salute.
Get over
Okay,
there.
don't say that. Attic rocking that proud energy. We ain't
Yeah,
going
you
that
got-
far. Okay?
A lot of proud
We don't
energy.
need
I-
to do
all
that
I heard was
nonsense,
West Virginia, then I
right?
hear proud.
Nah,
I'm
go-
talking. Who am I
Taking
talking to
it
these days?
somewhere else, man. Look. Trying to paint me as a racist is where I draw the line.
I ain't saying that. I just said that you very proud. As soon as we brought up West Virginia, you got real proud.
He said, y'all never
That
storm
is one outfit you won't get me to wear on stream.
Then he said we impenetrable. What he said? You couldn't penetrate
Yeah.
the defenses if we
Yeah,
wanted
you
to.
couldn't penetrate
Yeah, like
from the
he
north.
had it all mapped out. Like there's no way you could stop us. Like it was a very militant energy from him. Yeah, he took it real personal. Like the way we set up in West Virginia, there's no way to take us over.
Nah, yeah, you can't come from the rear over here. Pause.
I love you, Attic.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you guys over there. I'm gonna stream that.
Is your Lugia safe?
No, I haven't had Lugia in a long time.
Yo,
you
Astro
need to
Parrot
get
is
your Lugia
stupid.
back.
He said, "Take me home, country roads." Yo, you stupid. I can't. Anyway,
Sweet home Alabama.
don't do that to my boy. Don't be playing. We having fun. We having fun. Anyway, Mr. Jennison, he gonna join the stream. Salute, Lord King. Where can I find people? Find you? What you got going on, sir?
Oh, you can find me continue politicking this with Alex over there.
Ooh.
Return to Savage Planet. We definitely need that on Monday. I will
Yeah.
be streaming that game. If you have not got a chance to see it, I want you guys to get abreast of it because when we do have him on the show, I want y'all to all support Alex Hutchinson. Listen. Let's show him that he didn't make a bad choice by putting his game inside Game Pass. Let's show him that his choice for having his game inside Game Pass going up against these big juggernauts was the right choice for him. Let's show him that Xbox has his back and Microsoft is the home of the Savage Planet. But yeah, so all you guys that are here, we had a wonderful show today. Now I'm gonna be doing some stuff this week, and I will have some stuff ready for you this weekend to show. Because I am on an active fight to cancel out Glizzies this upcoming weekend for Memorial Day. We know that this is the holiday that Attic goes the hardest when it comes to Glizzies. And we are stopping.
I ate a glizzy last night watching Final Destination.
Told you.
You Fat Joe said, you a serial glizzy eater?
I had them bring me the glizzy during the movie.
That's
So
crazy.
obviously I couldn't
You had
take a
another
picture
man
of it,
prepared,
but-
bring you in his
Yeah,
glizzy.
no,
Yes.
it's fine though, man. They did it exactly how I asked. They
Hey,
brought it to me
yo.
exactly how I asked.
Oh man.
Attic is a serial glizzy eater. Him and Fat
Him
Joe
and Fat
are
Joe,
notorious.
yes.
Notorious glizzy eaters.
He owes
Yo.
it. He owes it. Salute to him, man.
So go. I put it numerous times in here in this chat. This is Frontline Gaming
Yeah, go
Streams.
hit
Get
that.
over there
Go hit
where
that.
we play games daily. Xbox Frontline News will bring the best in news. I have some news tomorrow that is dropping about this PlayStation, and y'all are gonna see where I'm going when I tell you hashtag no PlayStation 6. We're gonna run it up on these bums. I'm gonna keep the boot on Kongs neck this whole generation. Y'all gonna understand exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about this. But I want to thank Hoeg for showing up. I want to thank Parris for showing up. I always love Forte's insight, and I'm glad that he's going to go see the accountant. This is going to be wonderful stuff. Today we had the debut of Van Energy He-Man Cobb.
What you mean like this show is about me?
If y'all don't know, then y'all should know. He is a walking embodiment of the He-Man character. We need a movie ASAP, son. He is Man at Arms. If y'all gonna cast him for anything, y'all cast him for Man at Arms, because your man never miss Arm Day. Yo, we got a couple of weeks going. We still haven't stopped the road to Tokyo.
Yes.
I'm doing some wonderful stuff. Y'all going to see our merch in full effect. And I'm doing some stuff starting on Monday to have that shown to you. The next 2 weeks, we're going to be in LA soon for the Summer Games Fest. I want people to continue to support the Patreon. Give us stuff that you want us to see and do while we're there. We can have a goal centered around that stuff. If you want hourly vlogs, if you want videos, what do you want? How can we make your experience better here at Iron Lords Podcast for you going forward? If you can't make it to LA, how can we do what the others aren't? Help us out here so we can bring that to you. I love hanging out with my guys. I look forward to Sundays every weekend, and it's always a romp. We had a wonderful time, and I love you guys. Thank you.
No doubt. Salute. And you already know where you can find me, Lord Cognito, on Twitter, all that good stuff. Check it out. Again, salute to people from, I'm noticing from Defining Duke that are coming over to ILP, checking stuff out. And so it was like, yo, it is possible to be a fan of Last Stand at ILP. So it had a hilarious comment last time. I like that. Again, shout out to everybody from 400 that did contribute. That was super dope. Still getting a lot of love from that. And we got fun stuff popping. And yeah, salute to Alex Hutchinson for pulling up in the Twitter. Shout out to Hoeg for dropping the amazing, you know what I'm saying, legalese knowledge, doing triple shift duty. And of course, Parris, salute. I see y'all. He said iron rug arms on calves. Yeah. We doing that. Salute. But yeah, we got fun stuff going on. And then again, Road Tokyo stuff still popping. And of course, we still got the LA stuff going on. That's gonna be fun as well. So that's all I got. Got anything else before we get up out of here?
Nope.
All right, cool. Everybody enjoy your Sunday.
Lakers in 5.
We up out of here. Oh, by the way, Knicks, salute to the Knicks. New York in the building. I seen y'all. Y'all tore up the whole traffic, and the Subway Series is going down crazy. Let's go Mets. Let's go Yankees. All that good stuff. But New York is rocking right now, so I got to give it up to the town. It's a beautiful thing right now.
That's right. Lakers in 5.
All right, y'all. We out. Peace.